Chapter 1. Bloodline Limit and a Confession. One day, while Naruto was training, he abruptly appeared on the other side of the large training field. What the hell was that? He asked out loud. Naruto closed his eyes and pictured himself where he was originally. There was another tugging sensation, and when Naruto opened his eyes, he was back in his spot from before. Naruto frowned in confusion and decided to go talk to his father. He walked back into the village and made his way to the Hokage Tower. Naruto, he heard Itachi call. Naruto paused and waved in greeting as Itachi walked over to him. Kakashi was with him, reading his perverted orange book as usual. "What are you up to?" Itachi asked. "I need to see my dad about something," Naruto said. "It was really weird and hard to explain. I can tell you about it later." "All right," Itachi said. "Hey, could you ask the Hokage about Genin assignments?" "Why? Planning to take a team?" Naruto asked. "I'm just curious," Itachi said. "Perhaps I'll take a team this year," Kakashi said. "You failed every team you had," Naruto said. "Why would you even bother?" "Because none of them understood the importance of teamwork," Kakashi said, lowering his book slightly. "I refuse to have a Genin team that won't work together. I didn't work well with my team, and that was a big mistake. I don't want that to happen to anyone else if I can help it." Itachi sighed. "You're not the only one affected by Obito's death. He was my cousin, and I like him a lot. He may have been an outcast in the Uchiha clan, but he made us all realize that our teammates are more important than our mission," he said. Itachi cleared his throat. "Anyways, we'll let you go now," he said. "Meet at our usual place, Naru." "Yeah," Naruto said. Naruto gave a soft smile before walking away. Itachi watched him until the blonde disappeared into the tower. Kakashi snickered. "You're whipped, Itachi," he said. "If you're that in love with Naruto, just ask him out." Itachi immediately regained his stoic face and glared a fully fledged Uchiha glare at Kakashi. Kakashi just chuckled in amusement as he hid behind his book. "Do you have no shame reading that filthy book in public?" Itachi asked. "Nope," Kakashi said proudly. "Not something to be proud of, pervert," Itachi said. The two walked away. "Dad," Naruto said as he walked into the office. "Yes, Naruto," Minato asked, put his pen down. "While I was training, I felt a weird pulling sensation, and the next second, I was on the other side of the field." Naruto said, "Do you know anything about that?" "Strange," Minato said. Minato studied him with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Finally, he stood up and walked over to Naruto. "Give me your hand," he said. Naruto did so, slightly confused. There was a slight tugging sensation, and suddenly, they were in the training grounds. "Did it feel like that?" Minato asked. "Yes, but weaker," Naruto said. Minato smiled proudly. "Not many people know this, but the Namikaze clan does have a bloodline limit," he said. "However, ever since the Namikaze clan died out, the bloodline limit was forgotten along with its name. By the time I awoke this bloodline limit, the name of it was completely lost to history. It isn't a very big deal like the Sharingan and Byakugan, but it is still very unique. I was hoping at least one of my children would inherit this bloodline limit, and I'm very happy that this day has come." Minato turned to him. "The Namikaze bloodline limit is a type of teleportation technique. It is extremely difficult to use without the use of a medium to help you." Minato said, "All you need to do is envision yourself in a certain spot and release a portion of your chakra. Your chakra will automatically teleport you to that location. However, there is a drawback. This technique isn't perfect and doesn't know exactly where to put you, so it puts you somewhere close to that spot. That can result in you appearing above your location and crashing into the ground, harming yourself. And that's where the medium comes in. It is a point of focus. So basically, instead of focusing on where you want to go, you set up the medium up beforehand and focus on that specific point so that the chakra knows exactly where to put you. That way, your chakra doesn't have to guess where to put you," Naruto said. "Exactly," Minato said. "The medium can be anything, but it should be something that can be carried in bulk, small enough to hide, and also effective in combat. For me, I use special kunai to coordinate myself." "So that's why you're called the Yellow Flash?" Naruto asked. "Yes," Minato said. "Everyone believes that it is just a jutsu, but in reality, it is a bloodline limit. It is better off this way. Even if it isn't well known, it is still a bloodline limit. What about Shio? Will she have this bloodline limit? Naruto asked. Shio takes more after the Uzumaki clan, which is why she can handle being a Jinchuriki so easily. You, on the other hand, take more after the Namikaze clan. I think it is safe that Shio will most likely never awaken this bloodline limit. Minato said. Plus, with the QB sealed inside her, it would also block any chance she has to awaken the bloodline limit. Suddenly, Naruto scowled. Does this bloodline limit also have to do with why I look so small? Naruto asked, unamused. Minato chuckled slightly. Yes, it does, he said. There's a reason why you grew up to be small and lithe. To be perfectly honest, I suspected you would have this bloodline limit just because of how small you were when you were born. Don't worry, I have the same problem. Kushina teased me about it for ages. Even now, she still teases me. She was taller than me when we were still genin. Minato sighed fondly. Focus, Dad, Naruto said. Now's not the time to reminisce. As I was saying, there's a reason why those with this bloodline limit are born small and lithe, Minato said. The bloodline limit takes more chakra the heavier and bigger the person, so members of the Namikaze clan are always born small and light, just so they can use it more efficiently. Plus, it also makes you faster. It is like how birds have hollow bones, so they can fly easier and faster. Makes sense, Naruto said, but it doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Itachi and Kakashi are always teasing me about it. Minato chuckled in amusement. Now then, let's get you started on the basics, he said. After learning the basics of the bloodline limit, Naruto and Minato walked back to the village together. Oh, Dad, Itachi wanted me to ask you after the genin assignments, Naruto said. Minato hummed. Well, let's see, he said. Only a couple of teams have been solidified. Why does Itachi want to know? His brother doesn't graduate for another 2 years. Same with Shio. He said he was just curious. Perhaps he's planning to take a team this year, Naruto said, shrugging. Well, I know one of Kakashi's friends, Guy, is thinking about taking a team this year. Minato said. Say, what team would you put Shio with? Naruto asked curiously. Considering she's not in a very good place in her class right now, she will most likely be put with the class's top rookie and Kunoichi to balance the team out. Minato said, Shio's chakra control is going well, considering how much she has, but she has trouble doing a simple clone jutsu. She still hasn't mastered that, Naruto asked. At this rate, she will be dead last. Naruto, be nice to your sister, Minato said. You should hang out with Shio more. She waits for you to come home, so she can ask if you two can train together. You should do that sometime. She looks up to you a lot, Naruto. Maybe later, Naruto said. Minato sighed. Well, I have to get back to the office now. Come by any time if you have any more questions about the bloodline limit, he said. Don't strain yourself while training. Naruto nodded, and then Minato disappeared in a yellow flash. Naruto closed his eyes and pictured the meeting place he shared with Itachi and Kakashi and pushed out a tiny bit of chakra. There was a tugging sensation, and then suddenly, Naruto felt like he was falling through the air. He opened his eyes to see he was falling from the sky, plummeting towards the ground. His eyes widened as he saw Itachi and Kakashi conversing on the ground. Look out! Naruto yelled. Itachi looked up, and his eyes widened in shock and bewilderment. Naruto! Itachi shouted. That was all that could be said before Naruto crashed into Itachi, landing right on top of the Uchiha. A small crater surrounded them, a result from the impact. Naruto groaned. Itachi gasped for air as he had had the wind knocked out of him from the impact. Sorry, Naruto said. Naruto sat up and noticed he was straddling Itachi's waist. Kakashi chuckled in amusement as Naruto blushed slightly. What the hell was that? Itachi demanded once he recovered. Itachi then noticed their position and blushed as well. Sorry, Naruto exclaimed, scrambling to get off of Itachi. In his haste to get off of Itachi, Naruto's hand slipped and he ended up falling forward and lip-locking with Itachi. The two froze before breaking apart. Naruto lunged away from Itachi as the Raven just laid there with a stunned expression. I think you broke him, Naruto, Kakashi said. not even looking up from his book. Itachi, you okay? Naruto asked. I'm sorry about that. It was an accident. Itachi abruptly sat up, an intense crimson gaze settling onto Naruto. Naruto leaned back nervously. Naruto, Itachi said seriously. Yes. Naruto asked, gulping slightly. Go out with me, Itachi said bluntly. Naruto blushed deeply, too stunned to answer. About time you asked, Kakashi said absent-mindedly. Kakashi lowered his book and looked at the frozen red Naruto. Oi, Naruto. Answer him, Kakashi said. Naruto snapped out of it. Why, you're asking me out on a date, he exclaimed. Yes, Itachi said. I've had a crush on you for many years now. So blunt, Kakashi muttered. Me too, Naruto blurted out. Naruto looked away, blushing even more if that were possible. I accept, he said. I'll go on a date with you, Itachi. Itachi grinned happily. It was 10 o'clock at night when Naruto got home. He was still blushing slightly. Naruto, Shio exclaimed. Naruto blinked and looked up. Shio skipped over to him. Her long red hair was tied back into high pigtails. Shio, he exclaimed, you're still up. I wanted to see you, Shio said. Where were you? I think we're all wondering that, Minato said. Minato and Kushina came into the room. Mom, Dad, you too, Naruto asked. Come on, sweetie. Tell us where you were, Kushina said, smirking knowingly. Naruto blushed even more. He nervously ran a hand through his spiky blonde and red-tipped hair. I was on a date, he said finally. With who? Kushina asked eagerly. Itachi, Naruto said even softer. Kushina squealed as if she were a fangirl. She ran over and crushed Naruto into a hug. My baby boy's growing up, Kushina exclaimed. Oh, I'm so happy. I was about to invite Mikoto over so we could plan a way to get you two together. There was so much sexual tension between you two. I couldn't bear it. Mom, Naruto exclaimed, turning beet red. About time, Naruto, Minato said. Kakashi was always telling me that you and Itachi should get together. He said it was tiring to see you two hopelessly pining after each other. Did you kiss? Kushina demanded. Naruto sputtered. Kushina grinned in triumph. Well done, my boy, Kushina said. Don't forget to use protection, all right? Mom, wait until Itachi and I have been dating for more than half a day. Naruto shouted, still beet red. Kushina giggled. Minato sighed at his wife's antics. Itachi got home. Sasuke ran up to him. Itachi, where were you? You were out pretty late, he exclaimed. I was out on a date, Sasuke, Itachi said. Ooh, with Naruto? Sasuke asked eagerly. Yes, Itachi said, smiling. There was a crash and Mikoto ran into the room. Did I just hear you say you went on a date with Naruto? Mikoto demanded. Itachi took a step back, wary of the crazed, eager look in his mother's eyes. Yes, Itachi said hesitantly. Mikoto squealed and grabbed Itachi and dragged him into the living room. Fugaka looked up from his book, one eyebrow raised in confusion at the way his wife was dragging his eldest son into the room in an overly excited way. Fugaku, Mikoto exclaimed. Our son is growing up. He finally got together with Naruto. About time, son, Fugaka said. Was I that obvious? Itachi asked. Yes, Mikoto and Fugaku said in unison. Sasuke grinned and nodded. I wish you luck in your relationship with Naruto. He'll be good for you, Itachi, Fugaka said, turning back to his book. When's the wedding? Mikoto exclaimed excitedly. We just started dating. Why are you already asking for a wedding? Itachi exclaimed. Mikoto pouted as she pulled out a notebook. But Kushina and I already have the details planned out for you, she said. You were planning our wedding when we weren't even boyfriends yet, Itachi asked. Well, it was pretty obvious you two liked each other, so the chances of you and Naruto dating were very high. Plus, a marriage between you and Naruto will bring together 3 pretty powerful clans. Mikoto said. All right, Naruto is half Namikaze and half Uzumaki, Fugaka said. He inherited longevity and large chakra coils from the Uzumaki clan, and mostly likely the bloodline limit from the Namikaze clan, judging from how tiny he is. The Namikaze clan has a bloodline limit? Itachi asked. It's not a very well-known one, like the Sharingan and Byakugan, Fugaka said, but it is still pretty powerful and unique. It is a type of teleportation technique. In fact, the fourth Hokage gained his nickname, the Yellow Flash, because of the bloodline limit. However, it is extremely hard to control and needs something to help coordinate it. That's why nobody really knows that Minato has the bloodline limit. They just assume that the kunai he uses are the actual technique, but it is just to help him coordinate his landing so he doesn't accidentally teleport above his destination and end up crashing into the ground. So that's what it was, Itachi said. Naruto suddenly fell out of the sky from nowhere and crashed into me. That's the Namikaze bloodline limit all right, Mikoto said. I think it's cool. All you see is a yellow flash. All right, it's getting pretty late, Fugaka said. I think we should all head to bed now. But I want more details, Mikoto exclaimed, eyeing Itachi. We've had plenty of excitement for tonight. We should turn in for the night, Fugaku said sternly. Mikoto pouted but consented. Fine, she said, but in the morning, you will tell me more, Itachi. Itachi rolled his eyes. Fine, whatever, he said. They left to their respective rooms. Itachi got ready for bed and then slipped into his bed. He smiled faintly at the memory of his first date with Naruto. Then he fell asleep with the sweet memories of his new boyfriend. Chapter 2. The Summoning. 1 year later. Naruto got up early that morning. He had recently learned the Rasengan from his father and wanted to try incorporating his element affinity to the jutsu. He had finally mastered his bloodline limit using a medium. He used Senbon instead of kunai, though. He dressed quickly and went downstairs. Kushina was cooking breakfast. Minato was reading the newspaper. Naruto, you're up early, Minato said. I have plans for training today, Naruto said. Eat breakfast before you train, Kushina said. Naruto, please go wake up your sister. She has an exam at the academy today, and I want her to be fully awake and energized for it. Naruto nodded and went back upstairs to Shio's room. Shio, he said, knocking on the door. There was groaning within. Naruto opened the door. Get up, he said. You need to eat something before your exam. Shio mumbled something that was incoherent before she flopped out of bed. You look like a fish flopping on land, Naruto said. Shut up, Shio grumbled. Naruto chuckled in amusement as he went back downstairs. He sat down. Kushina set out 4 plates. Shio stumbled down the stairs. Shio, you look like you just came from a fight with a hairbrush, Naruto said. Shio glared at him as she sat down in her chair. They ate quietly. Once they were done, Minato helped Kushina with the dishes. It was unsettling to see the 4th Hokage, one of the most powerful shinobi in Konoha, in a pink apron while drying dishes. I'll be going now. Good luck on your test, Shio, Naruto said. Thanks, Shio said. Bye, Naruto, Kushina called. Don't strain yourself training too hard, Naruto, Minato said, smiling. Naruto walked out of the house. He got to the training field quickly. Itachi and Kakashi were already there. Hey, Naruto, Kakashi called. Naruto smiled slightly and waved. He went up to Itachi and kissed his boyfriend on the cheek. Itachi smiled. The two had been dating for a year now and were still going strong. Hello, Tachi, Naruto said. Naru, Itachi replied. What are you going to do today? You've finally mastered the basics of your bloodline limit, Kakashi said. I'm going to find a way to incorporate my element affinity to my dad's Rasengan, Naruto said. You sure? Kakashi asked. Not even Sensei could do that. I will do it, Naruto said. Just watch me. What exactly are you trying to do anyways? Itachi asked. Maybe I can help. Naruto nodded. I think I have a basis for it, he said. Naruto summoned a Rasengan, the blue orb of chakra whirling in the palm of his hand. His other hand pushed wind chakra towards the ball. It worked for a couple seconds before the jutsu exploded. Naruto cursed under his breath. Don't force it, Naruto, Itachi said. Naruto nodded. He made another Rasengan, and his other hand gently began pushing his wind chakra towards the blue orb. This time, the two chakras combined and formed a glowing white ball that spun around so fast it formed a shrieking sound in 4 blades, making it look like a shuriken. It only lasted a couple of seconds before dissipating. Naruto panted slightly. I think I know what I have to do now, he said. I'm going to go outside the village. I don't know how much destruction this jutsu is going to cause. All right, Itachi said. But don't work yourself too hard, Naruto. I can tell that jutsu is taking a lot out of you already. Naruto smiled a reassuring smile before walking away. He made his way to a secluded area in the forest away from the village. He began working on his new jutsu once more. He summoned another Rasengan and gently added the wind chakra, weaving the chakra together. He held the finished jutsu in his hand once more. Naruto could feel his energy draining and let the jutsu fade. Damn, he said, I'm going to have to find a way to use less chakra for this jutsu, but in a way that it will still be just as powerful. Naruto conjured another Rasengan, this time making it small. He was about to add wind chakra when he sensed someone behind him. Naruto dropped his hand and turned around to see an ENBU. Naruto Namikaze, you have been summoned by the council, the ENBU said. You are to go immediately. Naruto sighed. All right, I'll be there as soon as I can, he said. The ENBU disappeared. What could the council want from me? Naruto muttered as he made his way back to Konoha. Naruto walked into the council room. All right, I'm here, Naruto said. Thank you for coming, Naruto Namikaze, the head councilman said. Why am I here? Naruto asked. We have summoned you here to assign you a very important mission. It is top secret, classified as S rank, the head councilman said. Why me? Naruto asked. We've been deciding who to pick for this mission, and we have all voted that you are the best choice, the head councilman said. What is this mission? Naruto asked. Whatever you hear from here on out is absolutely forbidden to be spoken outside these walls. Is that clear? The head councilman asked. Yes, Naruto said. Good, the head councilman said. The Uchiha clan is planning a coup that, if successful, will destroy Konoha. Seeing how the Uchiha clan is the police force of Konoha, this will leave us defenseless against attacks from the other hidden villages. We came to a difficult decision that must be done. The head councilman looked Naruto in the eyes. Naruto Namikaze, your mission is to eliminate the Uchiha clan in 2 days' time, he said. You want me to kill off the Uchiha clan? Naruto exclaimed. You're asking me to kill my boyfriend's family. Itachi Uchiha could very well be part of this coup, another councilman said. No, I refuse to believe Itachi is part of this coup. There's no way he would help plan a coup. Naruto said, if I went through with this, I'll be executed as a murderer. That will not happen, the head councilman said. Your mission has 2 parts to it. And what's the second part? Naruto demanded. There's an uprising criminal organization called the Akatsuki, the head councilman said. They're a group of S-ranked Nukenin. They are after the Jinchuriki to use their power to gain world peace. After eliminating the Uchiha clan, you will infiltrate the Akatsuki as one of their own to gather intel on each member and send the information about them back to Konoha. Seeing how your younger sister is a Jinchuriki, it is likely the Akatsuki will accept you easily as a member. You want me to become a criminal? Naruto asked. You will be classified as a Nukenin, and as part of the Akatsuki, you will automatically be classified as S-ranked. It is for the greater good of Konoha, the head councilman said. What proof do you have that there will be a coup? Naruto asked. We heard rumors about the coup, so in order to see if they were true or not, we sent spies into the Uchiha compound. The head councilman said. They confirmed that there is indeed a coup about to happen. And the leader of the coup, Naruto said. The instigator of the coup is none other than the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha, another councilman said. Itachi's own father is planning to overthrow Konoha's rule. Naruto asked. Yes, the head councilman said. We need you to stop this coup before it happens by eliminating the entire clan. No, Naruto said. That's cold-blooded murder. You're asking me to murder not just the shinobi and kunoichi, but also the elderly and children. I can't just murder innocents. Very well, the head councilman said. We can always arrange for a root ANBU to carry out the massacre, but since you already know about this, you're now part of this whether you want to be or not. You will be framed for the massacre even if you do not actually carry it out. Every Uchiha will be eliminated to protect Konoha. You will be classified as an S-ranked Nukenin, and you will infiltrate the Akatsuki as one of their members to gather intel. Hang on, I'm not going to just sit by and let you murder the Uchiha clan, and especially not Itachi, Naruto exclaimed. The way I see it, you have two choices. You either carry out the massacre yourself, or have the crime pinned onto you. It is your choice, the head councilman said. Naruto took several deep breaths. The room was silent, waiting for his reply. Fine, Naruto said with a heavy heart. I'll do it, but on one condition. What is it? The head councilman asked. I will not kill Itachi Uchiha or Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto said. That is final. I also do not want them to know the true reason behind the massacre. Sasuke Uchiha will most likely have no part in the coup since he is too young. But what makes you so sure Itachi Uchiha is innocent? Another councilman asked. I know Itachi. He would never agree to something like this, Naruto said. We cannot know that for sure. A third councilman protested. You just have to trust me on this. Itachi wouldn't do something like this ever. Naruto said, you either accept my decision or find another person to do this mission. The council glanced at each other before looking back at him. Very well, we will accept your conditions. Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha will remain alive, and they will not be told the true reason of the massacre unless the situation calls for it. However, in exchange for that condition, you must eliminate every other Uchiha, no exceptions whatsoever, the head councilman said. Is that understood? Yes, Naruto said, gritting his teeth. Then you have 2 days to eliminate the Uchiha clan. Chapter 3. Farewell. Naruto felt dead inside. He looked up at the sky. What am I going to do? He muttered to himself. What will Mom, Dad, and Shio think of me? What will Itachi think? Naruto shook his head. This is for the good of Konoha, he said firmly. It has to be done. He knew he was convincing himself more than just saying out loud. Naruto clenched his fists before huffing in laughter. Me, becoming an S-rank Nukenin, and all for the greater good of Konoha, Naruto said quietly. Naruto closed his eyes and took a couple of deep breaths to calm himself. Then he opened his eyes and focused his chakra, picturing the Senbon he had placed in the training field he shared with Itachi and Kakashi. He felt a tug, and he appeared in the training field. Itachi and Kakashi were sparring. Naruto, you're back already, Kakashi asked. The two stopped fighting and turned to look at the blonde. Naruto, you look worn out. What did I tell you about straining yourself? Itachi exclaimed. Naruto gave a weak smile. Sorry, he said. I guess I did work a little too much. Come on, enough training for today, Itachi said. Should we go get something to eat? Kakashi asked. How about Ichiraku's? Naruto suggested. Sounds good, Itachi said. The three made their way to the ramen stand. Shio and Sasuke were there. Hey Shio, Sasuke, Itachi said, smiling. How did your test go today? Shio barely managed to make it, Sasuke said. Her clone looked like a fish flopping around on land. Shio scowled and glared at him. Sasuke just smirked. Oh, shut up, she exclaimed. You know the clone jutsu isn't my best jutsu. I'm better at the transformation jutsu. Sasuke snickered at her. Shio almost snapped her chopsticks in half. All right, cut it out you two, Kakashi said. Just eat your ramen. The three sat down. The usual, the owner, Tucci asked. Yep, Kakashi said. Tucci quickly made the bowls before setting them down in front of the three jounins. Amazing as always, Naruto said, slurping down the noodles. Tucci smiled. An honor is always to serve my customers, he said. Hey Naruto, Itachi, Kakashi, you three haven't been here for a while, Tucci's daughter, Ayam said. Sorry, but we've been busy with missions and training, Naruto said. We'll be sure to come by more often, Itachi said. You better, Ayam said. I miss talking to my favorite customers. They paid for the meal. Please come again soon, Tucci shouted after them. Nice seeing you all again, Ayam yelled, waving wildly. They all waved back. What should we do now? Kakashi asked. Let's go train, Shio exclaimed. We just ate idiot, Sasuke exclaimed. How about just relaxing for a little bit, Itachi said. We can still go to the training field if you want. Okay, Shio and Sasuke chorused in unison. They made their way to the training field. Sasuke and Shio began bickering over something. Kakashi was reading his perverted orange novel. Naruto sat down next to Itachi. They were leaning against a tree. Naruto rested his head on Itachi's shoulder. Are you sure you're okay? Itachi asked. I'm fine, Naruto mumbled. You seem exhausted, Itachi said. Itachi pulled Naruto into his lap and wrapped his arms around the blonde. Naruto had a small lithe body built for agility and speed due to his bloodline limit. Therefore, Itachi towered over him by at least a head. Naruto rested his head against Itachi's chest, listening to his lover's heartbeat. It was soothing. Itachi's arms tightened around him slightly. Naruto lifted his head and kissed Itachi's jawbone. Itachi leaned down to kiss Naruto on the lips. Naruto deepened the kiss. It was a sweet kiss, but passionate nonetheless. Itachi's tongue poked at Naruto's lips, and Naruto opened his mouth. He moaned slightly as Itachi's tongue slipped in and began mapping out his mouth. Naruto's hand flew up to run through Itachi's long, silky black hair. Itachi clutched the blonde closer to his chest. The kiss was slowly growing rougher and more passionate. Finally, the need for air made the two break apart. They stared into each other's eyes, panting slightly. A string of saliva connected them. Itachi drew Naruto into another kiss, this time just a gentle, sweet kiss. He licked the saliva off of Naruto's lips before drawing back. Naruto rested his head back onto Itachi's chest. Itachi buried his face into Naruto's blonde, spiky, red-tipped hair. Naruto rested a hand on Itachi's arm. He closed his eyes, coming to a decision. He could feel tears coming forward and an urge to tell Itachi about the massacre, the Akatsuki, everything. But he knew he couldn't do that, not now. Instead, Naruto forced the tears and guilt away. He couldn't afford a breakdown now. A chill ran through Naruto, and he shivered. Itachi looked down at him, concern in his eyes. Are you okay? Itachi asked softly. I'm fine, Naruto mumbled, averting his gaze and leaning into Itachi's comforting embrace. Naruto built a wall, containing all his guilt and emotions, shoving them deep down so he could adopt the persona of a ninja on a mission to kill. Tonight, he would eliminate the Uchiha clan. He knew if he waited any longer, he wouldn't be able to do it. Chapter 4: The Massacre. That night, Naruto stood in the dark alleyway. He had his kunai at the ready. It was almost dark now. Naruto held his forehead protector in his hand. He looked at the leaf symbol. I'm sorry, Itachi, Dad, Kakashi, everyone, he whispered. Immediately, the guilt of what he was about to do surged through him. Naruto touched a kunai to the metal of the forehead protector, his hand slightly shaky. He shoved his nerves down and slashed a line across the leaf symbol. He put the forehead protector back on and clenched his kunai. He forced his face into a stoic expression. Naruto closed his eyes. I hope you'll be able to forgive me for this one day, Itachi, he said softly. Naruto opened his eyes and pulled out a sunban and stabbed it into the ground. He used sunban as his tool to help with his bloodline limit since they were small and could easily be hidden and carried in bulk. He had placed the sunban throughout the Uchiha compound and had several in the surrounding forest, so he could escape easily after the massacre. Naruto took a deep breath before he walked into the street. Oh, Naruto, hello, an elderly Uchiha woman said, smiling. If you're looking for Itachi, he's not here right now. I know, Naruto said. Please forgive me for what I am about to do. What? The woman asked. That was the last thing she said. Naruto's kunai slit her throat. Another slash from the same kunai slashed her eyes, destroying the Sharingan. There were shouts as the other Uchihas leapt at him. Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash, and there were screams everywhere. A yellow light flashed from one end of the street to the other end within seconds, leaving behind a trail of bodies. Naruto appeared at the other end of the street. He was already covered in blood. Naruto swallowed heavily. He shoved his emotions down further. Then Naruto disappeared in another flash of yellow light, continuing the massacre. Within minutes, the entire compound had been slaughtered. Silence rang through the air. Itachi and Sasuke stepped into the compound. They had just come back from running a couple of errands. It was late evening now, the sun having already set. "How come it's so quiet?" Sasuke asked. Itachi frowned. Something felt wrong. An eerie silence surrounded them like a blanket. "Sasuke, stay on guard," Itachi said quietly. Sasuke nodded. The brothers walked cautiously further into the compound. "It's too quiet," Itachi said. Suddenly, Sasuke screamed. Itachi was immediately at his side. Sasuke pointed, his body trembling violently. Itachi followed his little brother's finger to see the street covered in blood and the dead bodies of their clan members. "Who would do this?" Sasuke choked out. Tears streamed down Sasuke's face. His onyx-black eyes turned crimson red, the Sharingan. Itachi grabbed Sasuke and dragged him to their house. "We need to check on Mom and Dad," Itachi exclaimed. Every street was riddled with the bodies of Uchiha clan members, their eyes slashed to destroy the Sharingan. They reached the main house. Itachi could hear muffled sounds coming from within the house. "Stay here, Sasuke," Itachi shouted as he raced towards the door. Itachi slammed the door open just in time to see a shadowed figure stab a kunai into his father's throat. His mother laid on the ground nearby, blood coming from her slashed eyes and slit throat. His father's struggling weakened until he was motionless. The figure flicked blood off the kunai and slashed Fugaku's eyes before turning around. Itachi's eyes widened in horror. "Naruto," he managed to choke out. Naruto looked at him. Icy blue orbs pierced into Itachi. He had never seen those cerulean orbs so cold, so emotionless before. "Itachi," Naruto said in a cold, emotionless voice. "Why?" Itachi whispered. Itachi swallowed. "Why?" he repeated more forcefully. Naruto stepped forward into the moonlight. Itachi could see the blood of his clan members splattered onto Naruto's skin. There was a slash through the leaf symbol on Naruto's forehead protector, indicating his defection from Konoha. "I'm sick and tired of being looked down upon in this village," he said. "This massacre is to show the power I possess." "Damn you," Itachi shouted. Itachi lunged forward. Inwardly, he cursed himself for not getting out a weapon first before charging at Naruto. Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash, and a force hit Itachi in the chest, making him fly back. Itachi crashed through the door and landed on the street. Itachi got up, getting out a kunai. "Itachi!" Sasuke exclaimed. Naruto appeared in front of them in a yellow flash of light. Sasuke looked at him and stumbled back in horror. "And Naruto," he gasped. Naruto turned to look at him, shifting the bloodied kunai in his hand. Itachi grabbed Sasuke and pushed him behind his back. His Sharingan whirled around wildly. "If you're going to kill Sasuke, you'll have to do it over my dead body," Itachi exclaimed. Naruto looked at them. After a couple of seconds, he turned around and began walking away. "The two of you will be the sole survivors of the Uchiha clan," he said. "Farewell, Itachi, Sasuke." With that, Naruto disappeared in a flash of yellow light. Itachi sagged to the ground in grief. Sasuke clung to him, traumatized. Itachi clutched his little brother close to him tightly. "Why Naruto?" Itachi whispered. Tears streamed down his face. Itachi looked around before quickly looking away. He couldn't bear the sight of his murdered clansmen, killed by the very person he loved dearly. "Why would you do this?" Itachi choked out. "What happened to you?" He never noticed his Sharingan morphing into the Mangekyo Sharingan Chapter 5, Genin Assignments. It had been 2 years since the massacre. 2 years since Itachi and Sasuke were left the only survivors of their clan. Sasuke had recently graduated from the academy. Itachi had quit being ANBU captain and was just Jounin now. "Sasuke, Genin assignments are today, right?" Itachi asked. Sasuke nodded. Today, he was going to become a Genin. "You better get going," Itachi said. "I hope none of those fangirls get on my Genin team," Sasuke said. "Just wait and see," Itachi said. "Perhaps Shio will be on your team." "At least she doesn't fangirl over me," Sasuke grumbled. "Get going," Itachi said. Sasuke waved goodbye and left. He left the compound quickly, the emptiness only reminding him what had happened 2 years prior. Once he was in the village, he ran to the academy. Shio was already there, waiting for him. "Hey Sasuke," Shio called. Sasuke ran up to her, and they walked through the doors together. "How's Itachi?" Shio asked. "He could be better," Sasuke said. "He hides behind a mask, but I can see right through him." Shio looked down at the ground. "He's not the only one affected by Naruto's betrayal," she said quietly. "He was my brother. I still can't believe he would do such a thing. He had no reason to, except that he wanted to show off his power." "What kind of reason is that?" Sasuke exclaimed angrily. "He slaughtered my clan and broke my brother's heart, and that's unforgivable. If I ever see that bastard again, I'm going to kill him." Shio said nothing in response to that. "All right, class," Iruka said. "Today is the day you've all been waiting for, Jinin assignments." Iruka pulled out a piece of paper and began calling out names. Team 7 is Shio Namikaze, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, Iruka said. Sakura squealed in excitement. Shio sighed in resignation. Sasuke looked disgruntled. Finally, Iruka lowered the paper. "All right, wait here until your Jounin instructor comes to pick you up," he said. One by one, each team left. Soon, it was just Shio, Sasuke, and Sakura. "Where's is our teacher?" Sakura exclaimed. "He's late. It's already been 2 hours." Shio groaned. "How come I have the feeling it's—" Shio was interrupted by the door opening. A familiar masked man poked his head in. "Why, hello," Kakashi said, giving a nice smile. "Ugh, I was right," Shio grumbled. "Don't be like that, Shio," Kakashi said. "Meet on the roof in 5 minutes." Kakashi disappeared. The three Genin made their way to the roof where Kakashi was already there, waiting for them. "All right, let's do some introductions," Kakashi said. "Tell us your name, likes, dislikes, and goals." "Could you do it first, so we know what to say?" Sakura asked. "All right," Kakashi said. Kakashi hummed thoughtfully. "I am Kakashi Hitaki. My likes and dislikes are none of your business, and my goals are none of your business either," he said. The three Genin's sweat dropped. "You go first," Kakashi said, pointing to Shio. "Okay," Shio said. "I am Shio Namikaze. I like ramen. I dislike the 3 minutes it takes for ramen to cool down when you put in hot water. My goal is to become the greatest kunoichi and then one day, the first female Hokage." "Ambitious," Kakashi said. "You go next, Pinky." "My name is Sakura Haruno. I like—" Sakura trailed off giggling. "My goal for the future." Sakura giggled again. Both times, she glanced over to Sasuke. Shio rolled her eyes. Sasuke subtly inched away from the crazed fangirl. "And I dislike Shio," Sakura finished. "The feeling is mutual," Shio muttered. "Okay," Kakashi said. "And finally you go." "I am Sasuke Uchiha. I like training. I dislike fangirls. My goal is to get stronger so I can fight a certain person and make him pay for what he did," Sasuke said, saying the last part darkly. "No killing?" Shio asked dully. "Itachi wouldn't be very happy," Sasuke replied. "Right," Kakashi said. "Now that introductions are over, we can get started. Meet me at the training grounds at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Don't be late. Oh, and don't eat anything. You wouldn't want to throw up." Kakashi left without another word. "He's weird as always," Shio said. "How do you know him?" Sakura asked. "He's my dad's former student," Shio said. "He used to be really stuck up and a follow the rules or die type of ninja, but he's not like that anymore." The next morning, the three Genin got to the field. "So, should we warm up until he gets here?" Shio asked. "He's always late." "Whatever," Sasuke said. Sasuke and Shio began sparring. Sakura just looked at Sasuke dreamily. About 3 hours later, Kakashi finally decided to show up. Sasuke and Shio were on the ground, tired from their sparring. "Geez, what happened to you two?" Kakashi asked. "They were sparring," Sakura said. "Of course, my beloved Sasuke won the fight." She squealed. "Geez, tone down the fangirling," Shio said. "And he did not win. It was a draw." "I want idiot," Sasuke said. Before Shio could retort, Kakashi cleared his throat. "Let's get started," he said. Kakashi held out 2 bells and a timer. He set the timer on the tree stump nearby. Your task is to get these 2 bells from me in 1 hour, Kakashi said. But there are only 2 bells, Shio said. What happens to the one who doesn't get a bell? They get sent back to the academy, Kakashi said. Also, if you all should fail to get the bells from me, when time runs out, all 3 of you will go back to the academy. Kakashi tied the bells loosely to his belt. Come with me with the intent to kill, or you won't even stand a chance against me, he said. Kakashi pressed a button on the timer. Your time begins now, he said. Shio charged at him immediately. Kakashi dodged easily, pulling out his orange book at the same time. Is that all you got? Kakashi taunted. Shio glared at him and made a hand seal. Shadow clone jutsu, she shouted. A bunch of clones appeared, and they all lunged at Kakashi. Hey, where'd he go? One clone shouted. He's disappeared, another clone shouted. Sasuke sighed at his teammate's stupidity. Shio, you idiot, he hissed. He obviously substituted one of your clones for himself. Shio and her clones eventually stopped fighting each other and looked around for Kakashi. Suddenly, 2 hands burst from the ground and grabbed Shio's ankles. Shio shrieked as Kakashi exploded from the ground. Surprise, Kakashi exclaimed. Soon, Shio was tied up and hanging from a tree. Kakashi was reading his book once more. Sasuke threw a kunai at him. Kakashi caught it without even looking up. As I said, you'll have to come at me with the intent to kill, or you won't stand a chance, Kakashi said. Sasuke retreated into the forest. About 5 minutes later, he heard a scream. Sasuke ran towards the sound. Kakashi was standing over Sakura. The pink-haired girl looked dazed. What did you do to her? Sasuke exclaimed. Just a simple genjutsu, Kakashi said. Although, if she continues what she's doing now, with the dieting and lack of training, she won't make it very far as a kunoichi. She'll be killed. Sasuke performed a series of hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique, Sasuke said, putting his hands up to his mouth. He blew a giant ball of fire at Kakashi, who leapt out of the way. Sasuke grabbed Sakura and ran out to the open field. He set her down against the tree stump and undid the genjutsu. Sakura gasped and looked around. Sasuke, she asked. Sasuke didn't answer. Instead, he pulled a kunai and attacked Kakashi. Good use of fire chakra, Kakashi commented. Sasuke almost touched a bell. Whoops, that was a close one there, Kakashi exclaimed. Suddenly, the timer went off. Sasuke sighed. Looks like you all fail, Kakashi said. However, I am willing to give you a second chance. The 3 perked up. First, let's have some lunch, Kakashi said. However, Shio, you failed first since you just charged right in, not even thinking of strategy first. So, you'll be tied to that post, and you can watch Sasuke and Sakura eat their lunch while you starve. What? Shio exclaimed. Kakashi tied her to the post. Shio struggled. Oh, come on, she exclaimed. I'll be back in a little while, Kakashi said, waving over his shoulder. Enjoy your lunch. And remember, no sharing. Sasuke and Sakura sat down and began eating. Shio's stomach growled loudly. Sakura sighed and held out some food on her chopsticks. Here, eat it, she said. What? Shio asked, confused. I'm on a diet, so eat before he comes back, Sakura said. Sasuke held out some food as well. Have some of mine too, he said. Suddenly, a powerful aura hit them, and the 3 froze. Didn't I say not to share with Shio? Kakashi asked in a deadly tone. The 3 began trembling out of fear, too afraid to answer. Well, I'm waiting for an answer, Kakashi said. We're not going to just let Shio starve while we eat, Sakura finally exclaimed. Right, Sasuke said. We're a team. Kakashi said, his aura intensifying. Suddenly, the aura disappeared, and Kakashi gave an eye smile. You pass, he said. What? The 3 Genin asked, blinking dumbly. That was the second test, Kakashi said. My past teams just ate their lunches, not giving their 3rd teammate a second thought. I designed these tests this way. Well, actually, my former sensei gave me this idea. Kakashi looked at them. The importance of teamwork is important in the ninja world. That's why Genin teams are groups of 4. 3 Genin with a Jounin instructor, he said. The two-bell test was to see if you would still work together despite there only being two bells. And not eating beforehand and then having lunch with a third teammate tied up was to see if you would abandon your comrade to satisfy your own needs first. Kakashi gave them thumbs up. I'm proud of you three. You're the first Genin team I've passed ever, he said. The three cheered. Chapter 6. Tazuna the Bridge Builder. Target confirmed. Shio spoke into her receiver. I'm in position for capture, Sasuke said quietly. Same here, Sakura said. All right, Kakashi said. Sasuke and Shio, go in for the capture. Sakura, stay back in case the target decides to make a run for it. Right, the three said in unison. Shio and Sasuke leapt out from their hiding places and grabbed the orange cat. The cat screeched as it was snatched up by the two and started to claw at Sasuke's face. Sasuke grabbed the cat's paws. Shio growled, letting her eyes bleed into crimson red. The cat froze in terror, and Shio tightened her grip on the cat. All right, capture complete, Kakashi said. We just have to get it back to its owner, Sakura said. They quickly returned the cat to its owner. The owner squealed happily and crushed the poor feline in a bone-crushing hug. The three Genin winced as the cat struggled violently to get away, its owner not noticing she was basically killing the cat by asphyxiation. Yikes, Shio said. That poor thing. I can see why the mission to catch that cat is always up. If I were him, I would always be running away too. I think I hear the poor thing's bones breaking, Sakura whispered. Sasuke just nodded in agreement, wincing as another crack was heard. Come on, you three, Kakashi said. They walked to the Hokage Tower. Sensei, can we get a harder mission? Shio asked. All we've been doing are D-rank missions. I want to do a real mission, not clean bathrooms and catch cats. She has a point, Sasuke said. This is getting boring. That's up to the Hokage to decide, Kakashi said. They walked into the Hokage Tower. Dad, Shio exclaimed. Minato looked up from where he was handing out missions to other ninjas. Hello, Shio, he said, smiling. He looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, it is nice to see you and your team, he said. Are you here for another D-rank mission? Dad, can we have at least a C-rank mission? Shio exclaimed. Minato frowned uncertainly. Please, Shio pleaded. We're more than ready. We've already finished the quota for D-rank missions. Yes, you have, Minato said. Kakashi, I will leave this up to you since this is your team. Kakashi looked at his team. They looked at him with a pleading look in their eyes. All right, let's have a C-rank mission this time, Kakashi said. Minato nodded as the three Genin cheered in excitement. Minato sorted through a few papers before pulling one out. He held out to Kakashi. The silver-haired Jounin took the paper and looked at it. An escort mission to the Land of Waves, Kakashi said. Minato waved at a nearby Chunin. The Chunin ran off and came back a couple minutes later with someone in tow. This is your client, he said. Meet Tazuna, a master bridge builder traveling back to his home in the Land in Waves. He has asked for protection so he can get back safely and finish the bridge he is building to connect his home village to the mainland. Tazuna looked at the Genin team. These little brats are supposed to protect me, he exclaimed in disbelief. They look like a laughing stock. Hey, we're not brats, Shio exclaimed. I assure you, Tazuna, these Genins are capable of fending off bandits. Plus, you will have Kakashi, a Jounin, to protect you as well, Minato said. However, if you would like extra protection, I can assign another Jounin to this mission. Tazuna nodded. That would make me feel more comfortable, he said. Minato nodded and shifted through some papers. Lord Hokage, a voice said suddenly. They all looked over to see Itachi. The Uchiha placed a scroll on the desk before Minato. My mission report, Itachi said. Thank you, Itachi, Minato said. Wait, you're free now, right? Yes, Itachi said. Would you mind going on a C-rank mission with Kakashi and his team to protect Tazuna on his way to the Land of Waves? Minato asked. Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly. A C-rank mission does not require two Jounins, he said. Tazuna said he would feel more comfortable with extra protection. Minato said. Itachi glanced at Tazuna with suspicion in his eyes before nodding. Very well, I will go, he said. Thank you, Itachi, Minato said. All right, we'll leave bright and early tomorrow morning, Kakashi said cheerfully. Don't push your luck, sensei, Shio said. We all know you're going to be about 2 hours late. I will make sure Kakashi gets there on time, Itachi said, smiling slightly. We'll leave at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Pack enough for a week. The next day, the three Jinin met up at the front gate. Where are they? Sakura asked. We're supposed to leave in a couple minutes, Sasuke said. Itachi said he had to go hunt down Kakashi. Hey look, there's Itachi. And he's dragging something, Shio exclaimed. As Itachi came closer, they saw he was dragging Kakashi and Tazuna by the collar. Itachi reached them and dropped Kakashi and Tazuna. These two decided to have a sake party last night, Itachi said. He goaded me into it, Kakashi protested. Kakashi hissed in pain and covered his eyes. You are better than this, Kakashi, Itachi said. Itachi used a healing jutsu on the two. Thanks, Kakashi mumbled. Don't let it happen again, Itachi said. Let's go now. We are losing time. They left the village. Shio whooped in joy. This is my first time leaving the village, Shio exclaimed. This is going to be great. Calm down, Shio, Sakura chided. You're going to draw attention. Sorry, Shio said sheepishly. I'm just so happy to be on my first mission where I leave the village. That's all. Understandable, Itachi said. However, it can be terrifying at the same time. The first mission I had outside the village was when I was about 9 years old. Wow, Shio exclaimed. That's so cool. Itachi chuckled. The three Jinin continued forward. The two Jounin had fallen back to walk side by side. Tazuna and the three Jinin didn't notice them eyeing the puddle of water nearby. Itachi and Kakashi glanced at each other. Kakashi tensed up slightly, not enough to notify anyone that he had sensed danger. Itachi remained relaxed, but was ready to grab his short sword. Suddenly, there was an explosion as two shinobi burst out of nowhere and attacked them. One wrapped clawed chains around Kakashi, and blood splattered everywhere. Itachi leapt back, pulling out his short sword. Tazuna and the three Jinin looked shocked. Protect Tazuna, Itachi ordered. Shio, Sakura, and Sasuke formed a defensive line in front of Tazuna, wielding kunai. One down, one to go, one shinobi said. The brats will be a piece of cake, the other exclaimed. They attacked once more. Itachi blocked the clawed weapon, but one chain managed to get through. Shio leapt forward to block it from hitting Tazuna, but it hit the back of her hand instead. She shouted out in pain. Sasuke pulled her back before another attack could hit her. Kakashi appeared out of a puff of smoke and fought alongside Itachi to capture the two shinobi. Soon, the two shinobi were tied up. These are shinobi from Kirigakure, Kakashi said, looking at the forehead protectors of their attackers. Kakashi turned to Tazuna, who was sweating nervously now. Explain now, he said. Why did you not mention you were being hunted by shinobi? Tazuna sighed in defeat. I cannot afford a mission higher than a C rank, he said. My home has been taken over by a bad man by the name of Gato. Gato has robbed my people of money. The only way to help them is to build a bridge that will connect my home to the mainland. However, Gato doesn't want that and has sent shinobi assassins he hired to kill me. I am a master bridge builder for this project, and without me, there is no way the bridge can be built. So that's why you asked for another Jounin to be assigned to this mission, Itachi said. If enemy shinobi are after you, this mission is automatically now an A-rank mission. This is no mission for Genin. We will have to turn back. No, Sio exclaimed. We have to keep going. Shio, you're in no condition to go anywhere, Sakura exclaimed. That guy's claws were poisonous. You need to go to the hospital before you die. Shio grabbed a kunai from her pouch and stabbed her hand, bleeding the poison out. We've already come this far. We can't just abandon Tazuna. We have to help him help his people, Shio said firmly. We are ninjas, right? We can't abandon this mission. Red chakra flowed over the bleeding wound on Shio's hand and sealed the gash shut. Kakashi and Itachi shared a look. Fine, Itachi said. We'll keep going, but keep your guard up at all times. Those two are easily Chunin level shinobi. However, we don't know who Gato will send after us next. Leave the fighting to Kakashi and I. You three will stay behind to protect Tazuna. Right, the three Genin exclaimed. Tazuna sagged in relief. Thank you very much, he exclaimed, bowing to them. I'm sorry for lying to you. This means a lot to me. It is fine, Tazuna. Now, let's keep it going, Kakashi said. They continued their walk to the land of waves. Chapter 7, Demon of the Hidden Mist. They finally arrived in the land of waves. We're almost there, Tazuna said. Suddenly, Shio threw a kunai into the bush. Shio, what did you do that for? Sakura asked. Shio shrugged. I thought I heard something, she mumbled. You probably just killed some poor, innocent creature, Sakura exclaimed. Let's keep going, Kakashi said. Shio threw another kunai into the bush. This time, a pure white rabbit ran out, terrified. Shio, you almost killed a snow rabbit, Sakura exclaimed. I heard something and just reacted, Shio protested. Kakashi narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Itachi, something doesn't seem right. Kakashi hissed to the Uchiha. It's not the right season for snow rabbits. Itachi looked at the snow rabbit and watched it as it ran back into the forest. You're right, something is off, Itachi said. Suddenly, the two Jounin froze and their eyes widened. Duck, they shouted. They all ducked just in time. A huge sword flew over their heads, just barely missing decapitating them. A man landed on the sword handle and stood up. Kakashi and Itachi narrowed their eyes. Who's that? Sakura asked timidly. Zabuza Momochi, rogue ninja of Kirigakure, former member of Kirigakure's 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kakashi said. Also known as the Demon of the Hidden Mist, Itachi said. Zabuza looked at him. I assume you are Kakashi Hitaki, user to Sharingan, Zabuza said. Zabuza looked at Itachi. And you are Itachi Uchiha, one of the survivors of the Uchiha massacre, he said. Zabuza looked at Tazuna. Hand over the old man, he said. I'm not here to fight anyone else. Kakashi stepped forward, lifting his hand to his tilted forehead protector. I'll fight him, Kakashi said. Itachi, stay with Shio, Sakura, and Sasuke. Help them protect Tazuna. Itachi nodded. Don't let your guard down, he said. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector and opened his left eye, revealing the Sharingan. You will be fighting me, Kakashi said. Oh, I did not expect you to use the Sharingan so soon, Zabuza said. This is an honor. Mist began to cover the area, making it harder to see. Let's end the talking here, Zabuza said. I need to kill that old man immediately. Shio, Sakura, and Sasuke circled Tazuna, kunai out. Itachi stood in front of them, his short sword at the ready. But it would seem I will have to defeat you first, Kakashi, and then the Uchiha, Zabuza said. Zabuza suddenly disappeared along with the giant sword. Over there, Itachi said, looking at the river. Zabuza held his hands in a hand seal. Ninja art. Hidden mist jutsu, Zabuza said. He disappeared. The mist around them thickened. Kakashi disappeared. Sensei, Sakura exclaimed. Keep your guard up, Itachi said. He could attack at any moment. Itachi looked around, his own Sharingan active. There was a sudden flare of chakra and the mist cleared, revealing Kakashi. A dark aura covered Kakashi. The three Genin froze up in fear. Sasuke almost fell over since he was closest to Kakashi. Sasuke choked as Shio and Sakura almost dropped their kunai. Sasuke, Shio, Sakura, calm down, Kakashi said. Don't worry, I will protect you with my life. As will I, Itachi said. Oh, will you? Zabuza's voice came. Kakashi and Itachi turned just in time to see Zabuza appear in front of Tazuna. Kakashi lunged forward and stabbed a kunai into Zabuza's stomach, only for the wound to spill water, not blood. The water clone melted into water as Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi. Die! Zabuza shouted as he cut Kakashi in half. Kakashi disappeared in a splash of water, a water clone. Zabuza's eyes widened as the tip of a kunai touched his neck. It's over, Kakashi said. Wow, Shio exclaimed. Zabuza chuckled sinisterly. Did you say it's over? Zabuza asked. Don't think you can beat me so easily. But I will admit you are good. Zabuza turned his head slightly. When you were telling your team you would protect them, that was actually the clones speaking. You were copying my water clone jutsu at that time. Then you used the hidden mist jutsu to hide yourself to find out my next move. Zabuza said, that was clever of you. Another Zabuza appeared abruptly behind Kakashi. But I'm not a fool, Zabuza said. Kakashi ducked barely in time as the giant sword flew over his head. As Kakashi dodged the sword, Zabuza kicked his foot out and hit Kakashi, sending the silver-haired Jounin flying. Sensei, Shio shouted. His taijutsu skills are really good, Sasuke said. Keep focus, Itachi said. Zabuza rushed forward at a fast pace only to skid to a halt. There are small spikes on the ground. Zabuza huffed. How foolish, he said. Zabuza leapt into the water. Kakashi appeared out of the water only for Zabuza to appear right above him. Kakashi's eyes widened when he found he was suddenly stuck. Damn it, he cursed. Zabuza only chuckled in amusement. It's the water prison jutsu, he said. Water circled around Kakashi, effectively trapping him. Zabuza's arm was merged with the water prison, keeping it powered so Kakashi couldn't escape. You're caught, Zabuza said. Now, Kakashi, I'll have to settle things with you later. Zabuza made a one-handed hand seal. Water clone jutsu, he said. A water clone formed out of the water. I just have the Uchiha to take care of now, Zabuza said. The Genin brats will be a piece of cake, and then I'll finally be able to kill the old man. The water clone walked towards them. Itachi, take everyone and get out of here, Kakashi yelled. You have to protect Tazuna. That's your top priority. No way, Shio yelled back. We're not leaving you, Sensei. Don't be stupid, Kakashi exclaimed. You can't win against someone like Zabuza. Itachi, what should we do? Sasuke asked. Itachi gripped his short sword tighter. But before he could say anything, Shio suddenly charged forward, yelling a battle cry. Shio, what are you doing? Sakura exclaimed. You idiot, stop it, Kakashi yelled. Zabuza ched and kicked Shio back, sending the redhead flying back. Shio grunted in pain as she made to get back up. Enough, Shio, Itachi said. I'm not leaving Sensei here at that guy's mercy, Shio exclaimed. I said enough, Itachi commanded. The three Genin looked at him. I will fight Zabuza. You three stay back, Itachi said. You stand no chance against him. Zabuza is a Nukenin, an S-rank mercenary. You are mere Genin. You would get slaughtered instantly. Itachi leapt forward. Zabuza grinned and met him halfway. The real Zabuza hummed thoughtfully. 2 Sharingan users, he said. I'm rather lucky today, aren't I? Zabuza created more water clones. While he was distracted, Zabuza didn't notice Shio and Sasuke sneaking off to the side. Zabuza caught movement in the corner of his eye and turned to see a large shuriken flying towards him. He moved to the side and it flew past him. However, a split second later, the large shuriken disappeared in a puff of smoke to reveal Shio. Ah, Shio shouted. Shio swiped at Zabuza with a kunai. Zabuza was forced to leap back, releasing Kakashi from the prison in the process. Kakashi stood up. Itachi killed off the water clones he was fighting. Good job, Shio, Kakashi said. It was Sasuke's plan, Shio said. We decided to surprise attack him while he was distracted, keeping you imprisoned and fighting Itachi at the same time. Itachi smirked. Good strategy, little brother, he said. Kakashi, I hope you learned your lesson. Yes, I know. I let my guard down, Kakashi grumbled. You don't have to rub it in my face. Zabuza growled. Right, you two get back, Kakashi said. Go help Sakura guard Tazuna. Shio and Sasuke rejoined Sakura while Itachi and Kakashi attacked Zabuza at the same time. They managed to corner the Nukenin. It's over now, Zabuza, Itachi said. Kakashi stepped forward to give the finishing blow when suddenly, 3 Senbon flew out of nowhere and impaled Zabuza's throat. Zabuza choked and keeled over, motionless. A masked ninja appeared before them. Who are you? Shio demanded. The masked ninja looked at them. I'm a hunter Nin from Kirigakure, and was ordered to hunt down Zabuza Momochi and kill him. The masked ninja said, "I will be going now." The masked ninja lifted Zabuza's body onto their back, and they disappeared. "Glad that's over," Kakashi said. With that, Kakashi collapsed. "Kakashi-sensei," Sakura exclaimed. Itachi checked him. "He's fine," he said. "He overdid it using his Sharingan. He'll be awake after he gets some rest and restores his chakra." Itachi lifted Kakashi onto his back and looked at Tazuna. "Please lead us to your village," he said. Tazuna nodded and they walked away. Chapter 8: Land of Waves. Kakashi woke up a few hours later. "Sensei, you're all right," Shio exclaimed. "I'm fine, Shio," Kakashi said. "I just collapsed from chakra exhaustion." "Where are we?" "We're at Tazuna's place," Shio said. "The others are in the living room." Kakashi got up and almost crumbled from his injured leg. Shio gave him a crutch, which Kakashi took gratefully. They made their way to the living room. Itachi, Sasuke, and Sakura were there along with Tazuna and a young woman. "Ah, you're awake," Tazuna said. "I'm glad to see you're all right." "Nothing to worry about," Kakashi said. "I'll be fine in a few days." "Thank you so much for protecting my father," the woman said. "This is my daughter, Tsunami," Tazuna said. "Father told me that a hunter Nin killed Zabuza," Tsunami said. "That wasn't a hunter Nin," Itachi cut in. "What?" Tsunami asked, confused. "That wasn't a hunter Nin," Itachi repeated. "And Zabuza is not dead." "What do you mean?" Tazuna asked. "Hunter Nin, after killing their target, dispose of the body immediately afterwards, no matter what. It is what they are trained to do," Itachi said. "This one took Zabuza's body. Also, the hunter Nin used Senbon. Senbon is not a very effective weapon to use for assassination, but if aimed in the correct spot, it can make the target seem as if they were killed. Zabuza is still alive, and that hunter Nin is most likely working with him. They will be back as soon as Zabuza recovers." "In that case, we'll have to pick up your training," Kakashi said, looking at the three genin. They stood in a clearing. "Have you three learned the tree walking exercise?" Kakashi asked. "I've been trying to do it," Shio said. "But because I have so much chakra, it is really hard to control how much chakra I focus on my feet." "Then this will be a good opportunity for you to work on perfecting it," Kakashi said. "This exercise will give you greater control over your chakra, so you don't exhaust yourself too quickly. It is a skill that every ninja should master." "Itachi mentioned it to me once," Sasuke said. "That's better than nothing." "I will demonstrate it then," Kakashi said. Kakashi walked up to a tree and began walking up it like he was on the ground. He stopped when he was upside down, looking down at them. "That's so cool," Shio exclaimed. "You need to focus the right amount of chakra on the soles of your feet so they stick to the tree. Too much chakra and you will split the tree. Too little and you will fall," Kakashi said. Sasuke and Shio began working on it, but both were focusing too much chakra on their feet. They heard a cry of triumph from Sakura. "I did it," Sakura exclaimed. They looked up to see Sakura standing on a branch high above them. "Well done, Sakura," Kakashi said. "You have exceptionally good chakra control." Sakura smiled at the praise. "Since you've mastered tree walking, you can go back to the house and help Itachi guard Tazuna," Kakashi said. "I'll work with Shio and Sasuke." "Right," Sakura said. Sakura walked down the tree and walked back to the tree. Shio tried again, but ended up falling. "Damn it," she exclaimed. "Don't get frustrated over this. It is a hard concept," Kakashi said. "Shio, since you have two supplies of large chakra to worry about, it will be harder for you to master control over your chakra. Be patient. It will come to you in time." Shio growled in frustration. "What am I doing wrong?" she exclaimed. Sasuke and Kakashi had gone back in. Sasuke had just barely figured out how much chakra to use, but was almost ready to collapse from exhaustion. Shio had decided to stay behind to continue training. "Don't stay out too long. You don't want to collapse from chakra exhaustion," Kakashi had told her. "I'll go back when I get this," Shio said out loud. There were soft footsteps nearby. Shio looked over to see a young woman in a pretty pale pink sleeveless kimono with a black choker around her neck. The woman was picking herbs. She had long black hair, dark brown eyes, and pale skin. Her figure was slender and lithe. "Oh, hello," the woman said. "I didn't realize someone was here." "Oh, no, it's fine," Shio said. "I wasn't really paying attention to my surroundings, Mississippi." The woman blinked before chucking lightly. "I'm actually male," she said. Shio choked. "W what?" she exclaimed. The young woman no man smiled. "I was born male, but I'm often mistaken for female," he said. "My name is Haku." Sorry," Shio exclaimed. "I am Shio Namikaja." "It is nice to meet you, Shio," Haku said. "May I ask what you are doing?" "I'm training," Shio claimed. "I'm a kunoichi." She pointed to her forehead protector. Haku looked at it. "I see," he said. "You are from Konoha?" "Yeah," Shio said, nodding. "So what are the herbs for?" She pointed to the basket of herbs. Haku looked down. "They're for someone I care about. He was hurt badly. These herbs will help heal him," Haku said. "You must really care for this person," Shio said. "Yes," Haku said. "He means everything to me. I would do anything to help him." Haku looked at Shio curiously. "You seem to have been hurt by someone you care deeply about as well. I can see it in your eyes," he said. "It is someone very close to you." Shio sighed. "My brother," she said hesitantly. "He is a Nuknin." "I see," Haku said. "Why would he defect?" "I don't know," Shio said. "He told us it was to show his true power, but he's not that kind of person. I don't believe he did it for power." "Perhaps you don't want to believe it," Haku said. "It is possible he's been hiding his true self, and this was his way to revealing it to your village." "No, I know he didn't do it for power," Shio exclaimed. "He's just not one to crave power. I have to believe that." Haku touched her shoulder. "One day, you will find out the truth," he said. "One day, you will meet your brother again, whether he is your enemy or your ally. But whatever his reason is, you must be prepared. That is what it means to be a ninja." "You sure know a lot about ninjas, Haku," Shio said. "I know several ninjas," Haku said. Haku smiled warmly. "I can tell you love your brother very much," he said. "You look up to him a lot, don't you?" Shio nodded. "He's a prodigy. He became genin at age 5, she exclaimed. Shio sighed sadly. "But the village doesn't acknowledge him," she said. "He's been neglected by everyone except for our parents and close friends because of me. It's my fault he betrayed my village." Haku took her hand and squeezed it in a soothing way. "Do not lose hope, Shio," he said. "Despite being a Nukni now, your brother sounds like a good man. I have a feeling he didn't betray your village for a silly reason like showing off his true power, but again, you must prepare to know the truth. You already knew what he was capable of, right?" Shio nodded, looking at the ground. Haku lifted her chin up. "Keep your chin up and don't lose hope," he said. "Your brother will come back to you one day, and when that day comes, for sure he will tell you the truth." Shio smiled. "Thank you, Haku," she said. "You're a good person." Haku bowed his head. "I must be getting back now," he said. "Right. You need to take care of your most precious person," Shio said. Haku picked up his basket. "I wish you luck with your brother, Shio," he said. "Bueho, mio exclaimed, vaving. I hope we meet again one day." Shio turned and ran back to the house. Haku watched her go, his smile disappearing. His expression turned mournful. "That day is coming sooner than you expect, Shio Namikaze," Haku said quietly. "If we had met under any other circumstance, I think we would have been good friends." Haku turned and walked away. Chapter 9. Goodbye, Zabuza and Haku. "We'll be escorting you to the bridge today, Tazuna," Itachi said. Tazuna nodded. "Where's the redhead?" he asked. "Shio is exhausted from training so hard yesterday," Kakashi said. "She'll catch up when she's ready." "All right, let's go," Tazuna said. They walked to the bridge, only to see the other bridge builders lying on the ground. "What happened?" Tazuna exclaimed. Itachi pulled out his short sword. "Zabuza," he said. Mist began surrounding them. The two Genin and Kakashi pulled out kunai. "This mist is too thick to see anything," Sakura said. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Zabuza's voice sounded around them. "I see you still have those brats with you." They were suddenly surrounded by water clones of Zabuza. Itachi and Sasuke activated their Sharingan. "Let's go, Sasuke," Itachi said. "Right," Sasuke said. The brothers leapt forward, taking down the water clones easily. There were footsteps, and everyone looked over. Zabuza stood there with the hunter Nin by his side. "Well done," Zabuza said. "That's the hunter Nin that took Zabuza away," Sakura said. "Sasuke, I will help Kakashi fight Zabuza. You focus on the hunter Nin," Itachi said. "Sakura, stay with Tazuna and protect him." "Right," Sakura said, stepping back with Tazuna. Sasuke stepped forward, looking at the hunter Nin. "Even though water clones only have 1/10 of the strength of the original, it is impressive you managed to defeat them so easily," the hunter Nin said. Zabuza motioned his head towards Sasuke. "Go," he ordered. "Right," the hunter Nin said, rushing forward in a whirlwind. Sasuke and the hunter Nin clashed kunai to kunai and began fighting furiously. "As a mere genin, you won't be able to keep up with my speed," the hunter Nin said. The hunter Nin performed a series of one-handed hand seals. Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise. 1,000 needles of death, the hunter Nin said, slamming one foot into the water puddles surrounding them. The water splashed upwards and formed into ice needles. Sasuke gritted his teeth and quickly made a one-hand seal, building up chakra. He released an explosion of chakra just as the 1,000 needles attacked him. They exploded and the hunter Nin leaped back. Sasuke appeared behind him. The hunter Nin turned and blocked Sasuke's kunai. Sasuke shifted his grip and managed to kick the hunter Nin back. Sasuke smirked slightly. "Looks like a mere genin, such as myself, can keep up with your speed," he said. The hunter Nin stood up. Zabuza began laughing in amusement. "What?" Sasuke asked. His eyes widened as chakra built up around the hunter Nin. The hunter Nin made a single hand seal, and the water around Sasuke began building up into a dome around him, turning into ice. "Crystal ice mirrors," the hunter Nin said. The hunter Nin merged into the ice mirrors, his reflection appearing inside the dome on every mirror. "What is that?" Sakura exclaimed. "Damn it," Kakashi said. Kakashi ran forward to help Sasuke, only for Zabuza to appear directly in front of him. "I'm your opponent," Zabuza said. "Now then, I'll start," the hunter Nin said. Ice needles from every direction flew at Sasuke. Sasuke shielded himself the best he could, but the needles still struck him. "Sasuke!" Itachi exclaimed. Itachi made to run forward only for Zabuza to block his way as well. "You're not going anywhere either, Uchiha," Zabuza said. Sakura clenched her fists as Sasuke's shouts of pain rang through the air. "Sorry, Tazuna, but I have to help him," she exclaimed. Tazuna nodded. "Sure, go," he said. Sakura rushed forward, pulling out a kunai. "Sasuke!" she shouted, throwing the kunai to him. Sasuke looked up to see the kunai flying towards him. Suddenly, a hand came out of the nearest mirror and caught the kunai. The hunter Nin looked at him. Suddenly, there was a whoosh and something hit the hunter Nin, sending him flying back from the mirror dome. Shio appeared. "Shio!" Sakura exclaimed. "Sasuke, you okay?" Shio asked. "I'm fine," Sasuke said, wincing from the many cuts he had all over his body. "What took you so long?" "Well, I woke up just in time to save Miss Tsunami and her son from getting kidnapped by these thugs. I came here as soon as I could," Shio said. Shio put her hands together. "Shadow clone." "Oh no you don't," Zabuza growled, throwing kunai at the redhead. The hunter Nin threw Sunban at the kunai, knocking them to the ground. Shio blinked in shock. "What?" Zabuza asked, narrowing his eyes at his partner. "Zabuza, please leave this boy to me. I will fight him my own way," the hunter Nin said. Zabuza ched. "That mask," Shio said. "You were Zabuza's partner after all. You've got some nerve to impersonate something you aren't." "Please don't take it personally," the hunter Nin said. "You don't get to say that," Sasuke said, throwing a kunai at him. The hunter Nin dodged it easily before turning his head to Sasuke. "I'd hope you would go down quietly, but it seems that is not the case." "Fine, I'll have to put an end to it," he said. The hunter Nin went back into the mirrors, his reflection in all the mirrors. A split second later, the needles were flying at him again. Sasuke had no way to dodge any of the needles. He looked at Shio. "The only way is for someone to destroy it from the outside," he muttered. Suddenly, Shio was right in front of him. Yo, I came to save you, Sasuke, Shio said. Sasuke reared back in surprise. You idiot, Sasuke exclaimed. Move more cautiously. Are you not a ninja? Geez, what's with you? Shio exclaimed. I came to rescue you. If you come into the mirror dome, you're trapped, Sasuke said. Sasuke stood up. The only way now is to smash the mirrors, he said. He weaved a series of hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu, he exclaimed. He blew a stream of fire at the mirrors, but the fire barely affected the ice mirrors. What? He exclaimed. The hunter Nin held up more needles. The mirrors will not melt with that level of fire jutsu, he said. The mirrors glowed, white before another volley of needles flew at them. Shio grunted in pain. Shadow clone jutsu, she exclaimed. Siono, Sasuke exclaimed. Shio and her clones leapt at the mirrors. A dark figure flew out of the mirrors, and all the shadow clones disappeared at the same time. Shio fell back to the ground. Damn, she hissed. The hunter Nin appeared in front of them. This is a teleportation jutsu that uses mirrors that can reflect only my image. The hunter Nin explained. Shio clenched her fists. Damn it, she repeated. I can't die here yet. I still have to fulfill my dream. I still have to become a great kunoichi. I still have to find my brother and bring him to justice. I can't die here. The hunter Nin looked slightly taken back. Dream, he muttered. The hunter Nin looked at Shio. I want to protect the person dearest to me, he said. I work for the sake of that person. I fight for that person. I want to make his dream a reality. That's my dream. The hunter Nin held up a sharp needle. And to help that person fulfill his dream, I will kill you, he exclaimed. Kakashi narrowed his eye. Even if they did manage to break through that technique, there's no way they'll be able to detect that shinobi, he said. What are we going to do then, sensei? Sakura exclaimed. I've got no choice, Kakashi said. He lifted his forehead protector up, revealing his Sharingan once more. Very well then, Itachi said. Itachi's Sharingan activated once more. Zabuza huffed. The Sharingan again, he asked. You two are rather unimaginative. Zabuza rushed forward, whipping out a kunai. He aimed at Kakashi's Sharingan, and Kakashi covered his eye with his hand just before Zabuza's kunai could destroy it. Even if you could beat me, you couldn't beat my partner, he said. Since he was a kid, I've been training him in the battle techniques of the ninja. He has no heart and has abandoned the notion of life. He's a fighting machine known as a shinobi. Shio got up painfully and slowly. I'm not one to be afraid just because I failed once. I'll do it as many times as I have to. Shadow clone jutsu, Shio shouted. Shio, stop it, Sasuke exclaimed. It was too late. Shio and her clones attacked the mirrors only for her to fail once more. Sasuke ran over to her. Shio, stop, he said. Your plan obviously isn't working. Zabuza looked between Kakashi and Itachi. What was it you said before? The same jutsu won't work on me twice, Zabuza said. Zabuza held up one hand. Ninja art, hidden mist jutsu, he said. Thick mist quickly covered them, and Zabuza disappeared into the mist. Itachi looked everywhere. Sakura, stay with Tazuna, Kakashi ordered. All right, Sakura exclaimed. Sakura quickly ran back to Tazuna, looking around nervously. In the dome, Shio rushed at one mirror to destroy it. Sasuke quickly weaved a series of hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu, he said quickly. He blew a stream of fire at the moving black figure. He moved his attack to several places, following the black figure. Finally, the hunter Nin grunted as his pant leg caught on fire. The hunter Nin made it back into one of his mirrors. Sasuke smirked. Itachi and Kakashi stood back to back. Kakashi inhaled sharply suddenly and blocked a flurry of kunai. Good job blocking, Zabuza said. The two turned to see Zabuza behind them. But you rely on the Sharingan too much, Zabuza said. Zabuza disappeared into the thick mist once again. First vanish into the thick fog to make your Sharingan useless. They heard Zabuza's voice echo around them. Suddenly, Kakashi was kicked back. Kakashi, Itachi exclaimed. Did you forget? I am a genius in silent killing, a technique to find the target just by sound, Zabuza said. Itachi tensed and whirled around, blocking another attack from Zabuza. Nice reflexes, Uchiha, Zabuza said, but that won't be enough to keep you alive. Zabuza disappeared again. Itachi ched. This is starting to get on my nerves, Itachi said. Stay calm, Itachi, Kakashi said. How are Sasuke and Shio? Itachi asked. We'll just have to hope they're fine, Kakashi said. We have our own opponent to worry about right now, Itachi. Can you stand, Shio? Sasuke asked. I'm fine, Shio said. The Hunter Nin made to attack. Sasuke followed his movement, already weaving the signs for the fire jutsu. Shio, get out of here and attack the dome from outside, he shouted. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke blew his attack at the Hunter Nin. The Hunter Nin glanced at him and threw a needle at him. Sasuke grunted as the needle hit his shoulder. Shio ran towards the outside of the dome. The Hunter Nin produced several needles. I will get you first, he exclaimed. The needle struck Sasuke's knee and then his arms and chest. Sasuke, Shio exclaimed. More needles struck Shio while she was distracted. Suddenly, they heard a scream. That sounded like Sakura, Shio said weakly. We have to get out of here and help her. Shio struggled to her feet and put her hands together. Chakra built up around her, and Shio charged at the dome. Sasuke's eyes widened. Shio, behind you, he shouted. Shio turned, only to be hit by needles. She cried out in pain and was flung back. Shio, Sasuke exclaimed, running towards her. More needles flew at them. Sasuke gritted his teeth and grabbed a nearby needle on the ground and used it to parry the needles flying at him. He winced as he put pressure on his injured knee. The Hunter Nin sent needles at Shio, but Sasuke shoved Shio out of the way. Shio, get up, he exclaimed. I can't cover for you forever. Who asked you to? Shio said, grunting in pain. Shio suddenly collapsed to the ground. Sasuke's eyes widened. You move well, the Hunter Nin said, but I'll stop you. Sasuke was surrounded by the reflections of the Hunter Nin. You are at your limit now, the Hunter Nin said. The Hunter Nin aimed at Shio. Sasuke reacted instantly, picking up Shio and moving out of the way before the needles could hit them. What? The Hunter Nin exclaimed. Sasuke looked up, his Sharingan active. Those eyes, it can't be, the Hunter Nin said. The Sharingan. The Hunter Nin huffed slightly. So, you also have the power of a bloodline limit, he said. The Hunter Nin pulled out more needles and abruptly threw them at Shio. Sasuke ran towards her and the needle struck him. Shio looked up and her eyes widened in horror. Sasuke, why? She asked. You protected me, why? Sasuke looked at her, blood dripping from his mouth. How the hell should I know? Sasuke replied. You're the most annoying and irritating person I've ever met. Then why? Shio demanded. I don't know. My body just moved, Sasuke said, his voice growing weaker. Sasuke fell backwards. Shio rushed forward and caught him, lowering the Uchiha to the ground gently. Sasuke, Shio shouted. Shio, don't die, all right? Sasuke choked out. His arm dropped and his eyes fluttered close. Shio shook him desperately. Sasuke, she screamed. How unfortunate. He was a shinobi worthy of respect, the Hunter Nin said. Tell me, is this the first time you've seen a friend die in front of you? You should get used to it. This is the way of the ninja. Shio sobbed. Sasuke, why? She choked out. Shio began shaking in anger. I won't forgive you, she growled. Chakra began to build up around Shio. Suddenly, red chakra exploded around Shio. Shio turned to face the Hunter Nin. I'll kill you, she shouted. Her blue eyes turned red, and her whisker marks thickened as the red chakra coiled around her and formed a fox above her. Shio's wounds healed immediately. The Hunter Nin gasped. Itachi, Kakashi, and Zabuza looked over. What is that chakra? Zabuza demanded. Shio, Kakashi muttered. Itachi, what is that? Sakura asked nervously. You already know Shio has the Kyuubi no Kitsune sealed in her. She's lost control, Itachi said. So that's the QB, Sakura said, turning her attention back to Shio. Shio yelled in rage and lunged at the mirrors. The hunter Nin threw needles at him, but Shio dispelled them with a flare of red chakra. The hunter Nin made to escape to another mirror only for Shio to catch his ankle. Shio yelled as she drew her fist back and punched the hunter Nin, sending him flying back. The hunter Nin hit a mirror, smashing it to pieces. The hunter Nin's mask broke as he stood up. The dome of mirrors completely shattered. Shio lunged forward, intent on killing the hunter Nin. The hunter Nin looked up as Shio's clawed fingers aimed for his throat. The mask slipped off his face and Shio's eyes widened in shock. Her claws stopped mere inches from the hunter Nin's throat. "You," Shio said. "You were in the forest?" "Haku." Haku looked at her. "Why did you stop?" he asked. "I am your enemy, correct?" "Damn it," Shio said, punching him in the face. Haku stumbled back before looking at Shio again. "Zabuza has no use for a weak shinobi," he said. "You took away my reason for existence." "Is that man the only person special to you?" Shio exclaimed. "A long time ago, I had other people special to me, my parents. They worked on a small farm. I was happy then. They were happy then. But then my father killed my mother. Then he tried to kill me," Haku said. "What, why?" Shio asked. "People that had bloodline limits were hated and feared in the land of water," Haku said. "After the war was over, they decided to hide their special powers. If anyone found out, only death awaited them. My mother had a bloodline limit. She kept it secret from my father. I inherited that bloodline limit from her. However, my father discovered our powers. He tried to kill me after killing my mother. I killed him first. After that, I knew that my existence didn't matter to anyone else in the world. If someone comes along and accepts you for who you are, no one could be more important to you than that person. Don't you agree with me, Shio?" Haku looked at his hands. "For me, that person is Zabuza," he said. "I only exist for him now. My power belongs to him." A single tear streamed down Haku's cheek. "I was so happy to find a place," he said. "Zabuza gave me a purpose to live. But now—" Haku looked at her. "Shio," he said, "I want you to kill me." "What?" Shio asked. "Zabuza does not need a useless weapon," Haku said. "I have failed him." Haku saw it. "Shio, I hope you find your brother one day. He really does sound like a good person. Don't lose hope on him just yet," Haku said. "Something tells me you will see him soon." "Haku," Shio trailed off. Haku closed his eyes. "Now, Shio, please kill me," he said. Meanwhile, Kakashi used his ninja hounds to attack Zabuza. Zabuza grunted as the hounds burst from the ground, taking him by surprise. They bit down on his ankles, keeping him from moving. "These are my adorable ninja hounds," Kakashi said. "Their sense of smell is without equal. You're the one who played right in my hands, Zabuza. There's nothing you can do in this situation. Your death is certain now." Kakashi held up his hand. "Itachi, help Sakura protect Tizuna," Kakashi said. "I'll take care of things here." Chakra began to build up around Kakashi. "Here's something I didn't copy," Kakashi said. "A jutsu of my own." Itachi's eyes widened slightly, and he leapt back a little. Kakashi put his hands together and performed hand seals. Lightning crackled around him, the central point being in Kakashi's palm. A ball of lightning and chakra formed. "You will die now, Zabuza," Kakashi said. Kakashi ran forward and was about to plunge his hand through Zabuza's chest when Haku appeared out of nowhere. Haku choked as Kakashi's hand went through his chest instead. Zabuza's eyes widened. Shio ran over. "What the hell is going on over here?" she gasped. Haku placed his hand over Kakashi's, preventing Kakashi from moving away as blood spilled from his mouth. Zabuza chuckled. "You did good, Haku," he said. Zabuza swung his sword. Kakashi's eyes widened as he tried to remove his hand, but Haku held on to him with every bit of strength he had left even as the light died from his eyes. Even in his final moment, "He gave me such a perfect opportunity," Zabuza exclaimed. Kakashi grabbed Haku and leapt up, avoiding Zabuza's attack. Kakashi landed a little ways away. Haku's eyes were still opened, but were lifeless now. Kakashi looked at him and gently closed Haku's eyes. Huckle, meal brated. Shio, where's Sasuke? Sakura called. Shio stiffened before looking away. Sakura, I'm sorry, she said quietly. Sakura's eyes widened in horror. Sakura, go to Sasuke, Itachi said. I will stay with Tazuna. Sakura immediately rushed over. She came to a stop before Sasuke's body. Sasuke, she choked. Sakura fell to her knees and struggled to hold back her tears. A shinobi must never show his true feelings under any circumstance, no matter what. The mission always comes first. A ninja must have the strength of character never to shed tears. Sakura choked out. That's what it means to become a ninja, right? Sakura threw herself over Sasuke's body and began sobbing. Sasuke, she cried, you can't be dead. Shio looked away as Sakura continued to sob heavily. Itachi clenched his fists, not moving from Tazuna's side. Little brother, Itachi breathed. Damn you, Zabuza suddenly shouted. Zabuza charged at Kakashi. Kakashi fended him off with a punch. Zabuza growled angrily as he swung the sword again. Kakashi dodged it and appeared behind Zabuza. Goodbye, demon, Kakashi said, swinging a kunai at Zabuza. Kakashi looked to the side, where Zabuza swung his sword backwards at him. Kakashi's kunai hit Zabuza's arm, and he was forced to leap back before the giant's sword hit him. Kakashi landed a little ways from Zabuza. Both of your arms have been disabled now. You can't even weave a sign now, Kakashi said. Zabuza glared at him. Suddenly, he stiffened and turned his head slightly. They all turned to see a short old man wearing a suit and sunglasses and a cast on one arm. The man was surrounded by a crowd of thugs. Gato, Zabuza growled. Gato ched. You disappoint me, Zabuza, Gato said. Zabuza straightened up and turned to face Gato. Kakashi, I'm sorry, but our fight ends here, Zabuza said. Gato walked up to where Haku's body lay motionless. That reminds me, Gato said. I owe him something. He squeezed my arm until it broke. He nudged Haku's face with the tip of his cane. Shio growled and raced forward. What the hell do you think you're doing? She shouted. Kakashi grabbed her. Stop, Shio. Don't act so recklessly, Kakashi exclaimed. Shio shook him off and looked at Zabuza. Say something. He was your comrade, right? Shio shouted. Shut up, Zabuza said. Haku is already dead. What? Shio asked. Shinobi are just tools. What I wanted from Haku were his skills, not Haku himself, Zabuza said. He looked up to you. Do you feel nothing at all? Shio shouted. Shio clenched her fists. When a person becomes as strong as you, does that person really behave like you? Shio asked. To die as a tool, that's too painful. How can you not feel anything when Haku sacrificed everything for you? How can you be so heartless? Tears streamed down her face. Haku didn't deserve this, and you know that. He was a good person. He gave me hope that my brother isn't lost yet. He told me to keep hoping that my brother was still a good person, that he had a good reason for betraying Konoha. Haku wasn't just a tool. He was a human being. He saved your life, and you're just standing there, letting that vile man defile his body. Shio shouted. Itachi looked up at her words, but he didn't say anything. Zabuza began trembling slightly. Shio's eyes widened slightly when she saw that Zabuza was crying. Don't say anything anymore, he said. Haku, he wasn't just thinking about me. He was feeling pain inside for you while he battled you guys too. Zabuza suddenly ripped the bandages from around his face. I've lost, he said. Zabuza looked at Shio. Hey kid, give me a kunai, Zabuza said. Shio nodded and tossed him a kunai. Zabuza caught it between his teeth and shot forward. Gato stumbled back. What? He exclaimed in shock. Gato scrambled to hide behind the thugs. Enough! Take them down, he shouted. But it was too late. Zabuza was already on top of them, killing the thugs left and right with just the kunai between his teeth. Zabuza cut through the crowd. Gato was at the back, intent on escaping before Zabuza got to him. Gato looked back, and his eyes widened as he saw Zabuza run towards him. Zabuza impaled him with a kunai. Gato coughed out blood. Zabuza let go of the kunai as he was impaled by several weapons by the thugs. Zabuza struggled to stay standing. I don't intend on going to the same place as Haku, Zabuza said. Zabuza managed to walk closer to Gato, towering over the smaller man. You're going to hell with me, Zabuza growled. He grabbed the kunai, still stabbed into Gato, and wrenched it out before slashing at Gato 2 more times. He whirled around and kicked Gato, sending him flying over the edge, screaming. Zabuza panted as he turned to face the rest of the thugs. They all parted for him out of fear. Zabuza released the kunai from between his teeth, the weapon clattering to the ground softly. Zabuza swayed as he looked at Haku's body. Haku, he choked out. Zabuza took a couple steps forward, but his legs lost strength and he crumbled to his knees. He looked up and tried to get to his feet, but he collapsed to the ground face down, unable to move now. In the distance, he could hear Sakura's cries of joy when Sasuke finally regained consciousness. Kakashi walked over to him. He picked up Zabuza and carried him over to Haku. Kakashi placed him down gently next to Haku before walking a few paces away. Zabuza turned his head to look at Haku, taking in the boy's peaceful face despite being splattered with blood. Haku, he said, you are always by my side. The least I can do for you is be by your side in the end. Zabuza touched a hand to Haku's face and felt a tear stream down his face. Thank you, Haku, he breathed before closing his eyes and taking his last breath. Chapter 10, Chunin Exams. It had been a month since the mission to the Land of Waves. Sasuke had recovered from the injuries he had gained from the battle. Good news, guys, Kakashi said. The Chunin exams are coming up, and I've signed 3 of you up. You think we're ready? Sasuke asked. You're coming along nicely in your training. If you don't pass the Chunin exams this year, you will at least know what to expect for next year, Kakashi said. I guess it's worth a try, Shio said. The exams are in 2 weeks, Kakashi said. Genin teams from the other villages will be coming to Konoha. A week later, several other Genin teams were in Konoha for the exams. Wow, Shio said, looking around. There are a lot of teams this year. Hey look, the Kazekage, Sakura exclaimed. I wonder why a Genin team is following the Kazekage, Shio wondered. The Kazekage passed them. Temari, Kankuro, where is your brother? The Kazekage asked. Sorry, father, but we lost track of him, the girl Temari said. What? The Kazekage exclaimed. Find Gaara now. We can't afford to have any of his episodes happening right now. Yes, father, Temari and Kankuro said in unison for rushing away. I guess that answers your question, Sasuke said. Yeah, Shio said. Come on, let's go help them find this Gaara person. Before Sakura and Sasuke could stop her, Shio raced off after the 2 siblings. Hey, wait up, Shio shouted. Temari and Kankuro stopped and looked at her. Who are you? What do you want? Kankuro demanded. Geez, I just wanted to help you, Shio said. I couldn't help but overhear you were searching for your brother. Let me help you find him. Temari and Kankuro looked at each other uncertainly. Sasuke and Sakura caught up to Shio. Well, I guess it would be faster if we had help, Temari said. Thank you for helping us. I am Shio Namikaze. These are my teammates Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha, Shio said. I am Temari. This is my younger brother Kankuro. We're from Suna, Temari said. We're looking for our youngest brother, Gaara. What does he look like? Sakura asked. He has crimson red hair, pale green eyes, and this red tattoo above his left eye. He looks like he hasn't slept in months. Oh, and he carries a large gourd on his back all the time, Kankuro said. Shouldn't be too hard to find if he's carrying a large gourd then, Shio said. Oh, you'll know him when you see him, Kankuro said. He stand out a lot. They walked around, looking for Gaara. They heard a cry of pain. What was that? Shio exclaimed. Without waiting for an answer, the red-headed Genin raced over to the sound. The others followed her. They saw 3 kids. Konohamaru, Moegi, Udon, Shio exclaimed. And Gaara, Temari exclaimed, pointing. Team 7 looked over to see a kid that matched the description of Gaara perfectly. Gaara looked absolutely murderous. Gaara, stop it, Temari shouted. Gaara looked over, his pale green eyes glaring intensely at her. That's enough, Gaara, Temari said. We need to get to the testing hall now. Gaara said nothing. He just walked slowly towards them, his murderous glare intensifying. Thanks for helping us find him, Kankuro said. He's not exactly the most agreeable of people. The three left. That guy is strange, Shio said. Sasuke asked. Shio nodded. There's something about him that makes my skin crawl, Shio said. He's off somehow. I don't know how to explain it. Shio rubbed her stomach where the seal was. Is the QB reacting? Sasuke asked. Shio nodded. He's restless, but he's not telling me what's wrong, she said. Sakura hummed. Something tells me we're going to find out soon, she said. They reached the testing hall and took a seat. At the back, there was a fight going on between teams, mostly from sound. A Jounin came into the hall suddenly. Everyone shut up, the Jounin commanded. Everyone fell quiet. I am Ibiki Marino, your proctor as well as your worst enemy from this moment on, the Jounin said. Ibiki pointed at the Genin team from sound. You candidates from the village hidden in the sound, Ibiki said. Who said you could fight? Do you want to be failed before the exams even begin? Sorry, sir, one sound Genin said. This is our first time. We're just a little jumpy. That's all. Ibiki ched. I'll only say this once. There will be no combat between candidates. You will not attack each other without permission from a proctor, Ibiki said. And even then, the use of fatal force is strictly prohibited. Anyone who thinks about messing with me will be disqualified immediately. Everyone shivered. Am I clear? Ibiki demanded. Yes, sir, everyone exclaimed. Good, let's get started then, Ibiki said. Ibiki picked up a piece of chalk. Listen up, everyone, he said. There are a few rules you will want to know. I will only say them once, and there will be no questions allowed. Ibiki began writing. Rule number 1. The written part of the exam is conducted on a point reduction system. Contrary to what some of you are used to, you will all begin the test with a perfect score of 10 points. 1 point will be deducted for each answer you get wrong. For example, if you miss 3, your final score will be 7. Ibiki said. Shio frowned thoughtfully. Rule number 2. Teams will pass or fail based on the total scores of all 3 members. Ibiki said. What? Everyone exclaimed. You mean we all get scored as a team? Sakura exclaimed. Silence, Ibiki snapped. I have my reasons, so shut up and listen. Everyone fell silent. Rule number 3. The sentinels you see positioned around the room are there to watch you carefully for any signs of cheating. For every incident they see, 2 points will be subtracted from the culprit's score. Ibiki looked at them intensely. Be warned, their eyes are extremely sharp. If they catch you cheating 5 times, you will be dismissed before the tests are even scored. Anyone who's stupid enough to be caught by one of the sentinels for cheating doesn't deserve to be here. Ibiki said, if you even want to be considered as a ninja, then show us how exceptional your skills as a ninja are. Everyone began to shuffle uncomfortably. Oh, and one more thing, Ibiki said. If any candidate gets a 0 and fails the test, the entire team fails. Shio blanched as Sakura and Sasuke turned murderous glares to her. Shio shuddered and hugged herself, whimpering. Shio, Hinata asked in concern. Are you okay? Jay, just fine, Hinata, Shio said. The final question of the test won't be given out until 15 minutes before the end of the testing period. You will have 1 hour total, Ibiki said. Ibiki looked at the clock. Begin, he shouted as soon as the second hand hit 12. Everyone turned over their papers and began the test. Finally, only 15 minutes remained on the test. Everyone listen up, Ibiki said. The rules for this last question are unique, so listen carefully and try not to let them frighten you. Everyone looked uneasy. Some genin even found their hands shaking slightly. They all knew something was off about their proctor. Rule number 1. Each of you is free to choose not to be given the final question. It is your decision. Ibiki said. Wait a second. What's the catch? Temari exclaimed. If we decide not to do the final question, what happens to us? If you choose not to take the final question, regardless of your answers to the other 9 questions, you'll get a 0. Ibiki said. He smirked. In other words, you fail, Ibiki said. And of course, that also means your entire team fails as well. What are you talking about? One Jinin exclaimed. If we fail by not choosing to answer the final question, then of course we'll have to do it, another exclaimed. Not so fast. You didn't let me finish, Ibiki said. Everyone swallowed nervously. If you do choose to answer the final question, but get the answer wrong, you will not only fail, you will be forbidden to take the Chunin exams ever again, Ibiki finished. Kiba stood up. That's not fair. What kind of rule is that? He exclaimed. Ibiki chuckled darkly. You don't have to take the final question if you don't want to. If you're not feeling confident, then by all means, skip it. You can come back next year and try again, he said. Ibiki laughed again. Well then, if you are ready, the 10th and final question, Ibiki said. Those who don't want to take it, raise your hands. Your number will be recorded and then you're free to go. The room was silent as tension filled the room. Shio was grinding her teeth together nervously. Sakura and Sasuke looked determined. Ibiki looked around. Well, anyone, he asked. Nobody raised their hand. Ibiki smirked. Now is your last chance to back out, he said. If you fail, you and your team will remain Genin for the rest of your lives. Shio suddenly stood up. Everyone looked at her. Shio, what are you doing? Sakura asked. Shio looked at Ibiki with a determined look in her eyes. No way in hell I'm quitting now, she exclaimed. I already came this far. I'm going to see this through to the end. As if a string had been cut, the tension in the room disappeared. Everyone relaxed, and their eyes filled with determination. Ibiki blinked before huffing. He looked at the sentinels. They all smiled and nodded. Ibiki turned back to the Genin teams. Well then, I admire your determination, Ibiki said. For those of you remaining, there's only one thing left to do, and that is for me to tell you that you've all passed the first exam. Everyone blinked in surprise. We did it, Shio said. Everyone broke out in cheers of relief. Shio hugged Sakura and Sasuke. We did it. We passed the first part. Oh, I thought we were done for, the redhead exclaimed. Suddenly, something broke the window and Kanai pierced the ceiling, hanging a banner up. Someone appeared in front of the banner. Heads up, boys and girls. This is no time to be celebrating. I'll be your next proctor, Anko Mitarashi. Chapter 11, Forest of Death. The room was silent in shock. Anko smirked. Are you ready for the second test? Good. Follow me, Anko shouted. Everyone looked at her in bewilderment, not knowing what to say. Ibiki stepped out from behind the banner, not looking amused at all. You're early again, he said. Anko blushed in embarrassment. Whoops, she said. Anko looked at the remaining Genins. There's a lot this year, Ibiki, she said. Your test must have been too easy. You're going soft, aren't you? Ibiki sighed in slight annoyance. Or maybe it is because this year's candidates are exceptionally strong, he said. Anko laughed. Well, when I'm done with them, there'll be less than half of them left, she exclaimed. Sakura looked panicked. What? She exclaimed. Anko grinned sadistically. This is going to be fun, she said. All right then, listen up, maggots. Things will be different from here on out starting tomorrow morning. I'll let your Jounin instructors tell you where to meet me. Dismissed. All of the Genin found Anko outside a fenced-in forest. Shio frowned and looked around nervously. They could hear the buzzing of insects and chirping birds from inside the fenced-in forest. Anko smirked. This place is called the Forest of Death, Anko said. You'll soon realize why it is called that. Suddenly, Anko whipped out a kunai and threw it. Shio's eyes widened when she felt the sharp tip cut her cheek. Anko was suddenly behind her, dipping a finger into the blood dripping from the cut. She licked it, making Shio shudder. A kid like you dies at the very beginning, dappled with the red blood I like, Anko said softly. Don't think you're special just because you're the Hokage's kid. Suddenly, Anko tensed and drew another kunai. One of the sound ninja appeared over her shoulder, holding the first kunai in an elongated tongue. I'm returning your kunai, the sound ninja said. Thanks for getting all the trouble. But don't stand behind me, Anko said, smiling. I can tell you're thirsty for blood. Anko took the kunai back, and the sound ninja backed away. Anko walked to the front and pulled out a stack of papers. Before you can take the second part of the Chunin exams, you have to sign this, Anko said. Why? Shio asked. From here on out, dead bodies are going to come out of this forest, and so I have to get your consent to that, Anko said, smiling cheerfully. Or else, it'll be my responsibility. Everyone looked at her nervously, and Anko laughed at them. Then she pulled out a scroll, revealing a small map on it when it unrolled. First, I'll give you step-by-step instruction on the terrain of this training field, Anko said. Training field number 44 is surrounded by 44 locked entrance gates. There are rivers and obviously the forest, as well as a tower in the middle. Anko pulled out 2 scrolls. Your task is to find these 2 scrolls and then make your way to the tower within 5 days. I want you to fight for them, the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll. 13 teams get the Heaven Scroll, and the other 13 get the Earth Scroll. I will hand 1 scroll to each team. You must acquire the other scroll from another team by any means necessary, Anko said, holding up the 2 scrolls. Anko lowered the scrolls. And now, I will tell you how you can get disqualified, she said. Number 1. If all 3 members of your team can't make it to the tower with both scrolls within the time limit, you are disqualified. Number 2. If a team loses a member or if a team member becomes incapacitated, you are disqualified. That is it. Anko smiled. Right then, sign this consent paper and you'll be given a scroll, Anko said. After everyone handed in their consent forms and got a scroll, they stood in front of Anko once more. We'll start at the same time in 30 minutes, Anko announced. Everyone get to a gate. Everyone walked to one of the 44 entrances, which took up most of the 30 minutes. Anko looked at her watch. Anko, everyone is ready at their gate, one Chunin said. Good, Anko said. Anko watched the second hand tick. And begin, she yelled. Every team rushed through the gates and into the forest of death. Shio grinned. All right, let's go, she exclaimed. Yeah, Sakura exclaimed. Sasuke just smirked. It was eerie inside the forest. Wow, this place is creepy, Shio said, shuddering. They walked around, constantly on guard for an attack. I'm tired, Shio said, and I need to go to the bathroom. Go behind the bushes, Shio, Sakura said. Shio grumbled as she disappeared behind the bushes. Sasuke looked around warily. About 5 minutes later, Shio came back. She stretched. Ugh, I'm so tired, she complained. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at her. Abruptly, he lunged forward, kicking Shio back. Shio grunted as she hit a tree. Sasuke, why'd you do that? Sakura exclaimed in alarm. Who are you? Sasuke demanded. You're not the real Shio. What are you talking about? Sakura asked. Shio stood up. The cut on your face from when Anko cut you with a kunai is gone, Sasuke said. It can't have healed that fast, even with that. Shio scoffed. Guess it can't be helped then, Shio said, pulling out a kunai. You're even worse at transformation than Shio, Sasuke said. Where's the real Shio? The fake Shio disappeared in a puff of smoke, revealing one of the enemies. The enemy, Jinin, rushed forward. Sasuke leapt into the air, doing a series of lightning fast hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, he said. Several fire blasts flew towards the enemy ninja. Sasuke spotted Shio tied down behind a bush. He threw a couple of kunai, cutting the ropes restraining Shio. Shio got free as Sasuke and the other Jinin clashes kunai. The two leapt apart. Sasuke landed and the other appeared behind him abruptly, laughing in triumph. Sasuke looked at him, his Sharingan activated. The enemy Jinin's eyes widened when he felt something behind him. He dodged a kunai, flying at him only for Sasuke to come after him with a second kunai. The Jinin grunted as he was injured. He retreated quickly. Sasuke landed and went to check on Sakura and Shio. We need to be careful from now on. We can't just trust our appearances anymore. We have to come up with a way to prove we are who we say we are. The enemy will no doubt use a transformation jutsu to get close to us, Sasuke said. Shio nodded in agreement. All right, so what do we do? Sakura asked. We need a password. Sasuke. What kind of password? Shio asked. Something only the 3 of us will know, Sasuke said. Don't trust anyone who doesn't know the password, no matter what. We can't take that risk. The 2 kunoichi nodded. Okay, listen closely. I'll only say this once. The question will be, when does a ninja strike? Sasuke said. The answer is, a ninja waits until the time is right, when the enemy sleeps and drops his guard, when his weapons lie forgotten in the stillness of the night. That is the moment for a ninja to strike. Got it? Sakura nodded. Got it, she said. A ninja waits until the time is right, when the enemy sleeps and drops his guard. Shio paused. Shio groaned in frustration. That's too long, Shio exclaimed. Could you say it again, and slower this time? Sakura sighed and shook her head. How about we have a shorter password? Shio suggested. Shio, it's an easy password, Sakura exclaimed. I memorized it easily. Shio scowled at her. Fine, fine, I got it, she exclaimed. I just didn't expect it to be some kind of speech. Sasuke ignored her comment and stood up. I'll take the scroll, he said. Hang on a moment, Shio protested. Shio suddenly hissed in pain, touching her cheek. Ow, she exclaimed. Suddenly, a huge gust of wind hit them. What the hell is this? Shio exclaimed. The three were blown apart. Sasuke was hiding inside a bush when he heard footsteps. He stepped out and saw Sakura. He glanced over his shoulder to see Sakura. Sakura, Sasuke said. Sasuke, Sakura exclaimed, running towards him. Sasuke brandished his kunai. Stay there. First answer the question, Sasuke said. When does a ninja strike? All right, Sakura said. A ninja waits until the time is right, when the enemy sleeps and drops his guard, when his weapons lie forgotten in the stillness of the night. That is the moment for a ninja to strike. Sasuke nodded. Good, he said. Hey, they heard Shio shout. Are you guys okay? Sakura and Sasuke tensed up as Shio ran towards them. Don't come any closer, Sakura exclaimed. What's the password? No problem, Shio said. A ninja waits until the time is right, when the enemy sleeps and drops his guard, when his weapons lie forgotten in the stillness of the night. That is the moment for a ninja to strike. Sakura sighed in relief. Sasuke tensed and threw his kunai at Shio. Shio yelped as she leapt to the side to avoid the kunai. What was that for? Shio yelped. You're a lot smarter than the last one, Sasuke said. What are you talking about? Shio said the password correctly, Sakura exclaimed. That's the problem, Sasuke said. Just before we got separated, Shio couldn't even say half of it and then said it was too long. And now, she said it perfectly, word for word. Shio smirked evilly, licking her lips sinisterly. Aren't you just a clever one? She said. The fake Shio disappeared in a large puff of smoke, and one of the ninjas from grass appeared. The grass ninja sighed. Why didn't you make the password shorter? The grass ninja asked. Sasuke smirked. I knew you were listening to our conversation, he said. I purposely made the password that long because I know Shio all too well. It takes her a while to memorize things fully. She can't do it within a couple of seconds. The most she could memorize is half that password. So if she said it word for word, it is obvious she is an imposter. It was a trap, and you fell for it. The grass ninja smirked. Impressive, she said, licking her lips. This will be very entertaining indeed. The grass ninja pulled out a scroll with the kanji for earth on it. Sakura gasped slightly. The grass ninja hummed. You would love to get this scroll, wouldn't you? She stated. It would go nicely with your heaven scroll. The grass ninja lifted the scroll up and wrapped her abnormally long tongue around it and pushed it into her mouth, swallowing the scroll whole. Sakura and Sasuke grimaced in disgust. When this is over, the grass ninja said when she finished, one of us will have both scrolls, and the other will be dead. Suddenly, they were hit by something that froze their limbs. Their backs hit the tree, unable to move a muscle. Sasuke fell forward and managed to sit up. His limbs felt paralyzed. He looked over to Sakura. As Sakura, he managed to ask. Sakura was completely paralyzed. Her eyes were wide in terror. Sasuke cursed inwardly as he turned back to look at the grass ninja. The grass ninja smirked wider. Sasuke knew it wasn't a genjutsu. It was something else, coupled with the enemy's bloodlust. You're paralyzed with fear, the grass ninja said, laughing. Sasuke forced his hand to move, shakily getting out a kunai from his pouch. He forced himself to stand up. Don't worry, I'll make your deaths quick, the grass ninja said, stalking forward with 2 kunai. Sasuke lifted the kunai and stabbed himself in the leg, his Sharingan activating automatically. The pain overwhelmed the paralyzing fear and allowed Sasuke to move. The grass ninja threw 2 kunai at them. Sasuke grabbed the still-frozen Sakura and leapt out of there just before the kunai could hit them in the head and kill them. Meanwhile, Shio had just recovered from being knocked into a tree. She groaned, rubbing her head. "Where am I?" she asked out loud. Shio looked around. "I wonder where Sasuke and Sakura are," she said. Shio heard a hissing sound. She froze and looked up to see a huge snake. "A snake!" Shio yelped. It's huge." The snake hissed loudly before lunging forward. Shio got up and jumped out of the way. The snake grabbed her from behind, wrapping around her tightly. "Damn it," Shio exclaimed. The snake swallowed her in one gulp. Let me out," Shio shouted. She managed to grab a kunai and began stabbing the snake's innards. She was covered in spit and being squished by the snake's inner muscles. She stabbed over and over again. "Come on, spit me out," Shio gritted out. She saw her pouch not too far away and reached into it. "Come on, what do I have?" she muttered. She pulled out a rice ball and dropped it. "Eat the rice ball instead," she exclaimed. "It's tastier than me." It melted immediately. Shio exclaimed. The muscles pushed her deeper down the snake. "No, let me out," Shio shouted, trying to grip onto something. Her efforts were futile. The inside of the snake was just too slippery. Suddenly, Shio got an idea. She put her hands together despite the cramped space. "Shadow clone jutsu," she shouted. She summoned dozens of clones, making the snake expand outwards. Finally, the snake exploded and Shio was released. She dispelled the shadow clones and wiped the snake fluids off her face. "Stupid snake," Shio said. Shio ran off to find her team. Sasuke and Sakura were resting. Sasuke gritted his teeth as he wrenched the kunai out of his leg. "Sasuke," Sakura exclaimed, "that wound is deep. Will you be all right?" Sasuke covered her mouth, listening for anything to indicate the grass ninja was following them. Suddenly, a shadow covered them. Sakura yelled, but her shouts were muffled by Sasuke's hand. Sakura pulled his hand away. "Sasuke, behind us," she shouted. Sasuke looked in time to see a huge snake lunge at them. They leapt out of the way as the snake bit the tree. "Damn it, I didn't even notice it," Sasuke exclaimed. Sakura landed on a branch. The huge snake coiled around a nearby tree, hissing menacingly. It lunged at Sasuke. Sasuke's Sharingan activated again, and he felt the same bloodlust coming from the snake as it did from the grass ninja. "Stay away," he shouted, throwing several shuriken at the snake. The snake hissed as it fell down dead. Sasuke landed on a branch. Near the snake's head, it cracked and opened up. The grass ninja came out of the hole. "I can sense your fear and desperation," the grass ninja said. "But it's only natural. You are prey, and prey must never let their guard down, not even for a moment, especially in the presence of its predator." The grass ninja looked at Sasuke, licking her lips. She lunged forward, her body extending like a snake. Her body coiled around a thinner branch, and the grass ninja eyed Sasuke rather hungrily. But just before the grass ninja could attack, a flurry of shuriken hit the branch, stopping the grass ninja in her tracks. "Looks like I came just in time," they heard Shio exclaim. They looked up to see the red-headed girl. Shio was smirking. "Shio," Sakura exclaimed in relief. "Sorry, Sasuke, Sakura, but I don't remember the password," Shio said. "Forget about the password," Sakura said. "I know it's you, Shio." "Shio, get out of here," Sasuke exclaimed. "You don't know what you're up against. This isn't a battle you can win. Hurry up and get out of here." The grass ninja hummed. "So, you managed to escape from my friend Shio," she said. "I am impressed." Shio pointed at the grass ninja. "All right, I have no idea what's going on here, but I don't like it." "Back off, Snake Lady," Shio exclaimed, "or I'll be making a pair of shoes out of you." Sasuke gritted his teeth as he looked for a way out. Finally, he pulled out the Heaven Scroll. "Hey," he said, "you can have the scroll." What? Shio exclaimed. Are you crazy, Sasuke? You can't just hand our scroll over to some creepy snake lady. What's wrong with you? Shut up and stay out of this, Shio, Sasuke shouted. The grass ninja chuckled in amusement. How very wise, she said. Sometimes, when the prey wants to save their own skin, they realize the only way is to distract the predator with something even more precious. Take it, Sasuke said, tossing the scroll over. There was a whoosh of air. Shio grabbed the scroll and landed beside Sasuke. What the hell do you think you're doing? Sasuke shouted. You don't know what you're up against. Shio glared at him and punched him hard in the face. Sasuke flew back and landed on the next tree branch. You're not acting like the Sasuke I know, Shio said. The Sasuke I know would never hand the scroll over to the enemy. How do we know you're actually Sasuke, huh? What are you talking about, Shio? Don't be stupid, Sakura exclaimed. It's him. Stop it, Shio, Sasuke exclaimed. It's me. You liar, Shio said. The Sasuke I know would keep fighting. He wouldn't give up the scroll so easily. He's not a coward. The grass ninja laughed in amusement. It doesn't matter, she said. She slid up her sleeve, revealing a black seal on her left wrist. I can simply just kill you and take the scroll, she said. She bit her thumb and slashed the blood across the seal. Shio charged forward. Siono Sasuke's Joutith. The grass ninja did a series of hand seals. Summoning jutsu, she exclaimed. There was a whoosh of wind, blowing Shio back. A snake appeared beneath the grass ninja. The snake hissed loudly and lunged at Shio. Shio yelped and managed to dodge getting eaten by the snake. She landed, panting. The grass ninja looked at her, smiling sinisterly. You'll make a nice meal for my friend, she said. The snake's tail lashed out at Shio, hitting the red-headed genin. Shio shouted out in pain as she crashed through several thick branches. Shio, Sasuke, and Sakura shouted. Shio fell towards the snake. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. They were crimson red with slit pupils. She flipped in midair and kicked the snake. Take this, she shouted. The snake hissed in pain. Shio punched it and the snake pushed her away. Shio leapt forward again. The grass ninja blew a fire jutsu at her. Shio's eyes widened in surprise and the fire hit her. The grass ninja smiled in interest. That fire in her eyes, the sudden increase in chakra, she said. There's no mistaking that. Things have just gotten more interesting. The grass ninja looked at Sasuke. Now then, let's see how well you do, Sasuke Uchiha, she exclaimed. The snake lunged at Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes widened. The snake was moving too fast for him to dodge it. Suddenly, the snake's lunge halted. Shio, Sasuke said. Shio had stopped the snake, kunai digging into the snake's scales. She looked up, her eyes still crimson red. The whiskers on her cheeks seemed thicker. Sasuke, are you hurt? Shio asked. Shio took a few deep breaths to calm her breathing. You're a coward, she said. You're just standing there, paralyzed. You're not Sasuke. A very long tongue wrapped around Shio and pulled her up. Ew, get this off me, Shio shouted, struggling. The grass ninja was staring at her, intrigued. So, you're the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, she said. When you're angry, your control over the Kyuubi's chakra slips out. The long tongue lifted Shio's shirt up, revealing the seal on Shio's stomach. Such a complex seal to imprison a tailed beast within you, the grass ninja said. Her fingers lit up in a purple fire. She drew her hand back. Five-pronged seal, the grass ninja exclaimed. The grass ninja slammed her fingers into Shio's stomach. Shio shouted out in pain as a new seal appeared over the original seal. Shio's eyes went back to cerulean blue before they closed, and Shio fell unconscious. Sasuke, you have to do something, Sakura exclaimed. The grass ninja reached into Shio's pouch and pulled out the heaven scroll. Then she tossed Shio aside. Shio, Sakura shouted. The pink-haired kunoichi threw a kunai. It hit Shio's shirt, holding the other kunoichi to the tree. Sasuke, Sakura exclaimed. You have to do something. You're not a coward, but right now you need to move. Shio saved you, and now it's time to return the favor. Sasuke clenched his fists before looking at the grass ninja. His Sharingan activated, displaying two Tomo. He went into a fighting position, having calmed down finally. That's more like it, Sakura said, smiling. The grass ninja smiled evilly. The snake disappeared in a puff of smoke, the wind forcing Sakura back a few feet. The smoke cleared. Sasuke remained unfazed, his Sharingan fixed on the grass ninja. So then, you finally embrace your Uchiha blood, the grass ninja said. It's about time, Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke whipped a kunai out and put it between his teeth. He rushed forward. The grass ninja sent a wind jutsu his way. Sasuke dodged it and in turn sent his kunai flying. The grass ninja dodged each one with just a motion of her head. She rushed towards Sasuke as he landed on the tree branch. Her speed increased tenfold. Sasuke dodged her attacks easily with the help of his Sharingan and sent a fire jutsu blasting towards the grass ninja. Sasuke jumped off the ground just as the grass ninja burst front of the earth and swiped at him. Sasuke landed a little ways away. The grass ninja attacked with another wind jutsu. Sasuke dodged it, leaping off the tree trunk and coming up behind her. He grabbed the grass ninja and they rocketed towards the ground. The grass ninja hit the ground head first. Her mouth was open in surprise. Her limbs fell limp as Sasuke leapt back. Suddenly, she turned into mud. A substitution? Sasuke exclaimed. Sasuke tensed and leapt back as a flurry of kunai flew at him. He grabbed a wire tool out of his pouch and opened it. It caught around a branch, and he used it to swing himself around the large tree trunk before landing. Suddenly, the grass ninja was right in front of him, punching him in the face. Sasuke flew back. The grass ninja threw a couple more attacks before sending Sasuke flying back. He hit the ground. Sasuke, Sakura exclaimed in a panicked tone. I thought you would be more interesting, but you disappoint me. The Uchiha clan would turn their heads in shame. They should thank me for killing you, the grass ninja said. Suddenly, there was a small explosion and the grass ninja shouted in surprise. Sasuke leapt up and sent wires flying at the grass ninja. He pulled them tight and trapped the grass ninja against the tree. Still holding the wires, Sasuke did a series of fast hand seals. Saying the jutsu in his head, he blasted the fire jutsu at the grass ninja. The grass ninja yelled in pain as she burned alive. Sakura ran over to him. Sasuke was panting. Sasuke, you did it, Sakura exclaimed. Are you okay? You don't have to worry. It's all over now, Sasuke. There was the sound of wires breaking. The grass ninja walked forward, freed from the restraints as if nothing had happened. Sasuke and Sakura were hit with the same jutsu as earlier, paralyzing their bodies. Impressive, mastering the Sharingan at such a young age, the grass ninja said, her voice suddenly deepening. You truly are one of the Uchiha. Not as impressive as your brother, but you will do nicely. Who are you? What do you want? Sasuke shouted. And how do you know Itachi? The grass ninja chuckled. My name is Orochimaru, the grass ninja said. As for what I want and how I know your brother, that will have to wait until after the Chunin exams. Orochimaru held out the heaven scroll in his hand. It began burning. He's burning the scroll, Sakura exclaimed. You'll have to defeat the sound ninja that served me first, Orochimaru said. With the level of power you have now, you would win easily. Just get out of here, Sakura exclaimed. If we met you again in the exams, it would be too soon. Oh, we'll meet again, Orochimaru said, doing a hand seal. His neck extended impossibly long and lunged at Sasuke, biting his neck. Sasuke shouted out in pain. Sasuke, Sakura exclaimed. Orochimaru released Sasuke and returned to normal. Sasuke gritted his teeth in pain, grasping at the bite wound. What did you do to Sasuke? Sakura demanded. Orochimaru merely did another hand seal, smiling. I just gave him a little parting gift. He'll come see me soon if he wishes for revenge against the murderer of his clan, Orochimaru said. Orochimaru gave an ominous chuckle as he disappeared into the ground. Sasuke fell to the ground in agony. Sakura held him up. Sasuke, what's wrong? She exclaimed. Sasuke didn't answer. Instead, he slowly lost consciousness. Outside the forest of death, Anko and a couple of other Chunins approached the dead bodies. We checked their identities, But they came out fake, one Chunin said. Anko gritted her teeth as her eyes widened in realization. There's no doubt, she said. Anko's hand lifted to touch something on her neck. She turned around. Show me the ID photos of these three, she commanded. It should be on their applications. Right? One Chunin said, pulling out some papers. Anko took them and looked at the first picture. Get the Hokage now, she said. He needs to know about this immediately. And get this information to the ANBU as well. Tell them to assemble more than 2 squads to the Forest of Death. Right, the Chunin exclaimed before rushing off. Anko looked at the Forest of Death and clenched her fists. Orochimaru. They finally managed to get to the tower. The Jounin instructors were there with the Kages as well. Kakashi walked over to his team. So you passed the second part of the exam, he said. Kakashi's eye widened as he took in the condition of his team. What happened? He exclaimed. Sakura looked at Shio and Sasuke. Shio was unconscious and Sasuke was trembling, his hand clutching his neck in pain. We were attacked by some creepy snake guy named Orochimaru, Sakura said. He did something to Sasuke and Shio. I got them to safety, but then we were attacked by the Sound Ninjas. Sasuke woke up, and it was like he was possessed. He almost ripped off one of the Sound Ninja's arms. Hang on. Did you say Orochimaru? Kakashi asked. Sakura nodded. Kakashi cursed. He knelt down beside Shio and checked her over. Shio seems fine. I don't sense anything wrong with her or her chakra, he said. Kakashi turned his attention to Sasuke. Sasuke, what's wrong? He asked. Kakashi pried the Uchiha's hand off his neck and saw the bite mark as well as a 3-tomo seal. Damn it, Kakashi said. Sasuke, I need to take you to see the Hokage now. Kakashi grabbed Shio and Sasuke in his arms and rushed out of the room. Sakura was at his heels. He found Minato speaking with the other Kages. Lord Hokage, Kakashi shouted. Minato looked up and rushed over when he saw Shio and Sasuke's conditions. What happened? Minato asked. Sakura said they were attacked by Orochimaru, Kakashi said. I don't sense anything wrong with Shio. Sasuke, on the other hand, there's some kind of seal on his neck. Minato looked at the seal, studying it intensely. This is a complex seal, he said, but I should be able to remove it safely. Itachi suddenly appeared over Minato's shoulder. What happened to my brother? He exclaimed. Itachi saw the cursed seal on Sasuke's neck and clenched his fists. Orochimaru, he said. Yeah, Kakashi said. How'd you know? I heard from Anko that Orochimaru had snuck into the exams. That seal is identical to the one on her neck, Itachi said. Minato looked up in alarm. Anko has a seal like this on her too? Why didn't she come tell me? Minato exclaimed. Unlike the one Sasuke has, the one Anko has is completely dormant. She said she knows how to deal with the effects of it if it should ever activate, Itachi said. When all of this is over, tell her to come to me. I'll remove the seal, Minato said. Itachi nodded. He knelt down and took Sasuke's hand. Sasuke, you're safe now, he said. I will not let Orochimaru get his hands on you. Minato finally undid the seal. Sasuke immediately relaxed. At the same time, Shio stirred, slowly gaining consciousness. Itachi went over to check on her. Shio, are you all right? Itachi asked. Shio's eyes opened. Itachi, she asked. Where am I? You're in the tower. Itachi said. Shio sat up abruptly. Sasuke, Sakura, she exclaimed. Calm down, Shio, Minato said. Sakura is the one who brought you here. And Sasuke is right here. They're both all right. Shio sighed in relief. Sasuke groaned. Sasuke, how do you feel? Minato asked. Tired, Sasuke said. You've been through quite the ordeal, Minato said. You have a little while to recover before the finals. Itachi gathered his little brother into his arms. I'll take him to a room so he can rest, he said. Minato nodded. Sakura hugged Shio. Shio, I'm so glad you're all right, she exclaimed. Shio smiled and hugged her fellow kunoichi back. I'm glad you're all right too, Sakura, she said. They drew back and stood up. We should get ready for the finals then, Shio said. Sakura nodded. Right. Chapter 12, Finals Part 1. Water was dripping in the dark cave. There were 10 stones in the cave. 2 of them were occupied. Suddenly, projections came to life on each stone. Yo, leader, one exclaimed. About time you called us. I'm so bored. It is time to begin our search, one of the figures on the rocks said, ignoring the loud comments. I will assign each of you a target. The person stood up. The dim light from the projections revealed the person's face to be a young man, with purple eyes with black rings, as well as black piercings. Kakuzu and Haiden, you will remain as you are, raising money for this organization, the man said. Deidara and Sasori, go after the Jinchuriki of the three-tailed beast. Kisame and Naruto, go after the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed beast. Zetsu, keep gathering information and continue searching for a suitable member to replace Orochimaru. Conan, you and I will be going after the Jinchuriki of the five-tailed beast. You are dismissed. The projections faded. Somewhere miles away, Naruto Namake's sighed. His partner Kisame looked at him. Hey Naruto, something wrong? He asked. It's nothing, Kisame, Naruto said. Hang on, isn't the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki in Konoha? Your village? Kisame asked. Indeed, Naruto said. The blonde looked at the sky. His cloak swayed in the slight breeze. Kisame strapped his large sword onto his back. Naruto touched a hand to his forehead protector. Konoha, he muttered. So, do you know the Jinchuriki? Kisame asked. You could say that, Naruto said, dropping his hand. The Jinchuriki's name is Shio Namake's. But that's your surname, right? Kisame asked, blinking in surprise. Yes, she is my little sister, Naruto said. Damn, Kisame said. Will you be all right? I mean, it won't be easy facing your family and village as a criminal. I'll be fine, Naruto said. No one in the village even noticed my existence anyways. I did not care about my sister's fate, or I would never have agreed to join the Akatsuki. Let's go now. Kisame studied him for a couple seconds before shrugging. The two grabbed identical hats and put them on to conceal their identity. As they began their walk to Konoha, Naruto lifted his head slightly to look at the sky once more. Itachi, I wonder how you are doing, he thought. The Genin teams stood in the arena. Yes, Shio exclaimed. Finally, the third part of the exam. Shio, I feel like they would let us recover first before throwing us into the next part of the exam. Sakura exclaimed. Did you forget what we had to go through in the second exam? An enemy ninja wouldn't allow you to recover, Sasuke said, walking up to them with Itachi. Sasuke, you're okay, Shio exclaimed. Yeah, thanks to Lord Hokage, Sasuke said, rubbing his shoulder. He managed to break the curse seal. He really is a sealing master. What about you, Shio? Did Orochimaru do anything to you? Itachi asked. Shio frowned. I remember him slamming his hand into my stomach. It made me pass out, but I feel perfectly fine now, she said. It's not as bad as it was for Sasuke. I heard from Sakura that you almost ripped off another guy's arm, Sasuke. I didn't know you were that strong. I'm not, Sasuke said. That was the curse seal's doing. It activated when I heard Sakura crying out, and I just snapped. Power overwhelmed me, and I couldn't control myself. Itachi, why would Orochimaru come after me? That bastard has always been obsessed with bloodline limits, Itachi said. But most of all, he's very obsessed with the Sharingan. I encountered him once, and he tried to bite me or something, but I fought him off. I guess he thought you would be an easier target. Did he say anything else to you? I remember him saying that the seal would force Sasuke to go to him for more power if he should want revenge on the one who massacred the Uchiha clan by killing him, Sakura said. Itachi's eyes darkened. Sasuke, you must never go down that path. You will never be able to return from it, he said. Orochimaru has ulterior motives to why he wants you to come to him, and whatever it is for, it is not good. Stay away from that man. Understand, brother, Sasuke said. Plus, I don't want to kill Naruto, but I do want him to pay for slaughtering our clan. I know you wouldn't want me to kill him because, deep down, you still love him. Don't you? No, Itachi said. Even I can tell you're lying, Itachi, Shio said blandly. Don't give up hope just yet. Naruto is too good of a person to do all he's done just to show off his power. He's not that kind of person. I know that, Itachi said. But what if all that was a mask? I said, don't give up hope yet. Shio exclaimed. Anyways, Itachi said, you three should be preparing for your one-on-one fights. We can worry about Naruto later. Right, Shio said. The battles will be starting shortly, Kakashi said. Kakashi, put that away, Itachi said. Kakashi had his face buried into a certain orange book. There's no harm to reading a book you like, Itachi. What's your problem? Kakashi asked casually. I wouldn't have a problem with it, but what you're reading is highly inappropriate, Itachi said. I would say it is rather educational, Kakashi said, turning a page nonchalantly. I wouldn't call porn educational, Itachi said. You don't have to say it out loud, Kakashi said, looking at the Uchiha over the top of the book. Look, you made those three blush. Itachi glanced at Shio, Sasuke, and Sakura. They all had light blushes on their faces at the mention of what Kakashi was reading. Just put it away, Itachi said, or I will burn all of your books to ashes. Kakashi sighed and put his book away. Fine, I'll restrain myself for now, he said. So keep your fire jutsus away from my precious books, Uchiha. Itachi rolled his eyes. Soon, Minato came into the room, followed by the Jounin senseis and a few Chunins. Kakashi and Itachi went over to join them. All the Genin lined up. All right, looks like we're ready to start, Anko said. First, congratulations to all that passed the second exam. Lord Hokage will now explain the third exam to you all. So shut up and listen carefully, maggots. Minato chuckled slightly as he stepped forward. His expression grew serious. Before I tell you what the third exam is, I want to explain the test itself. Minato said, please listen closely. It is something every one of you needs to understand. A few Genin gulped nervously. I will tell you the true purpose of these exams, Minato said. Why do you suppose our country holds these tests in conjunction with our allies? Minato didn't wait for an answer since everyone looked confused. To raise the ability level of the shinobi and to increase friendship between allied nations. Yes, but it is important for all of you to understand the exam's true meaning. The Chunin exams are representation of all the battles between allied nations. What is that supposed to mean? A Genin asked. If we look at our history, every country we are currently allies with were once neighboring nations that continuously fought with each other for power. In order to avoid destroying each other meaninglessly, those nations picked champions to do battle on behalf of their country at a location mutually agreed on by every country. That is how the Chunin exams came to be, Minato said. Then what's the point? Shio asked, confused. We're risking our lives. Well, these exams are a way to select shinobi that are ready to advance to the Chunin title. It also gives shinobi and kunoichi the pride to carry the title of Chunin and fight in their country's name. Many leaders and other people from other countries are invited to attend this exam as guests, as well as a way to seek ninjas to come work for them. This exam could determine the course of your life from here on out. And more importantly, those leaders will watch your battles and take note of your power and how much each nation is progressing. Those with more skillful and powerful ninjas will get more job requests to their nation rather than those with weaker ninjas. The stronger our nation is, the better our position will be when negotiating with neighboring countries. So it is important to show how much military strength our nation has. But even so, why is it necessary for us to risk our lives? Kiba asked. The country's strength is the village's strength, and each village's strength is the ninja's strength, Minato said. A ninja's true strength can only be revealed if pushed to the absolute limit, such as in a life or death battle. This exam is the opportunity for each nation to display the strength and true power of their ninja, which in turn shows the nation's strength and true power. Because this test requires you put your life on the line, it has meaning. For that very reason, it is why so many ninjas before you have fought in this exam. Everyone looked uneasy now. The third exam is a fight for life with the pride of your village and own dreams at stake. Minato said. Shio crossed her arms, smirking slightly. Fine then, bring it on, she said. Any fight is fine. I can handle anything you throw at me. Just tell us already, Gaara said in a dark tone. Very well then, Minato said. Listen closely, I'm going to tell you exactly what you will all be doing for the third exam. Before he could continue, though, someone appeared before Minato. Lord Hokage, before you do, please allow me, Hate Geku, and the proctor for the third exam, to speak first, the man said. All right, Minato said. Hate stood up and turned to the Genin candidates. It is nice to meet you all, he said, coughing slightly. There is something that has to be done before the third exam. Hate coughed again. Before we can move on to the final round, we'll have to have a preliminary round first, Hate said. A preliminary round? Shikamaru exclaimed. What's the point of having a preliminary round? Sakura asked. Why can't we just move on to the third exam? Well, you see, the first and second exams might have been too easy. The fact is, we never expected so many of you to get to this point. According to the rules of Chunin exams, a preliminary round can be held at any stage of the exam in order to reduce the number of candidates remaining. But that's not fair, Sakura exclaimed. As Lord Hokage said, there will be guests watching the fights. We can't afford to waste their time with the third exam. Those guests came only to see the best of the best fight. So if there is anyone that isn't in top physical condition. Hate was cut off by a coughing fit. Everyone's sweat dropped. Hate recovered. Sorry about that, he said. As I was saying, if any of you don't feel up to this, now is the time to leave. The preliminaries will be starting immediately. You gotta be kidding, Kiba exclaimed. We just barely finished the second exam. Ino exclaimed. Don't we get a break? I am hungry, Hudi complained. Oh yeah, and the Genin that get to go on to the third exam will be determined by one-on-one battles, Hate said. There was silence. Suddenly, a hand rose. Hate coughed as he flipped a paper on the clipboard he was holding. Kabuto Yakushi of Konoha, Hate said. You can go ahead and step back. Right, Kabuto said. Kabuto turned and walked away from the other Genin. Minato hummed. He seems familiar. I remember the third Hokage telling me that boy has done the Chunin exams many times before, but drops out each time, he said. Just what is he playing at? Enko, Ibiki asked. Enko flipped through the papers on her own clipboard. Kabuto, she said. It says he failed the exams 6 times in a row. Minato frowned. Is there anything on his background? He asked. His time at the academy is not what you would call impressive, Enko said. He had average grades, and it took him 3 tries to pass the graduation exam. As for the missions he's carried out since then, there are 2 C ranks and 14 D ranks. That's not very impressive. Enko looked up, glancing at Minato. However, there is something before his time in the academy, Enko said. What? Minato asked. Do you remember Child? The one found after the battle at Kikyo Pass, the one survivor? Enko asked. I remember hearing the story, Minato said. It was said a small boy was found among the dead on a battlefield. He was found barely alive and brought back by a Jounin from the medical unit. Are you saying Kabuto is that boy? Minato watched as Kabuto waved goodbye to a few Genin. Hate coughed again. Does anybody else wish to leave? He asked. Everyone was silent. All right then, Hate said after a few minutes. We will now begin the preliminary round. This round will consist of one-on-one battles at full battle intensity. This is not an exercise. There are 20 of you remaining, so there will be 10 matches. The surviving candidates from these 10 matches will advance to the third exam. As for the rules, there are no rules. You will fight until one dies, forfeits the fight, or rendered physically incapable to continue fighting. As proctor, I have leeway to intervene in a fight if necessary. Now then, it is time to reveal what fate has chosen for you. Hate nodded to Enko. Enko looked over to the side. Open the panel, she said. Everyone looked over to see a stone moving up, revealing a digital screen. The names of each pair of opponents are chosen completely at random. Before each match, the 2 names will appear on the screen. Hate said. Hate turned back to them. Well then, there is nothing else to be said, he said. Let's begin the preliminaries. Finally, the preliminaries were over. Sasuke, Shino, Kankuro, Temari, Gaara, Shika, Shio, Niji, and Dosu were the ones to pass on to the real finals. Now begins the real third round, Shio said. Yeah, Sasuke said. Congratulations to those who passed the preliminaries, Hate said. The finals will take place 1 month from now. They will consist of one-on-one battles. Take this month to recover and train. The location of the finals will be revealed to you as the finals draw closer. You are all dismissed. The remaining genin left the forest of death. At least we get a month to recover, Shio exclaimed. Yes, Sasuke agreed. Kakashi and Itachi caught up to them. Hey, will Sakura be okay? Shio asked. She'll be fine, Kakashi said, pulling out his book. But right now, you should be focused on figuring out how to train for the finals. Sasuke, I will help you train, Itachi said. Sasuke smiled and nodded. Shio, the Hokage, said he would help you train. I'll be helping both you and Sasuke train, Kakashi said. Yay, Shio exclaimed. Shio did a fist pump in the air. All right, finals, bring it on. Chapter 13, Finals Part 2. Finally, the time of the finals came around. You ready for this, Sasuke? Shio asked. Ready as I'll ever be, Sasuke said. What about you? My chakra control isn't that good yet, so I can't learn the Rasengan just yet. But it's getting there. I'm getting really good at using the Shadow Clone Jutsu without wasting a whole bunch of my chakra. Also, if things go badly, I have a trump card, Shio said. Trump card? Sasuke asked. Shio smiled at him. If I have to use it, you'll see what it is then, she said. But for now, it is a secret. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Let's just go already, he said. Shio laughed as the two genin walked into the arena. They had been told earlier by Kakashi where the finals would be held. Hey look, there's Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara, Shio exclaimed. The red-headed girl waved hello to them. Temari smiled and waved back. Kankuro scowled before reluctantly giving a small wave in greeting. Gaara just glared at them murderously. Man, it sure is crowded here, Shio said, looking around. Shio looked around. She saw her parents talking with a man wearing a similar attire as her father. Who's that? Shio asked. That's the Kazekage. Don't you remember? We saw him with Temari and Kankuro when they first arrived in Konoha, Sasuke said. All right, Shio said, laughing sheepishly. Shio sighed, but her eyes remained fixed on the Kazekage. Shio, what's wrong? Sasuke asked. There's something off about him, Shio said. His chakra feels, I don't know how to explain it, but there's definitely something off about him. Stop worrying about it for now, Sasuke said. We need to focus on our battles. Shio nodded. Minato stepped forward. Welcome everyone. Thank you for coming here to Konoha for this year's Chunin exams. We have come to the final competition between the 8 remaining candidates who made it through the preliminary rounds. We ask that no one leaves until all the matches have been completed. Please enjoy. There was an applause as Minato finished speaking. The jounin that stood before the 8 candidates, Gamash Ranui, pulled out a piece of paper. One more thing before the final start, he said. He held it up for them to see. Look it over, Gimmas said. There's been a slight change in the matchups, but it's all set in stone now. Everyone take a good look at who you'll be fighting. Dosu's dropped out, Shikamaru observed. Everything is even now. Why'd he drop out? Shio asked. There was no reason for him to. There was no time to answer her question before Genma spoke up. All right, listen up, Genma said. The terrain of this arena is different, but the rules are the same as before. That is that there are no rules. The match continues until one candidate acknowledges defeat or dies. That being said, if I determine that a match is over, I can step in and stop it at any time. No arguments allowed. Understood. The 8 genin remained silent, giving a mutual consent. These are the opponents for the first match, Genma said. Shio Namikaze and Niji Hyuga. You two stay. The rest of you can go to the waiting area. The 6 genin left the arena, leaving Shio and Niji. The 2 genin turned to face each other. I will win, Shio said. Niji didn't answer immediately. Instead, he activated his Byakugan and got into a fighting position. I can't wait to see your face when you lose, Niji said. I'll make you eat those words, Shio said. Wind picked up around them. Let's do this, Shio said, smirking. All right, Gama said. Let the first match begin. The battles progressed along. Shio won her battle against Niji. Shikamaru didn't even fight his battle with Temari, yielding from start. Kankuro also yielded in his fight against Shino. Finally, it was the last battle, Sasuke versus Gaara. Once the match began, everyone was at the edge of their seats. Sasuke had increased his speed to get through the sand shields Gaara had. He charged a Chidori up. Gaara's eyes widened slightly as the powerful jutsu flew towards him. He jumped out of the way, but not before the Chidori grazed his shoulder, leaving a large gash. Gaara clutched the wound as sand hovered in the air around him. His eyes turned murderous. Sasuke immediately leapt back in case Gaara decided to attack. Gaara glared at him. I'll kill you, he snarled. Not good, Temari muttered. He's going to lose control. Shio heard her and turned to ask the Kunoichi about what she meant, but before she could, everyone abruptly collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Most of the Jounin managed to fight it off. Minato looked over to Kakashi and Kushina and Itachi. What happened? Kushina exclaimed. I don't know, Minato said. But whatever it isn't supposed to be happening. The exams are canceled from this moment on. Minato looked at the arena. That team from Suna is gone, Itachi said. Minato looked at the Kazekage. Something tells me you had something to do with this. What have you done? He demanded. The Kazekage smirked under his mask. He then stripped away his uniform, transforming simultaneously until a snake-like man stood before them. The snake Sannin Orochimaru, Kushina said. Orochimaru smiled maliciously before lunging forward. Before anything could happen, Jiraiya was suddenly there, blocking Orochimaru's attack. Don't mind if I step in, Jiraiya said. With a grunt, the Toad Sage shoved Orochimaru away, sending him flying back. Jiraiya, it's been a long time, Orochimaru said. Not long enough, Jiraiya said. You're back, Jiraiya, Minato exclaimed. Yeah, but this isn't how I imagined our meeting going, Jiraiya said. You owe me for this. Kakashi, Itachi, dispel the Genjutsu, Minato ordered. Find out where those genin from Suna are. Itachi and Kakashi nodded and disappeared. Kushina pulled out a kunai. I've always hated snakes, Kushina said, scowling. Minato smiled wryly and pulled out his own special kunai. Still using those? Jiraiya asked. Focus, Minato said. Jiraiya went serious as he turned back to look at Orochimaru. The Sannin stood up. Well, this will be interesting, he said. Shio groaned as she woke up. Kakashi was hovering above her. Nap time's over, Shio, Kakashi said. Shio sat up. What happened? She asked. Someone casted a Genjutsu over the arena, Itachi said. He released the Genjutsu on Sasuke and Sakura, while Kakashi moved on to another person. Why? Shio asked. The Kazekage ended up being Orochimaru, Itachi said. That creepy snake eye that attacked us during the second part of the exam? Sakura asked. Yep, Kakashi said. A Chunin ran over. There's been a breach in the village's defenses. Enemy ninja are flooding into Konoha, the Chunin exclaimed. Damn it, Itachi said. You three, we need you go after those 3 genin from Suna, Kakashi said. You can't be serious. Temari and Kankuro can't have anything to do with this. Shio exclaimed. Gaara, maybe, but not the other 2. No time, Kakashi exclaimed. Go find them now. Come on, Shio, Sasuke said, grabbing the redhead. The 3 genin ran off to find Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara. Let's go, Itachi said. The 2 Jounin and 1 Chunin disappeared. Orochimaru finally escaped. He had been badly injured from the combined attack from Jiraiya, Minato, and Kushina. Kushina had trapped the Sannin in her chakra chains, and Minato and Jiraiya took the chance to damage Orochimaru's arms badly. Minato looked at the destroyed arena. He could sense more fighting outside the arena in the village. Looks like there are more intruders in Konoha, Minato said. Where are Shio, Sasuke, and Sakura? Kushina asked, looking around. They may have gone after those Suna genin, Jiraiya said. I felt something sinister about that Gaara kid, Kushina said. Something is off about him. We can only hope those 3 will be careful, Minato said. Minato, if Orochimaru was impersonating the Kazekage, Where is the actual Kazekage? Jiraiya asked. The three of them looked at each other in alarm before racing off to find the missing Kazekage. The three Genin were running through the forest when they saw Temari and Kankuro up ahead. Temari, Kankuro, Shio called. The two Suna Genin looked over in alarm. What are you doing here? Temari demanded when they reached them. We were sent to look for you, Sasuke said. He looked around. Where's Gaara? He asked. We're trying to find him, Kankuro said. He disappeared on us. This isn't good, especially considering what kind of mental state he's in right now, Temari said. His fight with Sasuke left him mentally unstable. We have to find him quickly before he does something unforgivable. We'll help you find him, Shio said. The two siblings hesitated before nodding. All right, Temari said. Thanks again for this. The five Genin leapt off the tree branch, intent on finding Gaara quickly. Lord Hokage, we found something, an ANBU said. Show me, Minato ordered. Minato, Kushina, and Jiraiya followed the ANBU to a secluded place. Oh God, Kushina said, grimacing in disgust. Minato looked grim. This isn't good, he said. Orochimaru did more damage than we thought. Minato looked at the ANBU operative. Gather a team and have this cleaned up, he said. I will inform everyone of what has happened. The ANBU bowed and disappeared. Minato looked at Kushina and Jiraiya. Suna won't be happy to hear that their Kazekage has been killed. The five Genin finally found Gaara, but it wasn't how they thought. We're too late, Kankuro said grimly. Temari gulped nervously as she watched the forming mass of sand around Gaara. What is that? Sakura exclaimed. What's happening to him? The demon of the sand, Kankuro said, the one that's sealed inside Gaara. Shikaku. Chapter 14. Shikaku Awakens. Shikaku. The name sent chills through them. Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, Sasuke said. So Gaara's the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast, Shio said. I knew something was off about him. How could you know? Kankuro asked, eyeing the red-haired girl. Shio pointed to herself, not taking her eyes from Gaara. I'm a Jinchuriki myself, she said. My tailed beast got a little restless when he sensed Shikaku inside Gaara. Which one? Temari asked. The Kyuubi no Kitsune, Shio said. The nine tails, Kankuro said, huffing. We need to focus on stopping Gaara, Sakura said. What are his weaknesses? Is he still awake? Kankuro asked, squinting at Gaara. There's too much sand covering him, but for what I can tell, he's still awake, Sasuke said. Here's a little tip about Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast, Temari said. They can never fall asleep because of horrible nightmares. If Gaara falls asleep, Shikaku will take control and all hell will break loose. If Gaara is provoked enough, he'll use the possum jutsu to put himself to sleep so that Shikaku can take control. If that happens, we'll need to force him back into consciousness, Kankuro said. Let's hope it doesn't come to that then, Shio said. We need to weaken him first. Leave that to me. What are you going to do? Sasuke asked, looking at her from the corner of his eye. Shio suddenly released her chakra. What are you doing? You're going to alert Gaara to our position. Temari exclaimed. Don't worry, Shio said. I do have a plan. I just can't use my own chakra. Shio released even more of her chakra until it started to turn red. Damn, I forgot how exhausting this can be, Shio said, panting slightly. Shio grinned and bit her thumb. What are you doing now? Sakura asked. Just a little something I got from a perverted sage when he last visited, Shio said. She slammed her hand onto the ground, creating a seal. Summoning jutsu, she exclaimed. There was a giant puff of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Shio was standing on the head of a giant toad. What's this? The toad grumbled. Hey, Chief Toad, Shio said. Remember me? The toad groaned. The little Kyuubi brat, he said. Great, you again. Boy, what do you mean by that? Shio exclaimed, looking offended. Since when did you have a summon? Sasuke asked. Jiraiya gave me it last year, Shio said. My dad also has it. And he would have gotten it if he were still here. Sasuke's eyes darkened. knowing immediately who Shio was talking about. Sakura frowned slightly. Who are you talking about? Kankuro asked. Nobody, Shio said quickly. We need to focus on this right now. Temari and Kankuro looked at her suspiciously, but let it go for now. Gamabunta, help me fight him, Shio said, pointing to the form of Shikaku. The toad, Gamabunta, grunted. The Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast Shikaku, he said. What have you been getting yourself mixed up in, brat? Never mind that now, Shio said. Just tell me all right. All right, Gamabunta said. Let's go. Gamabunta leapt high up in the air, soaring towards Gaara. So what's the plan of attack? Gamabunta asked. I'll think of something, Shio exclaimed. Damn brat, charging in a battle with no strategy, Gamabunta exclaimed. You're gonna get yourself killed one day. Shut up, I'm still alive, aren't I? Shio exclaimed, flushing from embarrassment. Gamabunta swiped his sword at the giant forming sand beast and cut off an arm. All right, you got him, Shio exclaimed, grinning. The arm grew back. Oh, come on, Shio exclaimed, pouting. Suddenly, something materialized from the top of the sand beast's head. What's that? Shio asked. Looks like another brat, Gamabunta said. Hang on, that's Gaara, Shio exclaimed. What's he doing? Gaara glared at them as he put his hands together in a hand seal. He looks like he hasn't slept in months, Gamabunta said. Well, that is a side effect from being a Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast. You're haunted by nightmares so terrible that it forces you to become an insomniac to avoid it, but it eventually drives you insane. Yeah, I know. Temari already told me that, Shio said. So what's he doing? For now, we have to make sure that kid doesn't fall asleep or Shikaku will take control, Gamabunta said. Too late, Gaara said, chuckling darkly. Play possum jutsu. Gaara sagged forward, his eyes closed. For a split second, everything was silent. Then the sand beast came to life. Ah! Shikaku cackled. My host has finally gone to sleep. I'm free. Damn it, Shio growled. We need to wake that brat up, Gamabunta said. But with Shikaku's power over sand, he can easily regenerate from any attack. We need something big with claws to hold him down, so you can force that boy awake. Gamabunta lunged forward. Got anything? He shouted. Just a second, Shio exclaimed. Something big and with claws? Shio grinned deviously. Leave that to me, Gamabunta, she said. I got the perfect thing. You better, Gamabunta said, leaping forward. Shio put her hands together, her long red hair whipping in the wind. Get ready, she shouted. This will catch that bastard off guard for sure. Shikaku growled. What are you planning? He demanded. Transformation jutsu, Shio shouted. There was a giant poof of smoke. Out of the smoke, a giant orange fox with 9 tails appeared and leapt at a shocked Shikaku. The Kyuubi, Sakura exclaimed. What? Shikaku exclaimed in surprise. The illusion of the Kyuubi no Kitsune leapt at Shikaku with outstretched claws and pinned the one-tailed beast down. The transformation jutsu disappeared, and Gamabunta held Shikaku. Go now, brat, Gamabunta exclaimed. This is your chance to wake up the boy. Got it, Shio exclaimed. Shio leapt onto the head of Shikaku and was immediately surrounded by sand, trying to trap her. Crap, she exclaimed. I got you, Gamabunta exclaimed, wrapping his tongue around Shio. Don't think that'll save you, Shikaku growled. Sand piled around her feet. Not this time, Shio exclaimed. Shio managed to get away. Hurry up, Gamabunta grunted. I can't hold him down for much longer. Shio got Gaara's limp body and shook him roughly. Gaara, wake up, she shouted. Sand grabbed her and pulled Shio away, but the red-headed girl grabbed Gaara tightly. She growled and lunged forward to hit Gaara's head with her own head. The possum jutsu was broken and Gaara woke up, blood streaming down from the wound on his forehead. No sukaku kuraiv. Shikaku retreated as Gaara raised a hand to grasp his injury. He glared at Shio murderously. You, he snarled. Yeah, me, Shio said, glaring right back. The sand tightened around her. Shio growled and wrenched her feet from the sand. She grabbed Gaara and with a burst of abnormal strength, wrenched Gaara from the sand and threw him off the sand form of Shikaku. The sand statue crumbled into a large pile of sand. Shio landed a little ways from Gaara, panting from overuse of chakra. Brat, I'm going to go now, Gamabunta said. You're already exhausted from all that chakra you used. Thanks, Boss Toad, Shio said. Gamabunta disappeared in a large poof of smoke. Gaara sat up. Blood dripped down between his eyes, making a small puddle at his feet. Why, he demanded. Why would you go so far to protect these people? Some of the people here are from enemy-hidden villages, so why protect them? I can't pretend to know how you feel, Gaara, Shio said. I don't know what it is like to be alone and unloved, but I know people who do know. Nobody loves me, Gaara said. I'm a monster. Even my own siblings hate me. You're wrong, Shio exclaimed. Your siblings love you. You're their little brother after all. They do not love me. I've seen the fear in their eyes. Gaara spat. Shut up. They love you, Gaara, Shio shouted. Yes, they fear you, but they care deeply about you. I've seen it in their eyes. I know they care about you. They know you didn't have the choice of becoming a Jinchuriki, but they're doing the best they can. I myself am a Jinchuriki, but the village learned to see me as a human being, as Shio Namikaze, not the Kyuubi. Your village can do the same in time. You just have to try to gain their trust. You know nothing, Gaara said quietly. You've always been loved. You don't know what it is like to be neglected, hated. No, I don't, Shio said. But I know people who went through that. Haku went through that just because he had a bloodline limit. My own brother was neglected by the village because of me. And where is your brother now? Gaara asked coldly. Does he hate Konoha for forgetting about him? My brother was one of the kindest people I knew, Shio said. I've never seen him hate anything before. You didn't answer my first question, Gaara said. Where is he now? Shio hesitated. Gaara smirked cruelly. He's gone, isn't he stated. He left the village because he was being neglected by everyone. That's not true, Shio shouted. He had a good reason for leaving, for betraying Konoha. How can you be so sure? Gaara demanded. News travels fast, Shio Namikaze. Your brother slaughtered an entire clan for power. That in itself says he was tired of being neglected. He just wanted to be recognized by people. He wanted people to acknowledge his power, even if he had to become a Nukenin to get that recognition. And he succeeded. Shut up, Shio shouted. I know my brother. He didn't do it for power. There's a different reason for why he did it. Shio took several deep breaths to calm her anger. Why do you care so much? Why do you defend him? Gaara asked. Because he's my brother and I love him, Shio said firmly. And you should love your siblings as well, Gaara. You need to give your people a chance to see you as Gaara, not Shikaku. Prove to them that you aren't just a Jinchuriki for Shikaku. Show them that you are Gaara, a ninja of Suna. Gaara stayed silent. Suddenly, Temari and Kankuro leapt down from the trees and rushed to their brother. Gaara, are you all right? Temari exclaimed. Temari fussed over him, checking his head injury. Gaara looked at her with suddenly tired eyes. I'm all right, he said softly. We need to get that head injury of yours checked, Kankuro said. It looks pretty bad. Kankuro picked up Gaara easily. Kankuro, Temari, Gaara said. The two elder siblings looked at their younger sibling in question. I am sorry, Garematered. Temari and Kankuro blinked in surprise before smiling. Let's get you checked out, little brother, Kankuro said. Temari looked at Shio. Thank you, Shio, Temari said. We'll be going now. Shio nodded and the three sand siblings rushed away. Sasuke and Sakura leapt beside Shio. You okay? Sasuke asked. I'm fine, Shio said, watching the sand siblings. I hope Gaara listens to me. Sakura checked her head injury. This injury looks pretty serious. What did you do? She asked. I headbutted Gaara to make him wake up, Shio said, shrugging. Reckless as always, Sasuke said, scowling in disapproval. I wouldn't be surprised if you had a slight concussion, Sakura said, frowning. We should get you to the hospital. I'm fine, Shio said, waving her hand dismissively. Shio swayed, feeling lightheaded. Whoa, she muttered. Sasuke and Sakura steadied her. I'm fine, Shio mumbled before passing out. Sasuke caught her and shed. Sakura checked her over. Chakra exhaustion, she said. Well, that's not surprising, Sasuke said. She released a huge portion of her chakra just to summon the boss toad and did a huge transformation jutsu. I'm surprised that she hasn't collapsed yet. There was a rustle and Itachi landed in front of them. You three okay? He asked. We're fine, Sakura said. What happened to Shio? Itachi asked. She's just tired from using too much chakra, Sakura said. She'll be fine after some rest. She was fighting Gaara, Sasuke said. That was reckless of her, Itachi said. But that's in the past now. You three should get to the hospital. You have some pretty serious injuries. Itachi took Shio from Sasuke. They followed Itachi through the forest and to the hospital. Shio, Kushina exclaimed. Kushina ran over to take Shio and took her from Itachi. What happened? Minato asked. She collapsed from chakra exhaustion after fighting Gaara, Itachi said. Minato nodded. What about the Chunin exam? Sasuke asked. Because of the ordeal with Orochimaru, the exam was cancelled, Minato said. However, the gathered Jounin decided to let one Genin become a Chunin. Who? Sakura asked eagerly. Shikamaru, Minato said. But he didn't even fight, Sakura exclaimed. His analytical ability impressed everyone, Minato said. Shikamaru will grow up to be an amazing strategist, like his father, perhaps even greater. Don't worry, you'll have another chance to take the Chunin exams next time. Well, at least we know what to expect, like what Kakashi said, Sakura said. What will happen between Konoha and Suna? Sasuke asked. It turns out the Kazekage was killed by Orochimaru, and he's been posing as the Kazekage. The misunderstanding was cleaned up, and a new treaty will be formed. Minato said, they'll need to find someone to become the fifth Kazekage soon, though. 3 days later, Shio woke up completely recovered. Ugh, she groaned. Shio, you're awake, Sakura exclaimed. Where am I? Shio asked, sitting up. Sakura helped her. You're in the hospital. You've been out for 3 days, she said. 3 days, Shio asked, chuckling weakly. Well, that's a new record for me. Sakura whacked her on the arm. Shio, this isn't something to laugh about, Sakura scolded. You collapsed from chakra exhaustion. Sorry, Shio said. What did I miss? Well, let's see, Sakura said. Suna and Konoha are allies again. The creepy snake guy is gone for now. That's about it. Where's Mom and Dad? Shio asked. Lord Hokage had work to do, and your mom is helping clean up after the battle. I offered to watch over you in case you woke up before they came back, Sakura said. A doctor came in and checked over Shio. All right, your chakra levels are back to normal, he said. I'll discharge you now and let Lord Hokage know. Shio grinned. Soon, they were out of the hospital. Sasuke and Itachi joined them. Glad to see you awake, Shio, Itachi said, smiling slightly. Thanks, Itachi, Shio said. I feel much better. I should hope so, Sasuke said. The doctor said you had a slight concussion, and that was what you collapsed from along with the chakra exhaustion. You were really reckless this time, Shio. Shio smiled sheepishly. Sorry for making you guys worry, she said. Despite that, it was impressive you fought a tailed beast on your own, Itachi said. But you shouldn't make a habit of charging into battle without coming up with a plan first, nor should you throw your chakra around carelessly. I'll be more careful next time, Shio promised. Not likely, Sasuke said, snorting. Shio punched him in the arm. Sasuke glared at her. They walked along the riverbank. Shio turned her gaze to the river. The river looks peaceful, she commented. Yeah, Sakura said, smiling. Shio smiled back. Suddenly, she saw movement from the corner of her eye. Shio turned forward and frowned when she saw two strange figures in the distance. They wore identical black cloaks decorated with crimson-red clouds. They both wore straw hats, hiding their faces from view. Who are they? Shio asked. Itachi, Sasuke, and Sakura followed her gaze to look at the newcomers. Chapter 15, The Akatsuki. They watched as the two cloaked figures approached them. One was tall and had a giant sword wrapped up sort of their back. The other one was small and slender, easily dwarfed by their taller companion. Who are they? Shio asked. I don't know, Sakura said. Maybe they're just visiting the village? Itachi frowned in suspicion. Those cloaks, I've seen them somewhere before. Those two aren't just civilians traveling to Konoha. Stay on guard, he said. The two people reached them. Who are you? Itachi demanded. We are simple travelers, the taller person said. You are lying, Itachi said. A mere traveler wouldn't carry a large sword like yours on your back. Who are you really? Very well then, the taller person said. He whipped off his straw hat and tossed it to the side to reveal a shark-like man. He had blue skin with gills. His forehead protector held the symbol of Kirigakure, but it was slashed through. You're a Nuke-Nin, Itachi said. The shark man grinned, showing off sharp canine teeth. Stay out of this, he told his partner. I can take them. The smaller person just nodded and stepped back a little. The shark man unsheathed his giant sword. I am Kisame Hashigaki, former member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist, wielder of Samahata, the shark man said. Kisame lunged forward to attack them with the giant sword, Samahata. Itachi met him halfway, his Mangekyo Sharingan whirling. An Uchiha? Yeah, Kisame asked, grinning maliciously. You're one of the 2 survivors. What of it? Itachi asked. Oh, nothing, Kisame said. They continued to fight. Kakashi appeared next to the genin. I got here as soon as I could, Kakashi said. What's happening? That guy is a Nuke-Nin, Sakura said, pointing to Kisame. She pointed at Kisame's companion. Not sure about that guy, though, she said. He's letting that Kisame guy fight first, Shio said. We can't count on him to stay out of this forever, Kakashi said. I'll go help Itachi. You 3 stay here. Kakashi revealed his Sharingan and joined Itachi in the battle against Kisame. 2 users of the Sharingan, Kisame asked. Guess it's a bad day for you, Kakashi said. Kisame scoffed before releasing a water jutsu. Kakashi and Itachi dodged the water jutsu. Itachi, something about these guys are familiar, Kakashi said. I've seen their cloaks somewhere before. Black cloaks with red crimson clouds. Itachi studied the cloaks once more before his eyes widened in recognition. I remember now, Itachi said. The Hokage told all of us about them. These 2 are part of the Akatsuki. Kisame grinned. So you figured it out, he said. The Akatsuki is an uprising criminal organization of S-ranked Nuke-Nin, Itachi said. Of course we would know about you. The 3 leapt at each other again. Kisame laughed crazily as he swung his sword, Samahata, at Kakashi. Kakashi dodged it while Itachi attacked from behind. All the while, Kisame's partner remained out of the fight, watching them patiently. They finally managed to corner Kisame. Itachi kicked Samahata from the shark man's hands. It's over now, Itachi said. Surrender. Kisame scowled before sighing. He sagged in defeat. All right, I was wrong to fight them by myself. Can you come help me now? He asked, looking at his partner. Without a word, the smaller person walked forward, holding out a pale hand with painted nails. A familiar blue orb formed in his hand. The person lunged forward. Kakashi and Itachi were forced to leap back to avoid getting hit by the blue orb. It hit the ground where they were standing a few seconds ago and created a small crater with a spiral design. That was Dad's Rasengan, Shio exclaimed. How do you know that jutsu? The person didn't answer and instead turned to Kisame. Kisame laughed sheepishly. Sorry, I was a little careless, he said. The person scoffed before turning back to the others. He formed another Rasengan. But this time, the blue orb of chakra shrunk down and began glowing white. Wind began to whip around the orb violently. The wind grew stronger as the orb turned into a glowing white color. Soon, wind was whirling around violently that it formed 4 blades that spun around the white orb like a shuriken. There was a loud, shrieking sound in the air. What is that thing? Sakura shouted over the wind. Nothing good, Kakashi shouted. I can sense a lot of chakra condensed into that tiny sphere. We can't let that thing hit us, or we'll be dead. Itachi put a hand over his eyes to protect them from the violent winds. He couldn't put his finger on it, but something was very familiar about that jutsu. Kakashi, Itachi shouted. Kakashi rushed over to him. That jutsu is very familiar. I've seen it somewhere, Itachi exclaimed. Before Kakashi could answer, though, the small cloaked person threw the shuriken-shaped jutsu at them. Get out of the way, Itachi yelled. They all leapt back just as the jutsu exploded outwards. They were thrown back by the violent winds. Nearby trees were uprooted. Finally, the jutsu dissipated, leaving a crater behind. Itachi got to his feet and faced the two enemies. Kakashi ran over to the three genin to check on them. That jutsu, Itachi said. I remember it now. Itachi looked at the smaller man. Where did you learn that jutsu? He demanded. Who are you? There's only one person I know that has successfully incorporated an element affinity into the fourth Hokage's Rasengan. The small person hummed. Yes, I know, he said. That jutsu was my creation. Itachi froze at the voice. Kisame chuckled as his partner removed his hat, revealing a shock of blonde hair with red tips, cerulean blue eyes, and whisker marks on each cheek. A forehead protector with a slashed Konoha symbol lay across the forehead. Naruto! Itachi couldn't say anything else. Kakashi choked in shock. Shio and Sasuke gasped. Sakura just stared. Naruto Namikaze smiled. Hello, Itachi. Chapter 16, An Unexpected Reunion. Hello, Itachi. Itachi couldn't tear his eyes away from the blonde he had fallen in love with. Naruto hadn't changed at all in the past 2 years. The blonde looked exactly the same as he had before the Uchiha massacre. He still had the same small, lithe figure. His skin was still slightly tanned. His eyes were the same breathtaking, beautiful, cerulean blue color Itachi loved. Naruto, Itachi repeated, softer this time. What are you doing back in Konoha? Kakashi demanded. And why are you with the Akatsuki? We are on a mission, Naruto said. For what? Kakashi asked. We're supposed to find the Jinchuriki, Kisame said. We should be going now. No need, Kisame, Naruto said. Our target is right in front of us. He pointed at Shio. Shio Namikaze, Jinchuriki of the Kyubi no Kitsune, he said. She came straight to us. Great, Kisame exclaimed, grinning. Let's nab her and get out of here. Itachi and Kakashi stepped in front of the three genin. If you think we're going to just let you take Shio, you're wrong, Itachi said. Then I suppose I'll have to kill you first, Naruto said. The only one who's going to be killed is you, Naruto, Sasuke shouted angrily. Sasuke lunged forward with a Chidori. Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash only to appear directly above Sasuke. Sasuke shouted out in pain as Naruto smashed him into the ground. Sasuke, Itachi exclaimed. Naruto calmly got off of Sasuke and kicked him towards Itachi. Itachi caught him and gently lowered him to the ground, keeping his eyes on Naruto. You're a disgrace, Shio shouted suddenly. Naruto looked at her. What? He asked. You're a disgrace to the Namikaze and Uzumaki clan names, Shio said. You don't deserve the last name you take. You slaughtered an entire clan because you want to show off your power. That's low, especially for you, Naruto. You killed your boyfriend's clan. Were you just using Itachi to get close to the Uchiha clan so you could learn their weaknesses? Shio clenched her fists in anger. I was convinced that you had a good reason for betraying Konoha, for slaughtering an entire clan. I had hoped that you were still a good person. But now that I'm face to face with you, I can see that I was wrong about you. Why would you join a criminal organization created to hunt down Jinchuriki, knowing your own sister was one? What reason do you have for doing this, Naruto? She shouted. Naruto didn't reply. Instead, he disappeared in a yellow flash and appeared right in front of Shio. Shio gasped and made to scramble back, but Naruto grabbed her by the throat and easily lifted her straight up into the air. Shio choked and struggled to get out of his grip, but Naruto's grip was like steel. Instead of worrying about my reasons for the massacre and joining the Akatsuki, you should be more worried about yourself, little sister, Naruto said. Suddenly, Naruto tensed up and he released Shio before disappearing in a yellow flash with another following him. Shio crumbled to the ground, coughing and rubbing her throat. A split second later, Minato and Naruto appeared, locked in battle. Minato's kunai were planted in the ground. I see you've gotten faster, Naruto, Minato said. You haven't seen what I am capable of yet, Lord Hokage, Naruto said. Naruto glanced at Kisame, but being careful to keep an eye on Minato at the same time. The shark-like man placed Samahata back on his back. They're all yours, Naruto, Kisame said, grinning and showing his sharp teeth. Naruto nodded curtly at him before turning his attention completely back to Minato. They disappeared once more in a yellow flash. All the others could see were flashes, and they could only hear the clashes of metal. Finally, Naruto and Minato appeared a little ways away from each other, both slightly panting. You're not using a medium anymore, Minato said. Naruto said nothing. Minato hummed. You definitely live up to your title as a prodigy, he said. You've surpassed me in many ways. You've mastered the Namikaze's bloodline limit without the use of a medium, and you've successfully incorporated your element affinity into the Rasengan. Both things I have yet to accomplish. You impress me, Naruto. It wasn't easy, Naruto said. It took lots of intense training, extreme chakra control, and falling out of the sky to get where I am at today, but it was worth it. I don't have to rely on a medium like you do. Nonetheless, I will not let you near Shio, Minato said. I do not know why you defected from Konoha and joined the Akatsuki, but I do know it was not for power. You had an ulterior motive for doing what you did. You are wrong. There was no ulterior motive. I got sick and tired of being neglected. I was a prodigy of Konoha, like Itachi, and Kakashi, like you. I became Genin at age 5, Chunin at age 6, and Jounin at age 7. Did the people of Konoha care? No, they didn't, because they decided to give all their attention to my little sister, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. They chose a little girl who couldn't even control her own chakra, while I could control my chakra when I was barely 3 years old. She couldn't even do a simple clone jutsu. Shio Namikaze, the dead last, Naruto said coldly. His already icy blue eyes hardened further, a murderous glint showing within the blue orbs. You did all of this out of jealousy, Shio asked, her voice trembling. It was only natural, Naruto said. Everyone saw you as a hero and ignored me in favor of you. There were even some that didn't remember that the 4th Hokage had another child. They forgot about me completely. Those who did remember me thought I was weak, so I did what I had to. I massacred the Uchiha clan to send a message to Konoha. They should not have ignored me, and this is the price they paid for doing just that. Why, you're a monster, Shio exclaimed. You killed Itachi and Sasuke's family, and you joined the Akatsuki all because you were jealous. I don't believe that. No, I can't believe that. I refuse to believe you would do all this for that reason. Tears streamed down her cheeks. I know you, Naruto, Shio said. I know you, and I know you wouldn't do something like this because of jealousy. All those times, I never saw hatred in your eyes. You had close friends, and that was all you needed. The Naruto I knew didn't care about recognition. He only cared about protecting those he loved. Then obviously you have been blind, Naruto said. All of you were blind. You didn't know how I felt because you were too focused on yourselves. Minato and Kushina were too focused on you to worry about me. Shio, Kakashi always had his head stuck in that filthy book to care much about anything else. And what about me? Itachi asked coldly. I had nothing against you personally, Itachi, Naruto said. Then why did you slaughter my clan? Itachi demanded. While I had nothing against you, I cannot say that about the rest of the Uchiha clan. All the Uchihas thought they were better than everyone else. They thought everyone else was inferior to them just because of a powerful bloodline limit, Naruto said. They were the perfect target for me to show what I was capable of. Their arrogance would have been the downfall of them eventually. I did Konoha a favor by getting rid of them. Itachi clenched his fists in anger. He pulled out a kunai. Naruto, he growled. Itachi leapt forward, Sharingan glowing a vibrant crimson red. Naruto blocked his attack. You bastard, Itachi snarled. I won't let you get away with this, Naruto. You will pay for what you have done. I'll kill you. Naruto leapt back and Itachi followed him. If you want to kill me, Itachi, catch me first, Naruto said. Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash and kicked Itachi from the back. Itachi caught himself. Fire style, Great fireball jutsu, he exclaimed. He blew a huge fireball attack at Naruto. Naruto dodged it and appeared in front of Itachi. Itachi barely managed to block Naruto's kunai before it stabbed into his chest. Don't think you're above me because you have the Sharingan, Naruto said coldly. I have a bloodline limit as well. Don't forget that, Itachi. Itachi kicked Naruto away from him, but the blonde disappeared again. Above you, Sakura screamed. Itachi looked up just in time to see Naruto crash into him. Itachi grunted as he was knocked to the ground. The kunai was knocked out of his hand as Naruto pinned him to the ground. Itachi, Sasuke exclaimed, running forward. Naruto put his own kunai to Itachi's throat, making Sasuke halt in his tracks. Itachi's hands were trapped to his side. Damn you, Itachi seethed. Itachi kicked upwards, forcing Naruto to jump back. Itachi grabbed him before he could disappear again and switched their positions, wrenching the kunai from the blonde's hand. Itachi pinned Naruto to the ground and held the stolen kunai to the blonde's throat. Naruto, I want answers, Itachi said. To what, the massacre? Naruto asked. I already told you my reason, Itachi. No, I want the real reason, Itachi demanded. I know you better than you think, Naruto. I know you've never cared about showing off your power for recognition. You were happy with just your family and friends. You were happy with me. I know you didn't slaughter my clan for power. I want the real reason now. Why did you do it? Naruto looked at him calmly. Damn it. Answer me, Naruto, Itachi shouted, shaking the blonde roughly. Itachi, you will have to accept my reason, Naruto said. His voice was calm and monotone, as if he weren't being pinned to the ground with a kunai to his throat, poised to kill him. Was anything in our relationship even true? Itachi demanded. Or were you just using me? Naruto suddenly flipped their positions once more. Itachi blinked in surprise from the abrupt change in their positions. Naruto was straddling his waist, much like the time they had first confessed to each other. Naruto leaned down, so his lips brushed against Itachi's lips. Itachi stared into the blonde's eyes. They were a deep blue color that reminded Itachi of the ocean. He used to stare into the blonde's eyes for what seemed like hours, swimming in content in those eyes. They had been gentle and caring once, filled with affectionate laughter. Now, they were cold and hard, like ice. Nothing like the Naruto Itachi knew and loved 2 years ago. Itachi, Naruto breathed. Itachi's breathing hitched slightly. His limbs weren't moving. He was frozen underneath Naruto. The truth will come out one day, and everything will become clear, Naruto whispered against the raven's lips. But until then, you will have to be patient. Naruto pressed a gentle kiss to Itachi's lips. Itachi's eyes fluttered shut against his will. But as soon as it started, it ended. Itachi opened his eyes, his crimson eyes meeting Naruto's beautiful cerulean eyes. Naruto withdrew and smiled slightly at him, making Itachi's heart flutter at the sight. It had been so long since he had seen the blonde smile, and it was as breathtaking as the last time he had seen it. At that moment, Itachi knew he still loved the blonde with all his heart, despite his betrayal. He couldn't find in himself to hate Naruto Namikaze. Naruto touched Itachi's cheek gently. Farewell for now, Itachi, he said. We will meet again one day. Without another word, Naruto and Kisame disappeared. Chapter 17. The Sanins Reunite. Shio stretched tiredly as she walked through the village. She was still tired from fighting Gaara and then Naruto. Her nerves were a little rattled from seeing Naruto again, but other than that, she was fine. Suddenly, Shio froze and shuddered. I sensed something perverted, she said. Shio ran towards a nearby bathhouse. There was a hunched figure kneeling in front of the bathhouse, giggling perversely. Shio's eye twitched. She lunged forward and kicked the figure in the head. OW, the person yelped. What was that? A woman from inside the bathhouse exclaimed. I think someone is peeping on us, another exclaimed. There were screams and running footsteps. The person groaned in frustration before turning around to glare at Shio. What was that for? Shio looked unamused. Jiraiya, she said blandly. Jiraiya huffed. Oh, it's just you, the little brat, he said. Ahem, this little brat is your goddaughter, Shio exclaimed. Jiraiya chuckled. Fiery as ever, Shio, he said. How have you been? Are you still reckless as ever? I'm fine, Shio said. How are you, Jiraiya? Still a pervert? You got it all wrong, Shio, Jiraiya said, shaking his head solemnly. I'm not a pervert. Shio raised an eyebrow. Jiraiya grinned. I'm a super pervert, he exclaimed. Shio's sweat dropped. What's the difference? She asked. You're still a pervert. Shio turned away and began walking. Why, where are you going? Jiraiya exclaimed. Is that any way to treat your godfather after he's come back from a long trip? Shio snorted. How about instead of spying on those poor women, you visit my parents, she suggested. Don't you go acting like an adult, little brat, Jiraiya said, catching up with her. I'm the adult here. You're still a snot-nosed brat. And it wasn't spying, it was research for my books. If you're an adult, act like it, Shio shot back, sticking her tongue out at him. And your perverted books are just excuses. Jiraiya laughed. That's the Shio I know, he exclaimed. Fine then, let's go see how the Hokage is doing. They reached the Hokage Tower. Hey Dad, look who I found spying on the women's bathhouse, Shio announced. Minato rolled his eyes as Jiraiya laughed sheepishly. You really need to stop doing that, Jiraiya, Minato said. Shio snorted in amusement. Not likely, she muttered. Anyways, I heard Orochimaru has shown up, Jiraiya said. Yes, Minato said. However, he's been severely injured. My guess is that he'll try to get Tsunade to heal him, so he can attack again. Tsunade hasn't been seen for years, Jiraiya said, and there's ways she would help that snake. He'll still try, Minato said. Jiraiya, I want you to find Tsunade and bring her back to Konoha. She won't come easily, Jiraiya said. I know, Minato said, but we still have to try. She is the best medic nin in Konoha. Jiraiya sighed. Fine, he said. Jiraiya paused. What's wrong? Minato asked. I heard you guys recently had an encounter with the Akatsuki, Jiraiya said. Is it true that he's with them? Minato's gaze darkened. Yes, Naruto is one of the Akatsuki, he said grimly. I didn't want to believe it at first. My own godson, an S-ranked nuke nin of the Akatsuki, Jiraiya said. I should have realized how he felt, and perhaps we could have prevented him doing what he has done. None of us saw it coming, Minato said. And he's very powerful now. He's mastered the Namikaze's bloodline limit, as well as invented a new Rasengan that involves the use of an element affinity. He sure lives up to his name as a prodigy, Jiraiya said. Have you taught Shio the Rasengan yet? Not yet, Minato said. I was going to, but things got hectic during the Chunin exams. I'm sure you heard about that as well. Yeah, Jiraiya said. May I take Shio with me to find Tsunade? Why? Minato asked. To teach her the Rasengan, Jiraiya said. You're just going to get busier and you won't have time to teach Shio the Rasengan. I'll do it for you. Minato hesitated before nodding. Shio, be careful, he said. Shio nodded. I will be, she said. Jiraiya and Shio left the village. So, when are you going to start teaching me? Shio asked eagerly. Have you mastered the tree walking exercise? Jiraiya asked. Well enough, Shio said. What about water walking? Jiraiya asked. No, Shio said. Let's start with that before I start teaching you the Rasengan, Jiraiya said. Your dad's jutsu requires very precise chakra control, and with how large your chakra coils are, it won't be easy. When they finished traveling for the day, they made their camp near a river. Right, water walking, Jiraiya said. It's the same concept as tree walking, but just slightly harder. You want to channel just enough chakra into your feet so you stay afloat on the water. Too much chakra, you'll end up flying into the air. Too little chakra, you'll all into the water. All right, let's do this, Shio exclaimed. Shio stepped onto the water, channeling chakra into her feet. She wobbled as she struggled to gain control over her chakra. What's going on? She exclaimed. Jiraiya watched Shio struggle for several minutes. Shio, come here, he said finally. Shio looked at him before walking over. Tell me, when you encountered Orochimaru, did he do anything to the seal? Jiraiya asked. Shio frowned thoughtfully. Now that I think about it, he bit Sasuke on the shoulder, and then he slammed his hand into my stomach. But my chakra felt fine before, she exclaimed. Let me see the seal, Jiraiya said. Shio lifted her shirt up just enough to show the seal on her stomach. I thought so, Jiraiya said. Orochimaru added a seal on top of the original seal that will slowly make your chakra unable to function. It's a gradual process, which explains why your chakra felt fine before, but not now. Jiraiya held out his hand, and his fingers lit up in blue flames while he muttered something under his breath. He slammed his hand into Shio's stomach. Shio grunted as she stumbled back. The extra seal disappeared. Try it now, Jiraiya said. Shio went back to the river and channeled chakra to her feet. She stepped onto the river and grinned when she stayed perfectly balanced. I did it, she exclaimed. Shio laughed as she kicked the water around. All right, brat. That's enough, Jiraiya said. Since you've picked up water walking easily, let's get started on the real training. Shio rushed over excitedly. You most likely already know this from your father telling you, but I'm going to tell you anyways. The Rasengan is a very powerful A-ranked jutsu. Not very many people know it. Only a handful like myself and a few others. It requires extreme chakra control, which is something only a small handful of ninja have. This jutsu also doesn't require hand seals. There are 3 stages in mastering the Rasengan, he said, holding up 3 fingers. You must master each stage before you can start on the Rasengan itself. Jiraiya pulled out a water balloon. What's that for? Shio asked, confused. The first stage is rotation, Jiraiya said. Watch carefully. Shio stared at the water balloon. Suddenly, the water began swishing around, and it bulged outwards in several places before it suddenly burst. Shio jumped slightly. Jiraiya handed her another water balloon. Now you try, he said. Shio frowned as she took the water balloon. Channel your chakra into the water balloon and make it explode like I did, Jiraiya said. Shio channeled her chakra into the balloon, making the water swirl around, but it didn't explode. She tried again and again and again. No results. What the heck is this? Shio exclaimed. Pervy Sage, how did you get yours to explode? Well, right now, you're just making the water swirl around in the balloon. You have to control the water's movement with your chakra and make it explode outward, Jiraiya said. The point of this stage is to teach you to spin your chakra in multiple directions at once. That's why it is called rotation. It took Shio 10 more tries before she finally got the balloon to explode like Jiraiya did. Finally, Shio exclaimed. Congrats, you've mastered the first stage, Jiraiya said. Now, on to the second stage, power. This one is harder. Jiraiya pulled out a rubber ball. You have to do the same thing with this like you did with the water balloon, he said. I'll demonstrate it for you first. The rubber ball in Jiraiya's hand bulged outwards in multiple directions at once like the water balloon before exploding. In order to do what I just did, you have to increase the power and density of your chakra. Without power, the Rasengan won't do much damage. The more chakra you put into the Rasengan, the more damage it can cause. Now you try, Jiraiya said, handing Shio a second rubber ball. Shio tried and growled in frustration. Eventually, she got it to deflate. Well, that's not it, she grumbled. Jiraiya chuckled as he handed her another rubber ball. I never said learning the Rasengan was going to be easy, he said. In fact, it is one of the hardest ninjutsu there is. Shio looked at him as she took the next rubber ball. How long did it take you to master the Rasengan? She asked. Jiraiya tapped his chin thoughtfully. I think about 3 months maybe, he said. It took Minato 3 years just to create the jutsu, and it took Naruto maybe 2 weeks. What? Shio exclaimed. Naruto mastered the Rasengan in 2 weeks? Well, he is a prodigy, Jiraiya said. That boy, whenever he put his mind to something, there's no stopping him. He even mastered the Namikaze's bloodline limit. Not to mention, he's become even faster. He's done what even Minato couldn't do with the Rasengan. He created a higher-level jutsu from the Rasengan by incorporating an element affinity into it. That was Minato's original plan when he invented the Rasengan, but he never succeeded in incorporating an element affinity into it. Wow, Shio said. Shio turned her attention back to the rubber ball. If I want to help stop the Akatsuki, I have to master the Rasengan, she said determinedly. Jiraiya smiled. That's the spirit, he said. It took the next week and a half until Shio was finally able to make the rubber ball explode. She collapsed to the ground exhausted. Take a short break, Jiraiya said. The Toad Sannin had just come back from a town. We'll go on to the third and final stage once you've recovered. Jiraiya said. Any news on Tsunade? Shio asked. She was in that town, but she's already moved on to another one. Jiraiya said. I just hope we get to hear before Orochimaru does. They gathered their belongings and continued on to the next town. By the time they reached the next town, Shio was ready to continue training. All right, the third and final stage, Jiraiya said. He pulled out a balloon. Another balloon? Shio asked. Watch closely, Jiraiya said. Shio stared at the balloon and frowned in confusion. But nothing is going on, she said. Exactly, Jiraiya said. The last thing you have to learn is containment. You're going to combine the first two steps in this final stage. Here's what's really going on inside this balloon. Jiraiya held out his other hand and a Rasengan formed. Whoa, Shio breathed. The Rasengan is essentially dense chakra compacted into a ball, Jiraiya said. The first two stages were to help you learn how to turn the chakra and make it more dense and powerful. This last stage is going to teach you to contain it all into a little ball. That's why extreme chakra control is key. If the balloon explodes, you haven't mastered it yet. Jiraiya handed her the balloon. Shio was attempting the third stage, but failing each time. They were walking through the next town by now. Shio groaned in frustration as another balloon popped. Another week and a half had passed by then. There was no sign of Tsunade anywhere. Shio had managed to get some of the balloons not to pop, but that only happened for a few seconds before it popped again. That's enough for now. You're getting closer, Shio, Jiraiya said. Don't exhaust all your chakra or you'll collapse. How about we get a bite to eat now? Jiraiya started to go into a bar-like restaurant. Hang on, I can't go in there, Shio exclaimed. Why not? Jiraiya asked, glancing back at her. Hello, I'm on the raid, Shio exclaimed. Then don't order any sake and you'll be fine, Jiraiya said. Jiraiya turned forward and froze, his mouth dropping in shock. Shio looked at him. Pervy Sage, you okay? She asked. TT Tsunade, Jiraiya shouted, pointing. Tsunade, who was on the other side of the restaurant, jumped and her eyes widened in shock. Jiraiya, she exclaimed, what are you doing here? Searching for you, Jiraiya said, recovering. They walked over and sat down. Tsunade's cheeks were flushed and she smelled strongly of alcohol. A young woman sat beside her, holding a small pig dressed fancily in a dress. Who's the brat? Tsunade asked, looking at Shio with glazed eyes. What? You don't remember your own goddaughter? Jiraiya asked. Yeah, that's Shio, Tsunade asked, her words slurred together. Damn brat, you've grown. Hey Tsunade, Shio said, smiling dryly. How've you been? I was fine, until I had to see your ugly face, Jiraiya, Tsunade said, glaring at the Toad Sannin. Tsunade drank some more sake. Shio ordered some food. It came out a few minutes later, and Shio began eating the food. Jiraiya poured some sake for himself before downing it. Lady Tsunade, you've had enough sake, the young woman exclaimed. Shut up, Shizune, Tsunade slurred. Shizune sighed in resignation. Tsunade groaned before looking at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, I heard about Konoha, she said. The medic Nin seems slightly less drunk now. Orochimaru came to me, Tsunade said. He wanted me to heal him. And what did you say to him? Jiraiya asked. Did he offer you anything? He offered to bring back Dan and Nawaki, Tsunade said quietly. Who? Shio asked. Her lover and her little brother, Jiraiya whispered to her. He left after that, obviously giving me time to think about his offer. Then you showed up, Tsunade said. Why are you searching for me, Jiraiya? Konoha needs you, Jiraiya said. Tsunade shook her head. No, I'm not a medic Nin anymore, she said. I can't do that again, not after watching everyone I love die in front of me. Tsunade, Orochimaru killed the fourth Kazekage. He infiltrated Konoha and almost killed Minato. He brought the first and second Hokage back to life. We need you, Jiraiya said. You just want to make sure I'm not going to help Orochimaru. But you don't have to worry about that, Tsunade said, downing another helping of sake. I'm not going to help that snake. Not after he betrayed Konoha. But at the same time, I'm not going back to Konoha with you. I'm done. Shio stood up abruptly. How dare you turn your back on people who need you? Shio shouted. I used to respect you, but looking at you now, I just can't. You're not one of the Sannin. You're just a drunk. Stupid brat. I'll beat you into hell for that, Tsunade growled. Shio pointed outside. I challenge you to a fight right now, she exclaimed. Shio, that's not a good idea, Jiraiya exclaimed. Listen to him, brat, Tsunade said. A snot-nosed genin stands no chance against a Sannin. Then prove it, Shio retorted. If you're a Sannin, prove it to me. Fine, but you asked for a kid, Tsunade said. They walked outside. Shizun was holding the pig in her arms, looking nervous. Jiraiya looked resigned. Come at me then, Tsunade said. Shio charged at her. Tsunade didn't even move to avoid her attack. She merely lifted up a hand and flicked Shio in the forehead as soon as the red-headed girl was close enough. Shio was thrown back and smashed into the ground. She groaned. See, kid, you don't stand a chance against me, Tsunade said. Well, I'm not giving up, Shio exclaimed, standing up. Did you not hear anything I just said? Tsunade exclaimed. Listen up, Granny, Shio exclaimed, pointing at the Sannin. If I win this fight, you're going to come back to Konoha with us, and you're going to give me that necklace. Tsunade looked at the necklace. I can't do that, she said. This necklace is cursed. Only I can wear it. Anybody else who's worn it just died shortly after I have it to them. Death comes to everyone, Tsunade, Shio said. But I don't plan on dying anytime soon. So if I win this fight, the necklace is mine. She brushed some rocks out of her hair before forming a hand seal. Shadow clone jutsu, she exclaimed. A single clone poofed into existence beside her. Shio held out her hand, and the clone gathered the chakra into her hand, forming an imperfect Rasengan. Tsunade's eyes widened in recognition. That jutsu, she said. When did you learn the Rasengan? Just a few weeks ago, Shio said. I can't form it perfectly yet. I can't even form this much without the help of a shadow clone, but it's close enough. After all, I'm no prodigy. Shio lunged at Tsunade again. Tsunade dodged the Rasengan and it drove into the ground, creating a small crater. The fight went on for a few more minutes. Soon, Shio was panting from exhaustion. She swayed before falling forward. Tsunade caught her, sighing. Brat, you haven't changed at all, she said, chuckling slightly. You still charge recklessly into battle. Shio woke up to daylight. She groaned and tried to sit up. There were footsteps, and suddenly, someone was helping her sit up. She looked over to see Shizun. You exhausted a lot of chakra, Shio, Shizun said. Shio scowled. I didn't even win the fight, she grumbled. Tsunade called it a draw, Shizun said. But she is considering coming back to Konoha. Where are they now? Shio asked. They're talking in the other room, Shizun said. You were out for about a day from chakra exhaustion. Tsunade healed any injuries you had. Shio got up and stretched. Then she and Shizun walked into the other room, where Jiraiya and Tsunade were talking quietly with each other. Hey, Granny, pervy sage, Shio said. Tsunade's eye twitched. Don't call me that, she warned. Anyways, Jiraiya cut in. I'm glad you're awake, Shio. Do you feel refreshed? Enough, Shio said. Good, because we may have an encounter with Orochimaru soon, Jiraiya said. He'll be coming for Tsunade's answer. Soon, I expect. Tsunade nodded in confirmation. I've already decided I won't be helping him, she said. Once he learns that, he'll try to kill me. We won't let that happen, Shio said firmly. Kid, you barely could stand after attacking me. How do you expect to face someone like Orochimaru, who will have no qualms killing you? Tsunade asked. I'll figure something out, Shio grumbled. Leave Orochimaru to us, brat, Jiraiya said. No doubt Orochimaru will bring a follower or two with him. They were attacked suddenly. Blood splattered onto Tsunade's hands and face. Her eyes widened in horror. Be blood, she muttered, hands shaking. Hey, I know you. You were at the Chunin exams. Shio exclaimed, pointing at the familiar teen standing next to the snake Sannin. Kabuto smirked before lunging forward. He kicked Tsunade back. Shizen caught her, both tumbling back. Kabuto leapt back to join Orochimaru. Shizen, you okay? Jiraiya asked. Shizen nodded. You take the guy with the glasses, Jiraiya said. I'll fight Orochimaru. What about me? Shio asked. You stay back and watch Tsunade, Jiraiya said. But I want to fight too. Shio protested. No, Jiraiya said. You're nowhere near prepared to fight someone like Orochimaru. He's a Sannin like Tsunade and I. He is on a completely different level than you, Shio. Jinchuriki or not, you will get slaughtered by him. Stay back, guard Tsunade. Let me take care of Orochimaru. Shio pouted but nodded. Kabuto bit his thumb and wiped his blood across the seal on Orochimaru's wrist, summoning a giant snake. Kabuto, take her out, Orochimaru said, motioning to Shizen with her head. I'll take Jiraiya. The giant snake hissed venomously as it lunged forward. Kabuto leapt away and slammed his foot into Shizen's stomach, sending her flying back. Shizen coughed out blood as she hit the ground hard. Jiraiya and Orochimaru clashed together. Shio leapt through the air and debris, trying to find her way out of the dust. The snake's head appeared out of nowhere. Shio yelped as the snake opened its mouth and trapped her inside. Shio, Jiraiya exclaimed, forming a hand seal. Earth-style, dark swamp. The earth rumbled and the snake sunk into the softening earth. The snake hissed loudly as Orochimaru scowled. Shizen blocked a hit from Kabuto and fired Senbon at the Sound Ninja, using a small contraption on her wrist. Kabuto dodged them as his hand lit up in chakra. He hit her in the stomach, sending her flying back. Shizen managed to stop herself before she crashed into Tsunade, who was still frozen in shock from seeing blood, the very thing that had traumatized her long ago. Ninja art, folk, Shizen exclaimed. She blew a purple fog from her mouth. Kabuto gritted his teeth as the poisonous fog approached him quickly. In the snake's mouth, Shio fought to lift up the snake's lip. I refuse to be eaten a second time. Shio grunted out. She lifted the snake's lip just enough to jump out. The snake glared down at her and lunged forward, hitting her. Shio hit a boulder. She crumbled to the ground, blood trickling from her mouth. Shio! Shizen exclaimed, running forward. Two hands erupted from the ground and caught her ankles. Shizen tripped to the ground as Kabuto emerged from the earth behind her. It ends here, Orochimaru said, smirking. Jiraiya clenched his teeth as he made a hand seal. Orochimaru lunged forward, his neck extending. Ninja art, needle Jizo, Jiraiya exclaimed. His hair extended outwards and sharpened into razor-sharp needles. It surrounded his body just as Orochimaru made to attack him. The snake Sannin's foot was pierced by the needle hair. His head lunged forward and bit Jiraiya on the neck. Jiraiya's eyes widened slightly. Give up now, Orochimaru hissed. Jiraiya winced in pain. He chanced a glance over to where Tsunade was. She was still crumbled to the ground, in shock from seeing blood. Kabuto walked towards her. Shizen was laying on the ground nearby. Stay back, Tsunade exclaimed. Kabuto just smirked and began kicking her, taking advantage of Tsunade's dazed state. Shio looked up and struggled to her feet. She mustered all her strength and ran forward as fast as she could. Kabuto pulled his fist back and made to attack Tsunade, only to hit Shio in the head directly in the middle of her forehead protector. Blood dripped down, but Shio ignored it. That's pretty cowardly of you, attacking someone who's not fighting back, Shio gritted out. Shio held out her hand and channeled chakra into her palm. She used her other hand to mold the chakra. An imperfect Rasengan formed in her hand. She let out a battle cry and lunged forward. Kabuto smirked and dodged her, his own hand lighting up in chakra. He touched her left leg, and Shio crumbled to the ground. Her leg felt like it was on fire. Seems like you have a cracked thigh bone in your left leg, Kabuto said. You got it from the battle with the snake, right? Kabuto walked over and kicked Shio in the stomach. I always hated brats like you. You have such a naive perspective of the world, and you think anyone can be saved. You have big dreams, but they'll only be crushed, Kabuto said, continuing to kick Shio. Shio caught his foot. Kabuto blinked in surprise. Shio grunted as she sat up. She threw Kabuto's foot to the side. Bastard, she growled. You shut up. What do you know about me? Nothing. So what if I do have a naive perspective of the world and think anyone can be saved? That's how I keep moving forward. If I didn't think like that, there'd be nothing left for me. So shut up. Shio got to her feet, ignoring the pain in her left leg. It was already healing from the QB's power. Kabuto sighed as he raised his hand. Chakra surrounded his hand. Shio's eyes widened as she could feel the power radiating from the Sound Ninja's hand. You should have stayed down, Kabuto said, swinging his hand at her. Blood spewed out of Shio's mouth as she was thrown back. She landed in front of Tsunade, who stared at her with wide eyes. Shio, Tsunade gasped. Shio got to her feet again and made a hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu, she said. A clone appeared next to her. Shio, enough. Don't protect me. Stop it, Tsunade exclaimed. I'm not worth it. Get out of here while you still can. Shio snorted. Shut up, Granny, she said. Kabuto whipped out a kunai and rushed forward. Shio, run, Tsunade shouted. Shio's hand snatched Kabuto's hand, the kunai cutting into her hand in the process. Kabuto's eyes widened as he tried to wrench his hand free, but Shio's grip was like iron. Shio smirked as she held her other hand out. The clone molded chakra in her hand, creating a Rasengan. Shio drove the Rasengan into Kabuto's chest. Rasengan! Kabuto doubled over as the jutsu drilled into his chest. It blew him backwards, and he smashed into a rock, creating a small crater around him. He groaned and looked up. He took a step forward, swaying slightly. His injuries began healing. Shio winced in pain as blood spilled from her mouth. She stumbled as her vision faded. She collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Tsunade scrambled to her feet and rushed over to Shio. Kabuto slowly walked forward as his injuries finished healing. Suddenly, he stopped, his eyes wide. He choked and collapsed to the ground. Tsunade paid no attention to him and instead put her head over Shio's chest, listening for a pulse. She heard something irregular and her eyes widened in horror. Damn it, she cursed, using her chakra to cut Shio's shirt open. Her heart muscles are ripped to shreds. Kabuto managed to lift his head up, laughing. It's all over to her, he said. There's no way she can recover from what I did to her, even with your powers. Shut up, Tsunade shouted. I will save her, and after I do, I'll kill you. Tsunade channeled more chakra into healing Shio. Shio's hand reached up suddenly and touched the necklace around Tsunade's neck. Tsunade gasped in surprise. Shio, she breathed. I won the bet, Shio said weakly. Her hand dropped. Tsunade finished healing the red-headed girl and smiled slightly. I am possible, Kabuto gasped. How is she alive? Tsunade took the necklace off and gently lifted up Shio's head, placing the necklace around Shio's neck. She dropped the necklace gently and touched it. Yes, you did, Shio. Orochimaru watched them, staring intensely at Shio, mainly at the seal on her stomach. His snake-like eyes narrowed dangerously, and he abruptly leapt forward, charging towards where Tsunade and Shio were. Jiraiya raced after him. Orochimaru quickly attacked him with his extending tongue and flung Jiraiya away. Jiraiya cursed as he hit the ground. Orochimaru flew towards Tsunade and Shio. A sword appeared from his mouth. Just before the sword could pierce and kill Shio, Tsunade was suddenly there, blocking Orochimaru. The sword impaled her through the chest. Orochimaru wrenched the sword out and swallowed it back into his body. He looked at his ex-teammate. Tsunade, you were the only one I wasn't going to kill. But if you are willing to throw your life away from some kid, it is a fitting end for you. Orochimaru exclaimed, summoning the sword again. The sword slashed Tsunade's shoulder, knocking her aside. Orochimaru lunged forward to kill Shio, only to be blocked again by Tsunade. Tsunade, Jiraiya exclaimed. Lady Tsunade, Shizen exclaimed, barely managing to stand up. Tsunade clenched her fists, and suddenly, her previously trembling hands stopped trembling. She kicked Orochimaru back. She glared at him as the purple diamond on her forehead morphed, covering her face. "I'm not letting you near Shio," Tsunade exclaimed. She made a hand seal, and she glowed with chakra. "Ninja art, mitotic regeneration," she muttered. The blackish-purple lines on her face disappeared as her injuries healed quickly. Tsunade bit her thumb and swiped it across the top of her wrist. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he realized what she was doing. He bit his thumb and swiped across his palm. "Lord Orochimaru," Kabuto shouted. Orochimaru gritted his teeth and quickly rushed over to his subordinate. Kabuto bit his thumb and swiped it across Orochimaru's wrist. "Hurry," Orochimaru commanded. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kabuto slammed their hands onto the ground. "Summoning Jutsu," they shouted in unison. There was a huge cloud of smoke with 3 figures within. When the dust cleared, 3 summoned creatures stood up, each Sannin standing on top of their respective summon animal. The giant snake hissed unhappily. "Kitsuya, take the kid to Shizune," Tsunade said. "Of course, right away," the giant slug replied. A miniature version separated from the slug, Kitsuya, and leapt to the ground with Shio on her back. Shizune gently grabbed Shio from Kitsuya's back. The giant snake glared up at Orochimaru. "Stupid bastard. I'm gonna eat you for bothering me." "Lord Manda, please calm down," Kabuto said. "Shut up. I wasn't talking to you," Manda hissed. Kabuto looked down slightly. "Kitsuya," Tsunade said. Kitsuya charged forward. "Acid slime," she exclaimed. Manda hissed loudly as he avoided the acid, slithering quickly towards the giant slug. Manda wrapped around Kitsuya too quickly for anyone to react. Tsunade stumbled slightly before catching her balance. Manda bared his teeth and lunged forward to attack Tsunade. At that same moment, Gamabunta flew forward, sword poised to stab Manda. Manda reared his giant head back before biting down on the sword. Manda coiled his body tightly around Kitsuya. Kitsuya abruptly exploded into tiny versions of herself. Manda scoffed as the small slugs moved away quickly before reforming. Gamabunta flipped away, dodging his sword as Manda flung it at him. The sword flew towards Kitsuya, hitting the ground before the giant slug. Gamabunta prepared an attack. Manda tensed up and lunged forward. Gamabunta belted out oil. At the same time, Jiraiya blasted out a fire jutsu, lighting the oil on fire. The fire hit Manda. Jiraiya released the jutsu. Gamabunta narrowed his eyes as the fire died down slightly to show a snake figure. "Wait, that's a snake skin," Jiraiya exclaimed. The ground beneath them erupted. Gamabunta caught something, only to realize it was Manda's tail. They turned around to see Manda lunging at them, fangs bared. Tsunade appeared above them, wielding Gamabunta's sword. She grunted as she smashed the sword through Manda's head. Orochimaru's tongue flew at Tsunade and entrapped her. Tsunade managed to get free and yanked on the tongue. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he was yanked upwards. Tsunade punched him in the face, sending the snake Sannin flying through the air. Tsunade appeared in front of him and began attacking him. Orochimaru attempted to trap her again, but Tsunade avoided it each time. She kicked Orochimaru back. As he got up, Tsunade charged chakra in her hand and made a fist. "It's over," she exclaimed. Orochimaru hit the giant sword, piercing Manda's head, and landed on Manda's head. Manda hissed. "Next time be prepared," Manda hissed before disappearing. Orochimaru got to his feet with Kabuto's help. He glared at Tsunade and Jiraiya. "I'll be back one day," he said, melting into the ground. Kabuto made a series of hand seals before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Tsunade sighed in relief. "So what now?" Jiraiya asked. "I've decided, Jiraiya," Tsunade said. "Decided on what?" Tsunade looked at her fellow Sannin. "I'm coming back to Konoha." Chapter 18, Training. It had been a month since Tsunade came back to Konoha. After that month, Shio made a big decision and confronted her parents. "Mom, Dad, I'm going with Jiraiya to train, Shio said. Minato and Kushina glanced at each other before looking at their youngest child. Why? Kushina asked. I want to get stronger, Shio said. If the Akatsuki is going to come after me because I'm a Jinchuriki, I want to be prepared. All right, if you're sure, Minato said. How long are you going to be gone? Kushina asked. I don't know, Shio said, but I will get stronger. I promise you that. Very well, Minato said. You may go with Jiraiya for as long as you need. Don't neglect your health, Kushina said sternly. And don't let Jiraiya's perverted habits rub off on you. Don't worry, Shio said, cracking her knuckles. I'll be the one keeping him from doing all that perverted stuff, Mom. I know better than to become like him and Kakashi. Elsewhere, Kakashi sneezed. He looked around, his right hand holding a certain orange book. Itachi looked at him. Are you catching a cold? Itachi asked. Someone is talking about me, Kakashi said. Itachi rolled his eyes and turned back to his short sword. Where you're catching a cold, he said. It's probably all that porn you're reading, pervert. Geez, what got up your butt? Kakashi asked. You need to lighten up, Itachi. Itachi glared at him, his sword glinting ominously in the light. You better be careful, Kakashi, he said. Your books might go missing one day, and when you find them, they'll be nothing but ash. The threat was very obvious. Kakashi clutched the book close to his chest in a protective manner. Keep your fire jutsus away from my books, he growled. Itachi rolled his eyes as he returned to sharpening his sword. Shio, Sasuke, and Sakura walked around the village. So, you're leaving for an extended training trip? Sasuke asked. Yeah, with that perverted sage, Shio said with an eye roll. Sakura shuddered. I saw him peeping in the women's bathhouse earlier today, she said. So that's where he went? Shio exclaimed. She slid her sleeves up and cracked her knuckles. I'll beat him up. That won't do anything, Shio. There's nothing you can do to stop him, no matter how many times you beat him up, Sasuke said with a shrug. Shio sighed and calmed down. He really pisses me off sometimes, she said. Anyways, what are you two planning on doing? I'll be training with Itachi and Kakashi, Sasuke said. I have yet to achieve the Mangekyo Sharingan. Are you sure about that? I mean, isn't getting the final stage of a Sharingan really tragic? Shio asked, frowning in concern. Leave that to me, Sasuke said. I'll do it somehow. Good luck with that, Sasuke, Shio said. She looked at Sakura. What about you? Lady Tsunade has accepted me as her apprentice, Sakura said, smiling proudly. She said I have a good talent for medical jutsus. I think she's going to teach me her special jutsu too. Cool, Shio exclaimed. If she does teach you that super strength thing of hers, you have to totally show me it when I get back, okay? Sure, Shio, Sakura said, chuckling slightly. How long are you going to be gone anyways? Don't know yet, Shio said. It could be 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years. Who knows? But when I come back, I'll be stronger for sure. Maybe I'll even be able to beat my brother. Sasuke scowled slightly at the mention of Naruto. Any length of time will make you stronger as long as you're dedicated, Sakura said. Don't overdo it though, Shio. I won't. Don't worry about me, Sakura. You focus on your own training, Shio said. Shio, whether it is for a few weeks or years, everyone will become stronger, Sasuke said darkly. Including Naruto. He's a prodigy, right? He'll probably invent a new jutsu during the time you're off training. Be prepared for that. He'll definitely be stronger. All of the Akatsuki are insanely strong. They wouldn't be S-ranked if they weren't, Sakura said. But we'll be stronger as well. That's the spirit, Shio exclaimed. Now if you excuse me, I have to go find a pervert. Who are you calling a pervert? I'm a super pervert, Jiraiya exclaimed, appearing behind Shio. Pervy sage, Shio exclaimed. You ready to go? Jiraiya asked. I'm all packed, but my bag is at the house. I was just hanging out with Sasuke and Sakura to say goodbye, Shio said. Shio hugged her 2 teammates. See you guys later, she exclaimed. I'll miss you. We'll miss you too, Sakura said, hugging the red-headed girl back. Sasuke grunted and patted Shio on the back. Shio pulled back. I'll meet you at the entrance, Jiraiya said. Right, Shio exclaimed before racing to her house. Once Shio got her things, she charged to the gates. Her parents and Jiraiya were waiting there for her. Stay safe, train hard, Shio, Kushina said, hugging her daughter. I will, Mom, Shio said, grinning. Minato hugged her tightly. Your mother already said all that needed to be said, so I won't repeat it, he said. Minato looked at Jiraiya. Take care of her, Jiraiya, he said. Of course I will, Jiraiya said, smiling. And Shio, if you catch that perverted man peeking in on a hot spring, don't be afraid to beat him up, Kushina said, smiling sweetly. Be careful too. The Akatsuki is still out there, searching for you as well as the other Jinchuriki. Don't worry, Shio said. I won't go down without a fight. Shio waved goodbye as she and Jiraiya left the village. Once the village was out of sight, Shio looked at Jiraiya. So, where are we going? She asked. I have a few things planned for your training, Jiraiya said. But first off, you need to perfect the Rasengan. It is still imperfect. Once you can conjure a Rasengan without the use of a clone, we'll move on to the real training. Right, I'll perfect the Rasengan soon enough, Shio exclaimed excitedly. It took Shio 4 months to completely conjure a perfect Rasengan. At 2 months, she was able to conjure an imperfect Rasengan by herself. By 3 months, she was able to build up the correct amount of chakra needed to maintain a Rasengan for a longer period of time. By the 4th month, she was able to conjure a perfect Rasengan and maintain it for 10 minutes without it dissipating. Well done, Shio, Jiraiya said. Now, then, off to the real training. Jiraiya bit his thumb and summoned a small toad. He whispered something to the toad. The toad nodded and disappeared in a puff of smoke. What was that? Shio asked. Jiraiya simply smiled. You'll see, he said. Suddenly, they disappeared in a puff of smoke and appeared in a strange place. Whoa, what is this place? Shio exclaimed, looking around in awe. Welcome to Mount Mayaboku, Jiraiya said. This is the land of toads. Why are we here? Shio asked. This is the next phase of your training, Shio. I won't be teaching you, but I'll be helping, Jiraiya said. Then who's my teacher? Shio asked, tilting her head in confusion. I am, a raspy voice said from behind her. Shio turned but saw nobody. Down here, the same voice said. Shio looked down to see a small old toad. Shio, this is Fukusaka, Jiraiya said. He trained me when I came to Mount Mayaboku a long time ago. He'll be training you as well. Hello, Shio, Fukusaka said. My wife Shima is gathering some food for tonight. You'll rest for today. Tomorrow, we'll begin your training in Senjutsu. Senjutsu? What's that? Shio asked. Senjutsu is the ability to harness the nature energy from your surroundings, blending it with your own chakra. However, not everyone has the ability to use Senjutsu. It requires extreme chakra control. If you do not have extreme control over your chakra, you will end up turning into a toad permanently. Fukusaka said seriously. That's why I had you perfect the Rasengan first, Jiraiya said. The Rasengan is a jutsu that requires the user to have very precise control over their chakra. The chakra is required to be powerful, but it is packed into a small sphere, which makes the power concentrated. That's so cool, Shio exclaimed. She hummed thoughtfully. So I'm going to be learning to use nature chakra along with my own chakra? Essentially, Jiraiya said, if you master Senjutsu, you'll become a sage. Cool, Shio exclaimed. All right, let's do this. Chapter 19, Team 7 reunites. 2 years later. Wow, Konoha hasn't changed a bit. Shio exclaimed from the top of the pole. Shio, a familiar voice called. Shio looked down to see Sakura. Shio leapt down and tackled the pink-haired girl in a hug. Sakura laughed as she hugged Shio back. Sakura, Shio exclaimed. I missed you. Shio pulled back and studied her teammate. You're a Chunin now? She asked. Yeah, took the Chunin exams last time, Sakura said. Sasuke's a Chunin too. Shio pouted. You guys left me out, she grumbled. Shio, you're probably Jounin level now, Sakura chuckled. You were gone for 2 years after all. What have you been doing anyways? I'm a sage now, Shio exclaimed proudly. After I perfected the Rasengan, I went to Mount Mayaboku, land of the toads, and I trained to become a toad sage. Wow, Sakura said. That sounds amazing, Shio. Yeah, what about you? Shio exclaimed. I'm working full-time at the hospital now. Lady Tsunade also taught me her special technique, Sakura said. She said that I could surpass her one day. That's exciting, Sakura, Shio said as she looked around. Say, where's Sasuke? Behind you, Sasuke's voice said. Shio jumped, startled. She whirled around to see her third teammate and Itachi. Sasuke, she exclaimed, lunging forward. Itachi. She hugged Sasuke tightly before hugging Itachi. Itachi chuckled and hugged the red-headed girl back. I'm glad to see you back, Shio. How was your training? Itachi asked. It went great. I bet I could beat you now. Shio gave him an impish wink. You'll have to beat me first before you can even stand a chance against my brother, Sasuke said, rolling his eyes. And from what I remember, you have yet to beat me. Shio stuck her tongue out at him. I'll beat you, Sasuke. I'll fight you right now. Now, everyone calm down, Kakashi said, coming out of nowhere. It's good to see you again, Shio. It's been a long 2 years. Hello, Sensei. I see you haven't changed a bit, Shio said. Still reading those perverted books? Of course, Shio. They are educational after all, Kakashi said, putting a hand over his heart. Itachi scowled. Yeah, tell yourself that, he said. But keep an eye on those books, Kakashi. They could go missing if you're not careful. I will guard them with my life, especially from you and your fire jutsus, Kakashi claimed. Itachi rolled his eyes, muttering something under his breath. Anyways, now that Team 7 is back together, how about a rematch? Kakashi suggested. It'll be like your Genin exam all over again. Sure, why not? Shio stated. But don't forget, we're not mere Genin anymore. Well, Sakura and I aren't Genin anymore, but you sure are, Sasuke said, smirking. Shio scowled, flushing in embarrassment. Shut up, she growled. I bet I could beat both your asses in seconds. We'll see about that, Sakura said, chuckling. Let's go have that rematch, shall we? The rematch was over in an hour with Kakashi being the loser. That was a dirty trick, Kakashi grumbled, obviously in a foul mood. It's your own fault for being so obsessed with those Ika novels, Itachi said. Anyone could have seen that was an obvious trap, but you were too blinded by your love for those perverted books. Oh, shut up. Nobody asked you, Kakashi growled. Sorry for tricking you, Sensei, Sakura said. Here's the real one, Shio said, holding out a book. It's autographed and everything. Really? Kakashi exclaimed, visible eye sparkling in joy. Yeah, I traveled with the author for 2 years, Shio said dully. It wasn't too hard to get an autograph from that pervy sage. Thank you, Shio. I knew I could count on at least one of my students. Kakashi exclaimed happily, snatching the book into his grasp eagerly. You're nice, unlike somebody. Kakashi glared at Itachi, who rolled his eyes again. Stop being so dramatic, he said. Geez, what happened to you, Kakashi? You used to be so stoic and follow the rules type of ninja. Kakashi's visible eye darkened, his eyes smile, disappearing. Let's just say, I learned a valuable lesson from someone I hold very dear, he said quietly. I live by his words to this very day, and I value teamwork a lot. Someone you hold very dear? Like a teammate? Or a lover? Sakura asked. A teammate and a very good friend, Kakashi said. His name was Obito Uchiha. An Uchiha? Sasuke asked. I don't know any Uchiha named Obito. I think he was a distant cousin, Itachi said, frowning thoughtfully. He was an outcast in the Uchiha clan for not being able to activate his Sharingan when he was younger, Kakashi said. He died saving me, and I honor his memory even today. Obito always hated that I followed the rules to the word. The day he died, he taught me a very valuable lesson. Ninjas who don't follow the rules are scum, but ninja who abandon their friends and teammates are even worse than scum. So that's why you never passed a single Genin team, Sasuke said. They never worked together. The rules are always important, but sometimes breaking those rules are worth it, Kakashi said. All of them were silent, letting those words sink in. That silence was broken by the sudden appearance by an ANBU. You all have been summoned to the Hokage Tower. Lord Hokage would like to speak to you, the ENBU said in a monotone voice. All right, I haven't told my parents I returned, Shio said. But why would he want all of us to come? Sasuke asked. Kakashi shrugged. We'll find out soon enough, Itachi said. They left the training grounds and walked through the village. It feels like forever since I was last here, Shio said, sighing in happiness. 2 years is a long time, Sakura said. The village may not look like it changed, but everyone living in Konoha changed one way or another. Yeah, I guess so, Shio said, looking around. We should go get ramen later. That sounds nice, Sasuke agreed. They reached the Hokage Tower and were soon outside the Hokage's office. Shio knocked on the door. Come in, they heard Minato call. The 5 ninjas entered the room. Minato looked up from his paperwork and smiled in greeting. Welcome all of you, he said. Shio, it's great to see you back from your trip. Jiraiya dropped by earlier. Hey Dad, Shio said, smiling back. How've things been? Busy, Minato said, sighing tiredly. Why have you summoned all of us? Itachi asked. There has been recent movement of the Akatsuki, Minato said. We believe they are planning something big soon. Do you think they're starting to go after the Jinchuriki? Kakashi asked. The Akatsuki has 10 members, partnered into pairs. They could possibly capture 5 Jinchuriki at once, Minato said. We've received word that 2 Akatsuki members were spotted near Suna. That means they're going after Gaara, Shio exclaimed. Yes, Minato said. If they do manage to capture Gaara, it'll leave the entire village in trouble since he is also the Kazekage. However, it is also possible Suna has already been attacked. We don't know what is happening in Suna right now. We have to get over there, Shio exclaimed. Shio, stop and think for a second. Sasuke exclaimed. If you go over there, you'll be playing right into the Akatsuki's hands. Yes, you are more powerful now, but even you can't take on 2 S-ranked Nukenin at the same time. Don't forget that while we were all training for 2 years, the Akatsuki has also been getting stronger during those 2 years. They were very powerful back then, but now they're even more so. We have to be careful. We could be too late already, Shio exclaimed. We don't know what's happening in Suna Sasuke. What if Gaara is already dead? We'll find a way, Sakura said. There's always a way, Shio. Don't lose hope. Shio opened her mouth to say something else, but was interrupted by a sudden loud commotion outside the office. They all looked over. There was shouting, and suddenly, the door slammed open. Temari rushed in, carrying a panting weak Kankuro. Lord Hokage, Temari exclaimed. Please, you must help us. It is an emergency. A Chunin rushed in after them. My apologies, Lord Hokage, but they got past me, the Chunin exclaimed. I couldn't stop them. It's fine, Minato said. Why are you here? What happened to Kankuro? We have bad news, Temari said. We were attacked by the Akatsuki. Gaara was captured and Kankuro was poisoned by the Akatsuki member Sasori. The Kazekage has been taken, Minato asked, alarmed. Yes, Temari said. They'll extract Shikaku from him and in the process, kill him. What else? Something tells me that's not all that happened, Minato said. Temari gritted her teeth. Suna has been destroyed. Chapter 20. Rescuing the Kazekage. Team 7 and Itachi joined with Temari and Kankuro, as well as an old woman. This is Lady Chiyo, Temari said. She's going with us to find Gaara. Very nice to meet you, Kakashi said. Chiyo scowled and attacked him. Kakashi blocked her attack. You will pay for killing my grandson's parents. White Fang, Chiyo exclaimed. Hold on, Kakashi exclaimed. Itachi leapt in and pushed Chiyo away from Kakashi. Lady Chiyo, this is not Tsukumo Hatake. This is his son, Kakashi, Itachi said. Oh, Chiyo said. I must be going senile. Tsukumo Hatake never wore a mask. Tsukumo Hatake is dead. He died a very long time ago, Kakashi said stiffly. Now that introductions are over, can we focus on the mission? Temari asked. Yes, Kakashi said, thankful for the topic change. As I was saying, Lady Chiyo will be helping us find Gara, Temari said. Yes, and hopefully, we will be in time to save the Kazakage before he is killed from the extraction, Chiyo said. No, not hopefully, Shio said firmly. We will save Gara, no matter what. We have to. How much time do you estimate we have? Itachi asked. It could be seconds to days. There is no way of telling how much time we have left. All 10 of the Akatsuki have to gather in order to extract a tailed beast from its Jinchuriki, Chiyo said. I'm sure you've noticed that each member of the Akatsuki wears a ring on one of their fingers, yes? I noticed Naruto wearing a ring on his right ring finger when we encountered him in Kisame, Itachi said. What do they mean? According to our intel, to become one of the Akatsuki, you must defeat one of the members and obtain their ring. That ring guarantees your position in the Akatsuki, but it has another, much darker purpose. They seem to have some role in sealing the tailed beasts. Chiyo said, We have no idea where each member of the Akatsuki is at this moment, Itachi said. So, we'll have to hurry. For all we know, they've already gathered and Gara is already dead. Let's not think about that, Temari said. We're just going to have to hope for the best. How is Kankuro? Sakura and Lady Tsunade are with him, Kakashi said. Sakura managed to find an antidote to the poison. She found an antidote? How impressive, Chiyo said. She's becoming a fine medic nin, Kakashi said. Tsunade will keep watch over Kankuro while we're away. Sakura will be coming with us. For now, we have to focus on getting Gara back. Chiyo sighed. All of this is my fault, she said. What are you saying? Shio asked. If it hadn't been for me, Gara wouldn't be going through this. I was the one who sealed Shikaku inside him as a baby under the 4th Hokage's orders. Chiyo said. Why would you do that? Shio exclaimed. Because of that, Gara had to live most of his life as someone hated and feared. How could you do that to him? I didn't want to, but I could not disobey the Kazakage, Chiyo said. Tell me, Shio, do you know what a tailed beast is? No, Shio said. They are living beings made of pure chakra. All 9 tailed beasts were created by the Sage of 6 Paths. Their original form was one entity known as the 10 Tails. Long before the hidden villages existed, the Sage of 6 Paths sealed the 10 Tails into his body, becoming a Jinchuriki and saving the world from destruction. Later, he separated the 10 Tails into 9 entities, currently known as the tailed beasts. The only difference between them is the number of tails they have. That is what a tailed beast is. Chiyo explained. Wow, Shio said. I never knew that. It is always good to have knowledge of entities such as the tailed beasts, Chiyo said. But enough of this. We must be going now. The Akatsuki are gathering as we speak, and the Kazakage's death approaches. Once we find the Kazakage, you'll have to get him out of there. What about you? Sakura asked. I'm going to confront Sasori, Chiyo said. What happened to him was my fault long ago. I taught him the art of puppetry. It is my responsibility to stop him. Just who is Sasori to you? Kakashi asked. He is my grandson, Chiyo replied. They finally found the cave. It was dark and eerily quiet. It was only the 6 of them. Sakura and Chiyo had gone off to find Sasori. I can't hear anything. Maybe they're not here, Shio hissed. No, they're in there, Temari said. They're just waiting to ambush us. Proceed with caution then, Itachi said. They quietly went into the cave. There's a draft, Kakashi said softly. There must be a larger room up ahead, Itachi said. Everyone, get your weapons ready. The Akatsuki could attack at any moment. Everyone took out a weapon and crept forward. They reached the end of the tunnel and entered a large room. The room was empty. There were 10 rocks in a circle and a figure lying on the ground in the middle of the room. Gara, Kankuro exclaimed. You're too late, a soft voice said. They whipped around to see Naruto standing on a ledge behind them. The blonde's icy hard blue eyes glared down at them. Naruto, Shio growled. You're too late, Naruto said again. The Kazakage is dead. Shikaku has already been extracted from him. No, that can't be true, Shio exclaimed. Listen to him, another voice came. They turned to see another blonde teen sitting on Gar's body. You're too late. Your precious Kazakage is dead, the newcomer said. Who are you? Temari demanded. Deidara, a member of the Akatsuki, the newcomer said. My specialty is explosions. Such an art. Get off him, Shio shouted, leaping forward. Shio made to punch Deidara in the face, but the explosions specialist easily dodged her attack. Say, Naruto, you seem to know these people rather well, especially this little girl. Deidara called to his fellow blonde. Want to fill me in? She is my little sister, Naruto said, leaping down from the ledge. She is also another Jinchuriki. Oh, Deidara asked. You don't say. You walked right into our grasp, little redhead. Deidara kicked Shio back. Sasuke caught her before Shio could crash into the stone wall. Temari and Kankuro ran over to Gaara and grabbed him. He's dead, Deidara said. You can't bring him back to life. Shut up, Temari shouted. I won't forgive you for doing this to my little brother. Deidara rolled his eyes. There is nothing you can do for the Kazakage. Just leave, Naruto said. Shio lunged at him angrily. Naruto's step sided her easily. Shio attacked him over and over again in vain. You were foolish to come here, little sister, considering you are one of the very people the Akatsuki is after, Naruto said. You walked directly into our hands. I'm not going down without a fight, Shio shouted. Kakashi grabbed Shio and pulled her back. Shio, we have to get out of here now, he exclaimed. You're not going anywhere, Deidara exclaimed. Deidara ran forward and Kakashi met him halfway. Itachi clashed weapons with Naruto. All of you, get out of here, Itachi exclaimed to the others. We'll keep them occupied. Sasuke grabbed Shio and dragged her out of the cave. Temari and Kankuro were carrying Gaara. Damn, our chance to nab a Jinchuriki gone, Deidara grumbled. You are not getting Shio, Kakashi said. Itachi said nothing. He was too busy fighting Naruto. Deidara pulled out some clay animals and tossed them in the air. They sprouted wings and flew at Kakashi. Katsu, Deidara shouted. The animals exploded, the impact making Kakashi crash into the wall. Damn, those things are strong, Kakashi said. He pulled up his forehead protector and opened his left eye, the Sharingan whirling. Ooh, the Sharingan, Deidara said, grinning. Hey, Naruto, I thought you said there were only 2 people with the Sharingan. Kakashi was given his Sharingan by an Uchiha. There are only 2 Uchihas left, Naruto said calmly. I am fighting one of them. The other already left. Deidara huffed. Whatever, he said. Kakashi and Itachi finally backed the 2 Akatsuki members into a corner. Surprisingly, they didn't do anything to attack. Sorry to cut this fight short, but the leader has summoned us, Deidara said. Goodbye, Itachi, Kakashi, Naruto said. Naruto grabbed Deidara's sleeve, and the 2 disappeared in a flash of yellow light. Let's get out of here, Kakashi said. The 2 ran out of the cave. They found the others a little ways away from the cave's entrance. Chio was doing something to Gaara. What's going on here? Itachi asked. Lady Chio is bringing Gaara back, Shio said. I thought he was dead, Kakashi said. There's a forbidden technique of healing I can use to bring him back to life, Chio said. However, it will cost me my life. But you can't die, Shio exclaimed. Chio looked at her sadly. It is the least I can do for him. I sealed Shikaku inside him when he was just a baby. I've regretted that day ever since. If there's a chance I can bring the Kazakage back to life, I will do it. This is my opportunity to repent for what I did to him, she said. Shio looked down. Chio focused on Gaara. A few minutes later, Gaara gasped to life. Gaara, Temari exclaimed. Temari and Kankuro helped their youngest brother sit up before hugging him. What happened? Gaara asked tiredly. You were kidnapped by the Akatsuki, Kankuro said. Why do I feel empty? I don't hear Shikaku's voice anymore, Gaara said. Shikaku is gone, Temari said. The Akatsuki extracted Shikaku from you. You were killed. Then how am I here? Gaara asked. Because Lady Chio used that technique, Kankuro said quietly. Gaara's eyes widened in realization. Their eyes went to where Chio lied motionless in Sakura's arms. The pink-haired girl was crying. She fought until the very end, Sakura said softly. Shio clenched her fists. What? Gaara breathed. She did what she thought was right. Nothing more, Itachi said quietly. Instead of mourning her death, we must move on and make sure her sacrifice wasn't in vain. It's what she would have wanted. Yeah, Gaara said, looking down. Gaara reached over to touch Chiyo's limp hand. Lady Chiyo, your sacrifice will not be in vain. You will be remembered forever in Suna, he said. Thank you. So we're down several members of the Akatsuki, Deidara said. What are we going to do now, On? We continue with our mission, Pain said. Kakazu, Haiden, Kisame, and Sasori are dead now. Deidara and Naruto, you two will be partners for now. Whatever, On, Deidara said. What are our targets? Zetsu has told me that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails will be arriving in Konoha soon. You two will be going there to capture the Jinchuriki. Destroy Konoha in the process, Pain said. Conan and I will be going after the Eight Tails. Zetsu and Toby continue gathering information on the other Jinchuriki. Dismissed. The remaining members of the Akatsuki walked out of the cave. Hey Naruto, can't you teleport us to Konoha or something? It'd be much easier, Deidara said. Yes, it would be easier, Naruto said. Who's the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails again? Deidara asked. Shio Namikaze. That's the same surname as yours, Are you two related? Deidara asked, blinking in surprise. She's my little sister, Naruto replied. Must be tough, knowing you'll be partially responsible for your own sister's death, Deidara said, and that you'll have a big part in destroying your former village. That's not going to happen. Deidara looked at his partner. What do you mean, Naruto looked at him with hardened blue eyes. I will not have any part in destroying Konoha or killing my own sister, he said. Deidara narrowed his eyes. You're a traitor, he realized. Naruto didn't say anything. Deidara tensed up, grabbing his clay animals. You're the reason why the villages knew about where we would be headed, Deidara exclaimed. Traitor! Deidara threw his clay animals at Naruto. Katsu, he shouted. The bombs detonated. Deidara turned to run back to the Akatsuki headquarters to tell the other members of Naruto's betrayal. Naruto appeared in front of him, kunai in hand. Deidara whipped out a kunai to block a killing strike to his throat. I won't go down so easily, traitor, Deidara spat. I was only following orders, Naruto said coldly. I'm surprised I managed to fool you all this long, but I did make it very believable. Slaughtering the Uchiha clan, hurting my own little sister, but I will have no part in destroying my home or killing my sister for the Akatsuki's selfish desire for world peace. You'll be killed for this, Deidara gritted out. You'll be dead first, Naruto said. There was a flash and Deidara choked on his blood. Naruto withdrew the bloodied kunai and released the explosions artist. Blood dripped down his hand and onto the hand. Naruto glanced at Deidara one last time before walking away. He didn't notice the pair of eyes watching him before he disappeared in a yellow flash. Minato, Kushina, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were talking in the Hokage's office when there was a yellow flash. They all jumped and pulled out weapons. Naruto, Jiraiya exclaimed. Naruto looked at them calmly. What the hell are you doing here? Tsunade demanded. You have no right to come here like this, Naruto. Not after what you've done. I'm just here to talk to you, Naruto said, holding his hands up in surrender. Coming here was a mistake, Naruto, Minato said coldly. Minato disappeared in a yellow flash, appearing right behind Naruto. Minato tripped Naruto to the ground and conjured a Rasengan. Naruto rolled to the side to avoid getting hit by the blue orb as it smashed through the floor a split second later. A medium-sized toad appeared above him and pinned him to the ground, making Naruto grunt. Kushina appeared a second later, holding a kunai to his throat. Tsunade and Jiraiya stood at the ready in case Naruto fought back. What are you doing here, Naruto? Kushina growled. If you would let me speak, I'll tell you, Naruto said, sounding slightly annoyed. Nothing you say will matter. You're an S-ranked new Knin of the Akatsuki, Tsunade said. a traitor to Konoha, and a— Shut up and listen to me, Naruto said in a harsh tone. They blinked in surprise. They had never heard that tone of voice from Naruto before. Where is Shio now? Naruto asked. Why should we tell you anything? Kushina growled. You're one of the Akatsuki, the people who are after Shio and the other Jinchuriki. She's still coming from Suna then? Naruto asked. Why are you here? Jiraiya asked. It must be very important if you're willing to risk your life coming to Konoha and confronting us. You're trapped here, Naruto, and even if you could get out, Minato can follow you easily. I know that, Naruto said. As of now, 5 members of the Akatsuki are dead. The only ones that remain are Pain, Konan, Zetsu, Toby, and I. We were only aware that 4 were dead, Minato said. Yes, well, I just killed one, Naruto said. Deidara is now dead. Why tell us this? Why would you betray the Akatsuki? Minato asked. Things are not all they seem, Naruto said calmly. I have come here to give a warning. My killing Deidara no doubt went unnoticed by Zetsu. The others will know soon. It is possible they will come here to kill me and simultaneously capture Shio. Deidara and I were originally supposed to come here to destroy Konoha and capture Shio. You must evacuate the village now. And why should we believe you? This could be a ploy for all we know, Tsunade said. Believe me or not, Naruto said. Evacuate the village or I will do it myself. If you don't, everyone will die and Konoha will cease to exist. You could very well be lying, Minato said. You know I'm not, Naruto said. I came here of my own accord, risking my life. I knew I would be facing 2 of the legendary Sannin and the 4th Hokage plus countless other skilled ninjas. The least you could do is heed my warning. Minato hesitated. Minato, you can't be serious, Jiraiya said. We'll have to deal with this later, Minato said finally. Knock him out and put him in the TNI division. Kushina bit her lip and nodded. She withdrew her kunai and with a single punch, knocked Naruto unconscious. Pain and Konan blinked in surprise when Zetsu appeared before them. Zetsu, why are you here? Pain asked. I'm afraid we have a traitor in our ranks, Zetsu said. Naruto Namikaze has been a spy this entire time. I witnessed with my own eyes as he killed Deidara. No doubt he's off to Konoha to warn them. He had us fooled the entire time, Pain said, scowling. Change of plans. Head to Konoha. We'll kill Naruto and capture the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails ourselves. All 4 of us? Konan asked. Are you sure that's a smart idea? We'll destroy Konoha and everyone in it, Pain said. Zetsu, go back to Toby and tell him we'll be going to Konoha. Sure, Zetsu said, disappearing into the ground. Pain looked at his partner. Let's go. Chapter 21. The Akatsuki Attacks. Finally, we're back, Shio exclaimed. Wait, Itachi said, holding her back. Something's not right. They walked forward slowly. The entire village was covered in a white cloud. They cautiously went through it and the cloud lifted up. Itachi, Kakashi, Shio, Sasuke, and Sakura stared at the destruction around them. What happened here? Sakura gasped. Shio, they heard Kushina shout. They turned around to see Minato and Kushina rushing towards them. Kushina hugged Shio tightly. Are all of you all right? Minato asked. We're fine, Kakashi said. The Kazekage has been successfully saved, but the Akatsuki have Shikaku. What happened here? Itachi asked. We were attacked by the Akatsuki, Minato said. They came out of nowhere and attacked the village. Tsunade is taking care of the wounded, but it's pretty bad, Kushina said grimly. Most of the village was evacuated during the attack, but there were still a lot of casualties. Where's the pervy sage? Shio asked. Minato and Kushina looked down. Shio's eyes widened in terror. Mom, Dad, where's Jiraiya? She asked. Please tell me. Jiraiya went to fight the Akatsuki, but Kushina trailed off. But what? Shio exclaimed. Tell me what happened. Where is he? I'm sorry, Shio, Minato said softly. Shio shook her head frantically in denial. No, please don't tell me he's... She couldn't finish the sentence. Minato looked at her sadly. Jiraiya is dead. Jiraiya is dead. The words reverberated through Shio's mind. No, no, I won't believe it, Shio exclaimed. Shio, Kushina said, stepping forward. No, Siosjautif. He can't be dead. He's the pervy sage. He's my teacher. Shio broke down. Minato wrapped his arms around her, hugging her closely. He was my teacher too, Shio, he said softly. I know it isn't easy, but you must move on. He wouldn't want you to cry over him. Jiraiya died bravely, fighting to protect us all. Shio pulled away, wiping her tears away. What about the rest of the village? Kakashi asked. We received a tip that Konoha would be attacked by the Akatsuki. We managed to evacuate mostly everyone out, but there were still some casualties, Minato said. Atip? Itachi asked. From who? Well, Minato hesitated. It's a little complicated, but thanks to this tip, we managed to save the villagers. Not for very long, a voice said from above them. They froze before looking up quickly to see Pain hovering over them. His Rinnegan glared down at them. Once I am done with the destruction of this village, I shall find that traitor and kill him. And then I shall retrieve the Jinchuriki and take the Nine Tails, Pain said. There is nothing you can do to stop me. The leader of the Akatsuki held out his hands. Shinra, Tensei. There was a giant explosion and everyone was blown back. Finally, everything settled. Shio shielded her eyes. What was that? She exclaimed. Nothing good, Minato said darkly. The dust cleared away and everyone's eyes widened in horror. The village, Sakura breathed. It's gone, Sasuke finished. Konoha had been reduced to a mere crater. He destroyed everything. Shio gasped. Shio clenched her fists, trembling in rage. Chakra built up around her as her eyes began to bleed into a fiery red color, her pupils slitting. She glared at where the remaining members of the Akatsuki had gathered. You'll pay for this, she shouted. Shio leapt forward. Shio, Itachi exclaimed and grabbed her arm. Shio, you can't charge him recklessly. You'll get yourself killed. Let go of me, Shio screamed and wrenched her arm from Itachi's hold. They killed Jiraiya and destroyed Konoha. How can you expect me to remain calm? Shio growled. They'll pay for what they've done. Shio shot forward. The Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, Pain said. Good. I don't have to go searching for you. You bastards, Shio shouted. A blue orb materialized in her hand. Raising Gan, she shouted. Shio attacked the nearest Akatsuki member, which so happened to be Toby. Her eyes widened in shock as she seemed to miss hitting the masked man. Oh dear, you almost hit me, Toby exclaimed in his childish voice. Shio growled and attacked him again. We have to go help her, Sakura exclaimed. They all leapt forward. The other 3 Akatsuki members leapt forward to engage in battle. You'll pay for what you've done, Kushina growled. Kushina Uzumaki, Pain said, blocking her kunai. How ironic. What are you talking about? Kushina demanded. Nothing you will need to know, Pain said, dodging a strike from Minato. Minato disappeared in a yellow flash and appeared right above Pain, crushing the leader of the Akatsuki into the ground with a Rasengan. Minato appeared next to Kushina a split second later. Pain stood up, unfazed. That yellow flash, Pain said. You have the same power as Naruto. He's my son, Minato said. You shall die as well then, Pain said. Naruto Namikaze is a traitor to the Akatsuki and he will die by my hand. I don't know what's going on with Naruto and why he betrayed the Akatsuki, but he did save the village, Minato said. And he is still my son. I won't let you kill him. You'll have to go through me first. And me, Kushina shouted. So be it, Pain said, a black rod falling into his hand. Konan dodged another attack from Tsunade. She disappeared into pieces of paper to avoid Sakura's attack. What the hell? Paper! Sakura exclaimed. The paper materialized into Konan a little ways away. Flanking her, more paper formed 2 clones. The paper clones flew forward, engaging each Tsunade and Sakura in a battle. The real Konan glanced at the other fights. Tsunade punched the clone with a chakra-infused fist, causing it to explode into paper bits. Her eyes widened when she saw the explosive tags on the papers. She leapt back and shielded herself just as the explosive tags detonated. She was thrown back and unluckily crashed into Sakura. Sakura grunted as they were sent flying back. The clone Sakura had been fighting flew forward. Once close enough, the clone dissipated into explosive tags and detonated as well. Sakura and Tsunade were thrown back again, this time with several burns. "Damn, she's strong," Tsunade growled. "I've never heard of any jutsu that uses paper," Sakura said, wiping blood from her mouth. "That's because only this woman can use it," Tsunade said. "She developed this jutsu herself, and nobody else has been able to replicate it. All the members of the Akatsuki had their own specialized jutsus nobody else could use. That's why they're so dangerous." "How are we going to defeat her?" Sakura asked, healing a burn on her left arm. "She's not even looking at us." "Then we'll have to make her take us seriously," Tsunade said, gritting her teeth as she healed a broken rib. "Sakura, put all your strength into the next attack. We can't afford to be soft." Sakura nodded, her eyes hardening. Chakra built up in her fists, flaring powerfully. Conan looked at them with cold amber eyes. Tsunade flexed her hands, chakra building up as well. "You ready, Sakura?" Tsunade asked. "Let's do this," Sakura said. The two leapt forward. Conan leapt up into the air, avoiding their attack. Sakura and Tsunade's fists hit the ground where Conan had been standing a second prior. The ground shook from a miniature earthquake from their combined strength. Sakura propelled herself upwards, pulling out a kunai. Conan blocked the kunai with her arm. Her skin turned into paper as she kicked Sakura back. Tsunade replaced her a second later, and she and Conan engaged in a quick battle. Tsunade landed beside Sakura, Conan a little ways away. Conan seemed calm, not even breathless. Tsunade wiped some blood from her mouth. "She doesn't even look like anything hit her," Sakura said. "Everyone has a weakness. We just have to find it," Tsunade said. "Come on, Sakura. We're not giving up yet." "Right," Sakura exclaimed. Together, they attacked once more. "What the hell is this guy? None of our attacks are touching him," Kakashi exclaimed. "He's dodging our every attack somehow," Itachi said. Toby giggled childishly. "You missed me again," he taunted. "He's getting on my nerves," Kakashi said, his eye twitching. "Calm down, Kakashi," Itachi said. "That's what he wants. He wants you to get angry so you can't think as clearly. Take a deep breath and help me assess the situation." Kakashi nodded and forced himself to relax. Itachi looked over to where Sasuke was fighting Zetsu. "That plant man is creepy," he muttered. Itachi huffed in laughter. He shifted his grip on his short sword. "Focus, Kakashi," he said. "My little brother can handle Zetsu on his own." Kakashi looked at Toby. The strange, childish Akatsuki member was humming to himself, looking at the other battles. "He's not even paying attention to us," Kakashi exclaimed. "His mistake," Itachi said. Itachi lunged forward, catching Toby's attention. Toby squeaked. It was too late for him to dodge. To Itachi's surprise, he went directly through Toby. He stumbled and straightened himself, shifting his grip again. Kakashi came in, blasting a fire jutsu at Toby. Toby jumped to the side, barely dodging the flames. Kakashi landed next to Itachi. "Did you see that?" Itachi asked. "Yeah, you went directly through him," Kakashi said. "I saw his eye," Itachi said grimly. "It's a Sharingan." "Sharingan? Is he an Uchiha?" Kakashi asked, blinking in surprise. "I don't know," Itachi said. "He could be an Uchiha that lost his left eye, or he stole the Sharingan from an Uchiha before the massacre. So him somehow dodging our every attack is just that Sharingan's power?" Kakashi asked. "Possibly," Itachi said. "It isn't a teleportation jutsu. It's some kind of space-time ninjutsu, something only that Sharingan can use." "Well, damn, this is just a lot more complicated," Kakashi grumbled. Itachi huffed humorlessly. His Sharingan morphed into his Mangekyo Sharingan. "We need more information about his Sharingan first," he said. "Then we can fight him for real." "Leave that to me," Kakashi said, pulling out a kunai. Kakashi ran forward. "What are you planning now?" Toby sang. Kakashi focused his chakra on the kunai, and the chakra manifested into lightning. Kakashi threw the kunai at Tobi, the lightning-infused kunai racing towards the Akatsuki member. It disappeared a few inches before it hit Tobi. Tobi leapt forward, intent on attacking them. Kakashi activated his Kimui, and suddenly, there was a small explosion, and Tobi grunted and gripped his shoulder, but he kept charging at them. Itachi leapt forward to engage in battle. "Strange jutsu you have there, Tobi," Itachi gritted out. Tobi didn't answer. Itachi blocked a kunai and pushed Tobi back. Kakashi took his place. He leaned back and the kunai cut below his left eye. If he had been a second later, the kunai would have taken out his Sharingan. Kakashi kicked him back. Tobi flipped midair and landed lightly on his feet. "Looks like he's gotten serious," Itachi said. Kakashi wiped the blood from underneath his eye. "Yeah," he said, "that jutsu of his, it's an awful lot like my Kamui. In fact, I think his Sharingan is connected to mine." "You mean the Sharingan you got from your friend?" Itachi asked. "Yes," Kakashi said, clenching his fists. "Hey you, where did you get that Sharingan?" "Some battle. Found it," Tobi said vaguely, his voice still high-pitched, but no longer childish. "That Sharingan, it's connected to my Sharingan," Kakashi said. "You took it from my friend, didn't you?" "You mean that kid buried underneath that bridge?" "What was it, Canopy Bridge?" Tobi asked. "His left Sharingan was gone, but his right one was still intact, so I took it. Now I know what happened to the other one." "You took Obito's Sharingan," Kakashi growled. "Damn you. Wasn't like the kid was going to use it. He was dead already," Tobi said, shrugging dismissively. Suddenly, Tobi froze and leapt to the side just before a fire jutsu engulfed him. When the fire dissipated, they saw Sasuke. "Sasuke!" Itachi exclaimed. "Hey, Itachi," Sasuke said. He jabbed a thumb back where he had been fighting Zetsu. "Finally finished fighting that plant guy," he said, "so I thought I can help you guys." Itachi nodded in thanks before looking at Tobi. "Obito Uchiha. He was my cousin. He was an outcast, but he was very kind," he said. "You are dishonoring his memory by using his Sharingan. I will not allow you to do any longer." Itachi leaned in slightly to Kakashi. "Sasuke, and I will distract him. When you see a chance, use your Sharingan's Kamui to catch him off guard and kill him," he muttered softly. Kakashi nodded. "Let's go," Itachi exclaimed. Itachi and Sasuke attacked at the same time from opposite sides. Tobi dodged them both, ducking underneath Itachi's short sword. Sasuke's own short sword went through his stomach. Itachi focused his Mangekyo Sharingan on Tobi at the same time. "Amaterasu!" he exclaimed. Black flames lit up around Tobi. Tobi leapt out of the flames. Kakashi appeared behind him. "Kamui!" Kakashi exclaimed. Tobi glanced behind him. Kakashi disappeared in his Kamui and a hole appeared in Tobi's chest. Tobi choked and crashing to the ground. Kakashi appeared over him, his hands steaming. Tobi looked down before collapsing to the ground dead. "Kakashi, what about the Sharingan?" Itachi asked. "I'm going to destroy it," Kakashi said. "It was already thought to be destroyed. Might as well make it official." "Fine," Itachi said, nodding once in acceptance. Itachi glanced over to the other fights. The Hokage and Kushina forcing Pain to fight on the defense, Sasuke said. "That's good," Itachi said. "Pain won't have a chance to make another attack." Lady Tsunade and Sakura are holding up their own against Konan, Sasuke said, turning to look towards the indicated fight. "It's just those two left now that Tobi and Zetsu have been defeated," Kakashi said, joining them. "What about Naruto?" Sasuke asked. Itachi clenched his fists. "I don't know where he is, but he's the only one who hasn't shown his face yet in this fight," Itachi gritted out. Pain grunted as he took another hit from a Rasengan. He leapt back, wiping blood from his mouth. He wasn't given a chance to recover before Kushina attacked him. He barely dodged a kunai, stabbed at his right eye, and managed to jump back before a flurry of shuriken hit the ground where he had been standing a mere second ago. Minato appeared above him with a large Rasengan. It smashed into Pain's back, sending him crashing into the ground. Pain summoned a black rod and stabbed it at Minato, but the fourth Hokage teleported away quickly. Pain stood up. That power is very annoying, he said. It is tricky to deal with, Minato said. I'm sure you know how it works because of Naruto. That traitor will die along with the rest of your village, Pain said coldly. You'll have to get through us first, Kushina said. And by the looks of it, it isn't going so well for you Akatsuki. Zetsu and Tobi are dead now. It's just you and Conan now. Oh, besides Conan and I, there is still Naruto, the double-crossing traitor, Pain said, summoning another black rod. He's the one who saved the village, Minato said. He risked his life, coming to us, and telling us to evacuate the village. Good thing we decided to listen to his warning, or everyone in the village would be dead because of that jutsu of yours. Minato disappeared in a yellow flash and appeared right in front of Pain, about to smash another Rasengan into the leader of the Akatsuki. Pain ducked under the Rasengan, and Minato was forced to retreat to avoid getting impaled on the black rod. Chakra chains appeared out of nowhere and wrapped tightly around Pain. Pain struggled. Minato now, Kushina shouted. Minato shot forward, about to stab Pain in the heart. Then, out of nowhere, Conan appeared right in front of Pain. Minato's kunai impaled her instead. Conan choked out blood as her heart was pierced. Minato pulled the kunai out of her and leapt back. Conan, Pain asked, his eyes wide. Conan looked at him, blood dripping from her mouth. She gave a weak smile before collapsing to the ground. Blood pooled around her. No, Conan, Pain exclaimed. Pain's chakra spiked, and he escaped the chakra chains. He raised his hand towards Kushina. Shinra Tensei, he exclaimed. Kushina was blasted back by the powerful jutsu. Kushina, Minato exclaimed. He disappeared in a yellow flash, appearing behind her within seconds. He caught her, and they slammed into the ground, Minato taking the brunt of it. Minato, Kushina shouted. I'm fine, Minato grunted, coughing out blood. Pain shot towards them, readying another jutsu. He's moving too fast. We can't block him in this state, Kushina said, clutching her abdomen. She wiped blood from her mouth and braced herself for the attack. Minato did the same, taking out 3 of his kunai. Mom, Dad, Shio exclaimed. Shio smashed into Pain, knocking him aside. Shio, get out of here, Kushina exclaimed. Shio looked at them. She was in sage mode. She glared at Pain, who was standing up. Pain, you'll pay for this, she growled. The Jinchuriki, Pain said. How convenient. Shinra Tensei. Shio was blasted back. She landed on her feet and raced forward. She managed to grab Pain off guard, catching him by the collar and throwing him up into the air. She launched herself into the air and began fighting him. Your sage mode only lasts 5 minutes, Pain said. What will you do then? Shut up. I'll defeat you before then. Shio growled, punching him in the face. Pain was knocked into the earth. He stood up and brushed some rubble out of his bright orange hair. His Rinnegan stared coldly up at her as Shio shot towards him. We need to get out of here, Kushina said. Can you get up, Minato? I'll be fine, Minato said, wincing slightly. He got up, swaying slightly. Kushina had an arm wrapped around her abdomen, and she placed her other hand on Minato's shoulder to steady him. Watch out, they heard Shio shout. They turned to see 2 black rods shooting towards them at high speed. But before they could do anything, Shio appeared right in front of them. She shouted in pain as the black rods pierced her shoulders from the back. She collapsed to the ground, her chakra leaving her due to the effects of the black rods. Shio, Kushina exclaimed, running forward. Pain appeared right in front of them and kicked Kushina back. Another black rod dropped into his hand, and he drove into Shio's lower back, going through her stomach. Shio screamed. Shio, Minato exclaimed. The Jinchuriki's capture was successful, Pain said coldly. Damn you, Shio growled, struggling to get up. Pain stabbed a black rod into her right hand, causing another shout of pain to escape Shio. Pain made to stab her other hand when something flew at him, exploding and sending Pain flying back. A shadow fell over Shio. You look pathetic, Shio, a voice said wryly. Shio gasped, and she looked up at a familiar face. Chapter 22, An Unexpected Savior. Shio gasped and looked up to see Naruto standing over her. Even with the use of nature chakra combined with your chakra, as well as the Kyuubi's chakra, you still could not defeat pain, Naruto said with a hint of disappointment. I thought you were better than this. Naruto, Shio asked weakly. What are you doing here? I'm here to help you, Naruto said shortly, examining his nails. Traitor, Pain stated, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Naruto looked up at him as Pain walked forward. My loyalty was always towards Konoha, he said. So all you've done to join the Akatsuki was fake? Pain asked. Oh no, the Uchiha massacre was real, very real, Naruto said. Itachi and Sasuke clenched their fists. Naruto glanced at them. You will find out soon enough why, he said before turning his attention back to Pain. You are alone now, Pain. Konin, Zetsu, and Tobi have all been defeated and killed. The Akatsuki will cease to exist with your death. Traitor or not, you are still one of the Akatsuki, Naruto, but I will take you with me to death for betraying our cause, Pain said. I was never one of the Akatsuki, Naruto said. He held out his hand, chakra pooling and swirling in the palm of his hand. A small blue Rasengan formed in his hand before it began glowing white. Wind whipped around them violently as a shrieking noise sounded in the air. For glowing white blades formed from the violent winds whirling around the Rasengan. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Naruto drew his hand back and threw the Rasen Shuriken. It flew at Pain. Expand, Naruto exclaimed, putting his hands together in a seal. Before Pain could do anything, the mini Rasen Shuriken exploded outwards, catching Pain in the middle of it. The ground rumbled and cracked beneath their feet from the sheer power of the jutsu. Finally, the violent winds dissipated and the white glow from the powerful jutsu disappeared. A large crater was all that remained. Where'd he go? Shio exclaimed. Shio had been released from the black rod stabbed into her body that had weakened her. Minato and Kushina supported her as best they could, but their injuries were sapping their strength. Tsunade and Sakura rushed over to heal Minato and Kushina's grave injuries. He's dead, Naruto said. There was no time for him to deflect my attack. Ichi took him out with a single jutsu, Sakura gasped in shock. Naruto turned to them. This marks the end of the Akatsuki. They're all dead now, he said. What about you? Itachi asked. Why would you help us? As I said earlier, my loyalty has always been to Konoha, Naruto said. You betrayed Konoha, Itachi shouted. He leaped forward and grabbed Naruto by the shoulders and shook him hard. You slaughtered my clan. You're part of the damn Akatsuki. You almost killed your own sister because the Akatsuki wanted the Kyuubi. You call that loyalty to Konoha? Naruto threw him off, stumbling back slightly. You think I wanted to do any of this? He asked. I didn't do it for power. I could never do the things I have done just to show how powerful I was. No, I did it because it was for the greater good of Konoha. Naruto clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I did it to save Konoha from being destroyed, he said, quiet now. If I hadn't killed off the Uchiha clan that night, Konoha wouldn't be here anymore. What are you talking about? Itachi demanded, shaking his head in disbelief. God damn it, Naruto. Tell me what's going on. Naruto looked at the ground. On the day of the massacre, I was summoned to the council, he said slowly. It was while I was training alone away from the village to perfect my Rasen Shuriken. They told me the Uchiha clan was planning a coup that would destroy Konoha. A coup? Sasuke asked. I would have heard something about a coup, Itachi said. Naruto shook his head. It was a highly secret planned coup, he said. Those planning it would never mention anything to you, Itachi. They knew you were too loyal to Konoha and would try to stop them immediately. Who was the leader? Sasuke asked. Naruto hesitated. Tell us, Naruto, Sasuke said. Itachi and I deserve to know the truth. Naruto sighed and nodded reluctantly. Fugaku Uchiha was leading the coup, he said. Our father, Itachi stated. Yes, Naruto said. I knew you two were not part of it. Especially you, Itachi. I know you too well. I would have sensed a change in your personality. I know you would never approve of this coup. Sasuke was too young at the time to be part of it. All the children were oblivious to it. They were planning to overthrow Konoha's rule, Itachi said. Naruto nodded once in confirmation. I was ordered to massacre the entire clan, including you too, he said. And then, after the massacre, I was to infiltrate the Akatsuki to gather information about them and relay it back to the council. This entire mission was top secret, S-ranked. I couldn't tell anyone. If you were supposed to kill everyone in the Uchiha clan, why did you leave us alive? Sasuke asked quietly. You think I could kill Itachi when it took everything I had to keep myself composed during the massacre and facing you two afterwards? Naruto asked. I accepted the mission on the condition that you two would be allowed to remain alive. After leaving you two alive in the compound, I left the village. Shortly after that, I was approached by the Akatsuki and offered a place among them. I accepted it. So all this time, you were just acting on orders given by the council, Itachi stated. Naruto looked away and nodded. Yes, he said. I know you will never forgive me for this, Itachi. I killed your family. I'll let you think I used you in order to learn the weaknesses of the Uchiha clan by being your boyfriend. I should be executed for my crimes against Konoha and for being a part of the Akatsuki. No, Itachi snapped. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Itachi grabbed Naruto by his cloak. I'm not going to let that happen. Now that I know the truth, I can no longer find a reason to hate you for what you did, Itachi said. I still love you, Naruto. Naruto gasped softly as Itachi dragged him into a rough kiss. Itachi's tongue slipped in Naruto's mouth, and Naruto melted into the kiss, his eyes fluttering shut. His hands clutched at Itachi's shirt as the raven's arms wrapped around Naruto's lithe waist. One hand slid up his back and tugged at his messy hair. Itachi was the only one holding him up now as he mapped out Naruto's mouth with his tongue, twirling his tongue with Naruto's. He drew back slightly and began nibbling on Naruto's bottom lip. It had been so long since they last had such a passionate kiss that it overwhelmed Naruto's senses. When Itachi drew back, Naruto looked dazed. Itachi tightened his hold on the small blonde and buried his face into Naruto's neck. I'm not going to sit idly by and watch you be sentenced for execution, Itachi said softer this time. Naruto didn't say anything. He just wrapped his arms around Itachi. Chapter 23, Trial. Naruto was on his knees before Minato. Yanbiyu surrounded him. The village was there, awaiting the verdict. The council was also there, waiting for the trial to begin. Naruto Namikaze, you are on trial for your crimes of massacring the Uchiha clan and being one of the Akatsuki, Minato said. However, you also risked your life to save Konoha from further destruction. While you did confess earlier, this is an official trial. Please clarify your actions for everyone to hear. Naruto took a deep breath. Lord Hokage, he said formally, I will say this now. Everything I have done was for the safety of Konoha. However, I will accept any punishment, including execution. Naruto glanced at the council before turning back to Minato. I will tell everyone gathered here the truth behind the Uchiha massacre, he said. In order to protect Konoha from destruction 4 years ago, I eliminated the Uchiha clan. They were planning a coup that would completely destroy Konoha and leave the village open to attackers from the other hidden villages. And how did you find out this information? Minato asked. I did not know about the coup until the day of the massacre. I was summoned to the council and issued orders to eliminate the Uchiha clan. Then, I was ordered to infiltrate the Akatsuki to gather information about each Akatsuki member. Naruto said, the council would not make a decision of that caliber without me there, Minato said seriously. It is understandable. Would you have let them choose me for this mission, knowing the consequences? Naruto asked. Of course not, Minato said. That is your answer, Naruto said. Their only other option was for Itachi to carry out the massacre and infiltrate the Akatsuki. I couldn't let them do that to Itachi. In a way, I guess you could say I was blackmailed into doing this mission. You left 2 survivors. What? Shikaku asked. I only accepted this mission on one condition, that Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha would remain alive. I know that I am not capable of killing the one I love, and I couldn't kill someone I saw as a little brother. Naruto said, but in exchange for that, I had to kill every other Uchiha without exception. Minato looked grim. Lord Hokage, the head councilman, spoke up. We will vouch for Naruto Namikaze. Everything he says is true. We did indeed order him to massacre the Uchiha clan and then infiltrate the Akatsuki as one of them. Why would you pick my son? Minato demanded. Your son is very powerful, as well as having a close relation to a Jinchuriki, the Akatsuki's targets. We concluded your son to be the best suited for this mission. A second councilman said. We forbade him to tell anyone of this mission as it had the possibility of blowing his cover as a spy. And we did not tell you anything simply because you would not agree with to this mission. Minato turned back to Naruto and studied his son for a couple minutes. Very well, I have made my decision. Naruto Namikaze, I clear you of all criminal charges, he said. Naruto blinked in surprise. However, you will remain in the village with someone to watch you at all times, Minato said. Minato looked at Kakashi, Itachi, and Guy. You three will watch Naruto 24/7. I want at least one of you with him at all times. Since you three know him best, you will be able to keep watch over him easily. Minato directed. He looked at the council, his eyes hardening. Henceforth, the council's power will be limited significantly. You will have little to no influence in future decision-making for the village without the presence of the Hokage. If I find you have disobeyed this decree, the minimum punishment will be banishment. The main culprits who push for this mission will be demoted, as well as have their chakra sealed for 5 years. Step forward now. There were a few seconds of hesitation before 5 council members walked forward quietly, one of them being the head councilman. The rest of the council said nothing, accepting their punishment without complaint. After the sealing, Minato turned back to Naruto. Naruto, your chakra will be sealed until I see it is safe to trust you once more, he said. Naruto nodded. I understand, he said. The sealing was quick. Naruto could feel the block over his chakra. It was a strong seal, too. Then Minato's eyes softened. He put a gentle hand on Naruto's head. Naruto, I'm glad you did all of this for a reason other than what you gave us originally, Minato said. I did not want to imagine the pain if I had to lose you. Naruto smiled. Minato helped him up. Shio raced forward and hugged him. Naruto caught her and wrapped his arms around her. Naruto, I'm glad you're not really a criminal, Shio said, her voice muffled by Naruto's cloak. Naruto chuckled. I'm sorry for hurting you, Shio, he said softly. I almost killed you several times. It's fine. You had to keep up a mask for the Akatsuki, so they didn't know you were spying on them, Shio said. Although, you can be pretty scary. Naruto ran a hand through Shio's red hair. I'm proud of you. You've gotten so strong, Shio, he said. Shio grinned at him. You know, for a genin, Naruto said, smirking. Shio scowled and whacked him on the arm. She turned away and pouted. Shut up, she exclaimed. I know. You don't need to rub it in. Things just got a little hectic. Naruto snorted. Sure, whatever you say, he said. Itachi chuckled in amusement. Sasuke looked at him. I'm glad to know the truth, Naruto, Sasuke said. But if you ever break my brother's heart again, I'm going to kill you. I'll take your word for it, Sasuke, Naruto said. Itachi took the blonde's hand in his own. Come on, let's go somewhere private, Itachi said. Naruto let Itachi drag him away from the prying eyes of the villagers. They reached the Uchiha compound, which, since it was off to the side of the village, had managed not to be completely destroyed in the Akatsuki's attack. Naruto looked around. The compound was silent, but Naruto could still hear the screaming, the blood splattering everywhere, the massacre he carried out within seconds. You okay? Itachi asked. I'm fine, Naruto said. Itachi brought him to the main house, quickly ushering the blonde to his room. You can stay here with me from now on, Itachi said. So blunt, Naruto muttered, raising an eyebrow. Naruto looked around. Do you have a change of clothes? I'm tired of wearing this cloak. Kakuzu never allowed us to buy better fabric, so it's constantly itchy, he said. Itachi chuckled and dug out some clothes and tossed them to Naruto. Naruto caught them easily and went to the bathroom to change. When he came out, Naruto was dressed in clothes too big for his small and lithe build. The sweatshirt he wore was very baggy and the sleeves were too long. The shirt came down to mid-thigh. The sweatpants were bunched up at the bottom as they were too long as well. Your clothes are still too big for me, Naruto said, scowling slightly. It's not my fault you're as tiny as ever, Itachi teased. Naruto glared at him, making Itachi chuckle. Quit laughing, Naruto said, blushing slightly. Even my dad is tiny. It's because of our bloodline limit. Being small and lithe helps us go faster. You know that, Itachi. I still find it amusing that I'm at least a foot taller than you, though, Itachi said, highly amused. You better be careful, Naru. Shio could outgrow you soon. Naruto shoved him and flopped onto the bed. Itachi laughed as Naruto turned away from him, seemingly upset. You know I'm just teasing, Itachi said. Itachi joined Naruto on the bed, hugging the blonde from behind. They remained like that for several minutes, just enjoying each other's presence in a peaceful silence. Naruto gently traced Itachi's hands. I'm glad it's over, Naruto said softly. Itachi smiled softly and kissed Naruto's head, breathing in the blonde's slightly sweet scent as he buried his face into his lover's spiky, messy hair. Naruto's blonde and red-tipped hair was as soft and fluffy as he remembered it. Me too, he replied. Naruto wriggled in his grasp until he was facing Itachi. Naruto pressed himself close to Itachi's body and buried his face into the Uchiha's chest. It's been too long since we've done this, he muttered. Itachi hummed in agreement. They fell asleep within minutes, holding each other,